Martial arts. It decides your fate as well as your life and death. The weak is humiliated while the strong looks down on the world. Martial spirit. The innate talent of the people in the continent is considered as the warrior's soul. It can be said that the achievements of a warrior is closely linked to their martial spirit. There are numerous types of martial spirit. Nature spirits such as fire, ice, hurricanes, lighting, etc. Weapon spirits such as knives, guns, swords, and halberd. Beast spirits such as the white tiger, the crazy rhinoceros, the violent ape, and the dragon snake. In addition, there are also many powerful soul spirits such as the immortal spirit. The martial spirit, it will evolve and increases its strength with its master's cultivation. The city of Yangzhou, Lin family mansion. Lin Feng opened his eyes and stared at the ancient and unrefined room. In this strange yet familiar room, his eyes revealed a hint of bitter frustration. To think that I survived, Lin Feng whispered in his heart. At that moment, his bitter smile vanished and a hint of a smile appears on the corner of his mouth. That's right. He was originally a senior student from Wuxia Jiangnan School. However, due to a car accident, Lin Feng crossed over to another world and ended up possessing a junior that shares his name. Lin Feng felt somewhat depressed, but it was not due to the face that he crossed over to another world. On Earth, he was an orphan and was single-handedly brought up by his grandfather. One day, after seeing Lin Feng's college admission notice, his grandfather finally felt relieved and died due to overworking. He left Lin Feng enough money in his bank to pay for his college. This amount of money can be considered a fortune in the village. And for his grandfather to save up this last bit of inheritance for Lin Feng, he neglected his health. Lin Feng studied very hard in college and would always get best scholarship. He wanted to rely on his own effort to change his fate, to fulfill his grandfather's wish. But Lin Feng gradually understood that no matter how hard he worked and how much effort he put in, it means nothing in this era where your parents' influence plays an important role. During his senior year internship, a cocktail party was held in one of the hotels. During the party, a wealthy second-generation kid made a female student that in turn with him drunk. After that, people started to silently leave. Understanding what was happening, Lin Feng went to stop him. In the end, his 4 years of effort came to naught. He was expelled from school on the grounds of indecent assault on his female schoolmate. In fact, the evidence was irrefutable as the female identified him personally. His kind-hearted actions bite him in the end. He was sued by the female he helped as well as the wealthy kid. With both witnesses and evidences there, Lin Feng, who has neither money nor influence, was unable to fight against the lawsuit. His fate at that point of time was already sealed. Sentenced to jail for 8 to 10 years, he was completely derailed from society. When he saw the wealthy kid and the female schoolmate happily hugging each other when being affectionate in an Audi car, Lin Feng jumped into a random car and with a smile, he drove into the Audi. Lin Feng vaguely remembers the two fearful yet dirty faces that contain the dirtiness of this corrupted world. In his previous life, Lin Feng no longer has any lingering worries. Therefore, he was not depressed due to the fact that he crossed over to another world. He was depressed due to the fact that he seemed to have possessed the body of a trashy young master with a trashy spirit. This young master Lin that possesses the same name as him was originally an outer sect disciple of Yunhai. In the Yunhai sect, he was frequently bullied by his own cousin, beaten nearly to death and finally kicked out of the sect's doors. It was due to the fact that the young master was half dead did Lin Feng manage to seize the opportunity to cross over and possess his body. Since I managed to gain a new life, I will never let the tragedy repeat itself, Lin Feng said, while he lay on his bed and clenched his fists. To the young master soul that was reluctant to completely disperse, Lin Feng said, "Do not worry. From now on, you are me and I am you. I will no longer let myself be bullied." Having fused with majority of the original Lin Feng soul, Lin Feng was very clear on what kind of world he is currently in. The strong is respected. As long as you have sufficient strength, all power and influence would have to bow down in front of you, and this includes even the supreme imperial authority. And to those who seek to walk the martial arts path, Not only do they need to have talent above others, but they would also need to have a strong heart as well as incomparably tenacious will. The former young master Lin Feng was somewhat weak, but the him now is different. The current Lin Feng barely escaped death and crossed over to a different world. In addition to the pain and suffering he went through, his will is no doubt much tougher than the young master Lin Feng. It was as if the soul felt Lin Feng's strong will. It finally started to slowly weaken, and at last the two souls fused together perfectly. Hong! The moment the soul fused together, Lin Feng felt the soul tremor and the stun knocked him unconscious. Time passes and Lin Feng finally opened his eyes again. His brow wrinkled slightly and he carefully felt the throbbing of his soul. Sitting up, Lin Feng moved his conscious. Immediately, a particular atmosphere spread. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that he was wrapped in shadow. Did you hear? Lin Feng, that trash is still not awake. I bet that he is near death. Ha! A trash like him is better off the sooner he dies. He throws the face of the Lin family. Their talk in the distance had traveled to Lin Feng, yet he was not angry. Instead, he showed a strange look. The voices apparently transferred from a long distance away, yet the him now could hear everything clearly. Not only that, he was able to hear all the noises within several hundred meters. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that his vision became even better and he became even more sensitive to his surroundings. In addition, he suddenly understood the previously misty and unclear marital arts path. Moving his conscious once again, a small snake spirit appeared behind Lin Feng. Its small body curled up. This snake was the one that people laugh at to be a trash spirit. As the snake species is unknown, he was unable to increase his ability. Twin spirit. At this moment, Lin Feng was not worried about the snake spirit. Instead, he had a stunned look on his face. Slowly, a hint of smile appeared on his face. That's right. The black mist spirit was a newly awakened spirit. Even though he does not know what type of spirit the shadow is, but with the snake spirit, he possesses two spirits. A person that was born with two spirits is also known as twin spirit. In fact, in the mainland, people who can cultivate two spirits are known as geniuses. The trash that everyone looked down on at this moment had twin spirit. Let's call you the dark spirit for now. Lin Feng showed a faint smile. To be able to have twin spirit must be due to his fused soul. Having two souls being combined into one, having two spirits is not surprising. As for this spirit's ability, at this moment it would seem that it is able to enhance his physical fitness. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng began to meditate. Slowly, the world's essence started flowing into Lin Feng's limbs and bones while nourishing the body and martial spirits. 2 hours later, Lin Feng stopped meditating and started to emit a milky foul air from his nose. Right after that, he felt that his whole body became fresh and he felt carefree as even the soreness of his body disappeared. So this is the cultivation of a warrior. Fascinating. Lin Feng looked at his fist and with just a little strength, a crackling sound full of energy sounded out. The speed of his practice seems to be faster as compared to his memories. Lin Feng walked out of his room and in front of him was a huge courtyard. In the courtyard, wooden stakes and stone pillars are there for him to practice. Arriving in front of the stone pillars, Lin Feng used the martial technique, 9 heavy waves. The wind started whistling and pierced the air. It was as if space was being twisted by waves after waves. Ha! At this point of time, Lin Feng shouted. He straightened his waist and abdomen and sent out a meteor-like punch onto the stone pillar, creating a loud thunder sound. The stone pillar instantly exploded into piles of dusts and scattered onto the ground. Moreover, the air pressure continued on even after shattering the stone pillars. The air pressure produced several loud sounds and caused the air to move forward like waves. This air pressure created cracks at another stone pillar 2 meters away. This punch should have over 6,000 gene strength. Lin Feng was very satisfied with its effect. Right now, his power has been restored to the peak and his chi has reached the 5th layer. Even the martial technique 9 heavy waves that he trained in has turned even stronger. Previously he could only achieve 5 heavy waves, but now he had actually broke through to having 6 heavy waves. It was due to his breakthrough that he was able to use his qi and send out 6,000 gene of strength. Seems like the dark spirit not only enhanced my vision and hearing but also my speed and comprehension. Lin Fen smiled. He being called trash was not only due to his snake spirit but also due to his poor comprehension ability. The talented at his age would have already reached the 6th qi layer or higher. Yet, he was only at the 5th layer. In addition, his comprehension ability was also lower as compared to the others. Even when he practiced only one martial technique, he was stuck at the 5th heavy wave, causing him to be ridiculed. But now, the cultivation problems he faced seemed to varnish with the appearance of the dark spirit. Being able to enhance the overall martial arts quality of a person, it seems that the dark spirit is no ordinary spirit. Xiao Feng. The voice came from the middle-aged man standing in the courtyard. This person with a strong body and disposition looked somewhat similar to Lin Feng. Father, he was indeed the head of the Lin clan, and he is also Lin Feng's father. Due to the soul fusion, Lin Feng currently possesses both the thoughts and feelings of the previous Lin Feng. Thus, he felt natural calling that person father. Xiao Feng, you're okay. Lin Hai's face quivered. Lin Feng was sent back to the Lin clan with his life hanging by a piece of thread, and all this while he had been in a comatose state. Lin Hai had already lost all hope and started to help Lin Feng prepare his funeral. But at this moment, he was surprised to see that his son alive. How could he not be delighted? Yes, father. I have completely recovered. Lin Feng smiled when he saw how happy Lin Hai was. This gave him a very warm feeling. When his grandfather died in his previous life, he had to face the coldness of human nature alone and had never enjoyed this kind of warm feeling before. Good, good. Lin Hai heavily patted Lin Feng's shoulder. A glint of light flashed past his eyes as he looked at the stone pillar that was turned into dust. His own brothers has been eyeing and waiting for him to fall so that they could snatch the family's head seat. Those bastards must be feeling rather disappointed now that Lin Feng had recovered so soon. It was at this moment did Lin Hai suddenly emit bursts of cold chills, causing Lin Feng to feel that his body had frozen. Father is indeed a strong fighter in the soul layer. Just by sending out his aura, he would be able to freeze the people below his strength. Lin Feng said in his heart. In the path of martial arts, the first layer would be qi. Only by slowly directing the essence of heaven and earth into one's body, refining and training your spirit would one be able to form qi. Thereafter, one would have stepped into the soul layer. In the soul layer, one can finally practice the martial arts laws. The mastery of the laws means that one will be stronger than anyone, and with just one step, a man can be killed. And Lin Hai was one of the experts in the soul layer. Xiao Feng. Who did this? Lin Hai's face was gloomy. When Lin Feng was sent back, he was already half dead. This proved that the opponent had indeed wanted Lin Feng's life. And it was the truth. The opponent did wanted Lin Feng's life. Father, please let your child handle this matter by himself. Lin Feng did not tell Lin Hai that he was wounded by his third uncle's son, Lin Heng. In the Lin's family, his third uncle and eldest uncle acts in collaboration and is always coveting the family's head seat. In fact, in terms of their strength and influence, it is not much weaker when compared with Lin Hai. Adding on to the fact that Lin Heng's natural talent is rather good, and he is one of the outstanding students of Yun Hai sect. This was why Lin Heng dared to wound Lin Feng lawlessly. This hatred, Lin Feng has to pay it back himself. The way of the martial arts does not allow any regrets, or it would eventually become a barrier to a warrior's training. Lin Hai looked somewhat surprised at his son, and at this moment, he saw that Lin Feng's attitude has changed and his eyes was firm and resolute. He no longer showed and give off the feeling that he was weak and dispirited. It would seem like this incident was a blessing in disguise. Lin Hai was pleased in his heart and nodded his head. Go with me to the family meeting tomorrow. I would like to see how they would kick me off my position. Nighttime. In the Lin family's purple bamboo forest, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and behind him was a cluster of black shadows. This shadow that has almost completely blended into the darkness was indeed the dark spirit. While training, Lin Feng discovered that when he uses his dark spirit, his practice speed is more than 5 times slower. Therefore, he had to push himself and ignore the additional mental fatigue that accumulated when using his dark spirit during his training. Since God had given him a second chance, he must naturally live well. In this continent, only the strong is respected and admired by people and can do anything they want. Wrapped around Lin Feng was a faint milky light that shined brightly in the darkness. This light only appears when the essences of heaven and earth have condensed to a certain extent. The talented when practicing would have a faster rate of heaven and earth's essences to gathering around their body, and at this moment, Lin Feng was in that state. Right now, Lin Feng was breathing steadily and looked peaceful and calm. The heaven and earth essences are flowing through his body and dissolved in his blood vessels, strengthening his bones and physique. After a long time, the light flashed and Lin Feng's body suddenly became like a black hole, and in an instant, he swallowed the entire milky white heaven and earth essence into his body. Opening his eyes, a fleeting light flashed across his eyes. Lin Feng stood up and a hint of a smile appeared. He had broken through in one night to the next layer. At this moment he has reached the sixth Qi layer. However, Lin Feng was not satisfied. From his memories, he knew that the 9 Qi layers was only the starting point of martial arts. The real martial arts experts are able to fly in the sky and travel beyond the highest heaven. How carefree and happy would it be? In his previous life, that would have been seen as a god. Thinking about it, Lin Feng started to sway his fist and a whistling sound came forth. A momentary burst of wave energy caused the surrounding bamboo to explode. Qi is separated into 9 layers. With every increase of 1 layer, his strength is increased by 1,000 jin. Right now, he is in the 6th Qi layer and possesses the strength of 6,000 jin. And if he uses the martial technique 9 heavy waves, which he has trained till the 6th wave, he would be able to send out a force of 6,500 jin. However, it was still not enough to Lin Feng. If he was able to practice till the 7th wave with one fierce wave after another bursting out, at that point he would be able to send out a force of 7,000 jin, which would be equivalent to the pure strength of a warrior in the 7th Qi layer. Under the ferocious force of over 6,000 jin, the fragile purple bamboo exploded endlessly. The entire space became ocean-like and the howls of the fist and its shadow were the only thing left. It was at this point of time, did one of the bamboos not explode but instead rebounded back. When Lin Feng saw that, the speed of his punching slowed down. The 9 heavy waves technique was created based on the ocean's waves. Every wave would be stronger than the previous wave and it is domineering. However, not matter how dominating it is, it would also have a gentle side. It was only when toughness and gentleness combined together would it become unprecedented. Enlightened, Lin Feng's fist was no longer constantly dominating, but instead, it was now occasionally tough yet occasionally gentle. Lin Feng shouted while sending out a punch. Hong, hong, hong. Sounds of explosion busted out. 6 booms. 7 booms. 8 booms. The purple bamboos touched by the Qi waves were all completely turned into dust. 8 waves strong. Lin Feng withdraws his fist and took a deep breath as he looked at the now empty space in front of him. Having gained comprehension of the 9 heavy waves technique, he was able to break through 2 stages and reach the 8th wave. It must be known that martial techniques become more and more difficult to train in as it reaches the later stages. For people in the 5th Qi layer, it would be easy for them to comprehend up to the 5th wave. However, people in the 8th Qi layer might not necessarily gain the comprehension to the 8 waves. But Lin Feng had done it. Now that I should possess the strength of 7,500 jin, and as long as I fully comprehend the notion of combining both toughness and gentleness together, that would be when the 9 heavy waves technique is completed. Lin Feng felt pleased in his heart. Martial techniques would become increasingly difficult to practice in the later stages, but the power of the techniques would be several times stronger. The him now possesses the strength of 7,500 jin. Even if he faced a warrior in the 7th Qi layer, he would still be able to put up a fight. The Lin Feng in the past was looked down on by others, as he was not even able to win against a normal 5th Qi layer warrior. But the Lin Feng now, although he had only arrived in this world for a day, he had improved and now possesses the might of a 7th Qi layer warrior. Early in the morning, the Lin family appeared especially lively. This was due to the family meeting that was occurring soon, and everyone is heading towards the field in the middle of the mansion. Did you hear? This time, not only did eldest uncle come, but third uncle came as well. Looks like this time they are all aiming for the family head seat. Although the patriarch is strong, however that trash of a son might have already died. He was even sent back personally by people of the Yunhai sect, totally disgracing the face of the Lin family. In addition, eldest uncle is always displeased with the patriarch. He would surely use this chance to launch an attack. Who knows, the family head seat might change its owner today. Throughout the journey, everyone in the Lin family was whispering non-stop. The crowd knows that today's family meeting would surely be extraordinary. Lin Feng and Lin Hai are currently making their way to the field as well. Seeing that Lin Feng is safe and sound, hints of colors flashes past countless people's eyes. Some of them were even thinking, how is this trash not dead yet? But under the might of Lin Hai, majority of them did not dare to speak their mind. This trash sure is lucky to still be alive. A shrill voice sounded out suddenly. This made majority of the people there raise their head, and they saw a passerby with an extraordinary aura walk towards them. The one that spoke was a youth. He is the son of Lin Haoran, who is the third uncle of the Lin family. Both him, Lin Yun and Lin Feng are at the same age of 15. However, Lin Yun is at the 6th chi layer. So it was Lin Yun. No wonder he dared to say that. When everyone saw third uncle, Lin Haoran, and eldest uncle, Lin Ba Dao, walking together, they all knew that both of them came with ill intentions. Say that again. A cold glint flashed past Lin Hai's eyes while he stared at Lin Yun. This caused a flash of fear to flutter across Lin Yun's face, and he dared not look at Lin Hai directly. Second brother, you're getting more and more outrageous as the family head. To think that the older generation is bullying the younger generation. Lin Ba Dao said in a mocking and cold tone. Ha! I, Lin Hai, am still the family head. To think that Lin Yun is so uneducated. How improper is that? Lin Hai responded indifferently. Second brother is so imposing. But I'll like to see how much long you can act like this as the family head. Lin Haoran said in a harsh tone. Your trash of a son was kicked out of Yunhai sect and had to be carried back home. He had completely thrown away the face of the Lin family. How could people not gossip about it? How much longer can I stay imposing? Lin Haoran, are you trying to say that I may soon lose my seat as the family head? Do you think you can get this seat? Are you even qualified? Lin Hai took one step forward and a cold chill started emitting from his body. Lin Yun could only run and hide behind Lin Haoran as he felt his body turn ice cold. Whether am I qualified or not, only the elders can have the final say. When did it become your turn, Lin Hai? Lin Haoran's face darkens. He did not expect Lin Hai to be so overbearing today and to be so unlike his usual self. So you admitted it. I, Lin Hai, am still currently the family head. For your son to curse my son to die in front of me, what sort of punishment does he deserve? Lin Hai did not back off, and the cold air became even heavier. The surrounding air's temperature continued decreasing and white frost were starting to form. The family head is no doubt the family head. He gives off of aura of dignity. To think that he would be the one launching an attack on third uncle first. The crowd looked over and they all held a hint of respect and admiration for Lin Hai in their heart. They had thought that Lin Hai would passively deal with the attacks launched by third uncle and eldest uncle today. Lin Hai, do you think that I am afraid of you? Lin Haoran came prepare. After saying that, a powerful heat wave surged out and fought head-on with the chill. Father possesses the ice spirit and therefore, he mainly practices in ice techniques. However, Lin Haoran possesses the fire spirit and so he practices mainly in fire techniques. Water is the bane of fire. No matter how hard Lin Haoran fights, he would not be able to win against my father. The main lead this time is clearly not him. Lin Feng, who was standing at the side, gazed towards Lin Ba Dao to see him, revealing a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth before saying, Second brother, the family meeting is starting soon. Could it be that you, as the head of the family, deem that the elders are not even worth your attention? In the Lin family, the elders hold the highest authority. They exist only to appoint the next family head. Therefore, Lin Ba Dao had used the power of the elder's presence to pressure Lin Hai and make him take a step back. Tisk. Lin Hai gave a look of disdain toward Lin Hao Ran and withdrew his qi before leaving together with Lin Feng. Lin Hao Ran was naturally aware of the disdain look given by Lin Hai, and cold chill flashed past his eyes. This time, your trash of a son was lucky to still be alive. But next time, he would not be so lucky. Lin Hao Ran's oldest son, Lin Hongnai, was an outstanding disciple of Yunhai Outer Sect, and it would only be a matter of time before he gets promoted to be an inner court disciple. Even if he is just an inner court junior, as the son's status grows, so does the father's. At that point of time, his position in the family would naturally go up as well. It would be to the point where a mere family head would not be able to reach. On the other hand, Lin Ba Dao's daughter is even more talented. She had already joined the inner court of the Haoyu sect, and her future is bright and limitless. Within the three brothers, only Lin Hai's son possesses poor talent and is known as a trash. This was what Lin Ba Dao and Lin Hao Ran is relying on. Right now, the elders have a much better impression of them, and this is something Lin Hai can't influence. 400 to 500 people of the Lin family had gathered in the field, and in the middle of the field, there was a green stone platform. At this moment, the decision-makers of the Lin family are on it. Elders, a few days ago, it was an honor for the people of the Yunhai sect to have come to our house. However, it was to actually send back to us a half-dead trash, completely throwing away the face of our family. Therefore, I suggest disowning Lin Feng from the family. He does not have the qualifications to be a part of the Lin family. Lin Hao Ran stood up and respectfully faced the elders while directly launching his attack. You're actually so blunt to go straight to the point. But, I, the family head, have yet to say anything. When did it become your turn to talk? Go back to your position. Lin Hai knows very clearly about the goal of Lin Hao Ran. He would like to see how the other party is going to expel his son out of the family and seize the position of the family head. Second brother, what you said is not right. Although you might be the family head, but third brother is also considered a member of the family. He was just thinking about the family. Your trash of a son had really completely thrown away the face of our family and should be expelled. Lin Ba Dao's overbearing voice resounded and directly attacked Lin Hai. My own son, I will discipline him myself. How is it related to the clansmen? And it is certainly not up to you. Lin Ba Dao, I know that you have been eyeing my seat. How about this? Today you and I would have a duel. If you win, I will leave the family with my son. However, if you lose, you better stop farting. Lin Hai stood up and walked directly to the middle of the platform. Strong qi started emitting out towards Lin Ba Dao. Even if you do not want to fight, you have to fight. Lin Feng looked at his father with a changed attitude. Aggressiveness that can scare people, only the strong will be respected. Only the strong have the right to speak. He also wanted to make the other party shut up with his own strength. I only fear that you are inadequate. Anger surged inside Lin Ba Dao when he heard Lin Hai saying that his words are farts. He walked towards the platform and stood opposite Lin Hai. All the elders remained silent. In fact, they were happy that this situation occurred. If Lin Hai could not even win against Lin Ba Dao, along with the fact that he has a trash for a son, the family head seat would naturally move today. I would like to see based on what can you be so haughty. Lin Ba Dao sneered only to see Lin Hai ignoring him. Cold chills started surrounding the stage. Hundreds of people in the audience could feel the piercing chill seeping into their body and bones at the same time. This is the power of a spirit. Lin Hai's spirit is the ice spirit. Once released, the surrounding would completely change as it gets eroded by the ice. Great distance icebound, Lin Ba Dao had just wanted to release his own spirit. But when he heard Lin Hai's voice, the sound of a click traveled outwards with Lin Hai as the center instantly. Cold chill covered the entire stage and spread to its surrounding. The entire platform was covered in snow-white ice, and at that moment, Lin Ba Dao had become frozen in ice and turned into an iceman. Boom! An explosion sounded and the ice cracked. Lin Ba Dao flew out of the platform and blood spouted out of his mouth before he fell heavily onto the ground. All the elders stood up and were shocked with the scene in front of their eyes. Lin Ba Dao had unexpectedly collapsed with only one blow. Great distance icebound, Lin Hai's icebound technique had actually reached the 8th stage. No wonder he is so strong. The great elder eyes flashed. Lin Hai possesses the ice spirit, coupled with the powerful icebound technique. He had frozen Lin Ba Dao instantaneously and strike a deadly hit in one breath. If his reaction speed had been half a beat slower, I'm afraid this duel would not be over so soon. The people of the Lin family were all dazed. This was the first time they saw such a domineering Lin Hai. He was even more domineering as compared to Lin De Bao. Lin De Bao spouted out another mouthful of blood and looked at Lin Hai with a cloudy look. However, Lin Hai did not care. He could guess that Lin Feng's injury was undoubtedly related to his two brothers. Since they wanted to kill his son, there was no need for him, Lin Hai, to take into account their brotherhood. Elders, please continue with the family meeting. Lin Hai paid his respect to the elders before returning to his seat as if nothing had happened. He. Lin Hai, as the family head, your cultivation had improved and you have set a good example. I believe that the people of the Lin family will work even hard. The purpose of this meeting had been reached. Everyone is free to go. Great Elder gave a small smile. To continue the family meeting now would have no meaning at all. Great Elder, if that's the case, I will retire first. Lin Hai paid his respect to the Great Elder and stood up with Lin Feng. Lin Hai, I would like to see how much long you can protect this trash, said Lin Hao ran coldly as his goal had not been reached. That's right. Trash. The disgrace of my Lin family. Lin Yun echoed. However, as he saw Lin Hai's eyes sweep past him, he quickly shut his mouth. Xiao Feng, let's go. Lin Hai did not want to bother with them. However, Lin Feng did not go. Instead, he turned around and started walking towards Lin Yun. This scene made the people of the Lin family confused as they did not know what Lin Feng is doing. Lin Hai was also looking at his son in surprise, only to see Lin Feng walking in front of Lin Yun before saying, Lin Yun, you keep blabbering that I am trash. I would like to ask you, if one day you find out that you're worse than me, how humiliated would you be? You're dreaming. How could you, this trash, be compared to me? Lin Yun did not expect Lin Feng, a trash, to say those words to him and could not help but give off a mocking sound. Lin Feng's eyes flashed and he chuckled before indifferently saying, Lin Yun, I, Lin Feng, challenge you to a duel. When Lin Feng finished speaking, the whole field had quietened down. Lin Feng took the initiative to issue a challenge to Lin Yun. Even Lin Hai was stunned and looked at his son in surprise. The elders on top of the platform who were preparing to leave sat back down and looked at Lin Feng with great interest. Lin Hao Ran gave a cold smile, yet his heart at this moment was suppressing his anger. He did not expect that the trash would take the initiative to fight his son. Lin Yun accepted the challenge. Lin Hao Ran's gaze held an intense look as his eyes fell upon Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked at Lin Feng and felt insulted. In the family, his talent could only be considered ordinary. It was only in front of Lin Feng could find his pride and raise his head high up. Thus, every time he saw Lin Feng, he was more than happy to taunt him a few times. But right now, it was exactly this trash of the young generation that actually dared to challenge him, causing his face to darken. I will stop if you can receive 3 of my moves, Lin Yun said while walking out. He plans to defeat Lin Feng with the most brutal methods so as to let him understand how much of a trash he is. If you can receive 1 of my punches, it will be considered as my defeat. Lin Feng shook his head and said indifferently. The indifferent tone sounded as if Lin Yun would not be able to receive even 1 of Lin Feng's punches, and this caused his complexion to turn gloomy instantly. The crowd was stunned and could only look at Lin Feng speechlessly. This fellow must have gone mad. To think he would actually say something so boastful. No matter how beautiful the words said by the trash are, he is still a trash. Using the advantage of the words is something only a trash like you would do. Lin Yun sneered. Lin Feng laughed. He's using the advantages of words? He had only said a few words. Receive my punch. Lin Feng is unwilling to waste any more time with idle talk. After his voice faded, he moved his body forward. raised his fist and immediately brandished it towards Lin Yun. One punch. Lin Yun's eyes flashed cruelly and he did not evade that punch. Instead, he raised his own fist. He wanted to let Lin Feng know the huge disparity between their skill levels. The air started vibrating and a tyrannical wave appeared on Lin Feng's fist, produced a fluttering sound. However, the crowd could only see heavy waves moving towards Lin Yun before passing through him tyrannically. Martial technique, 9 heavy waves. Lin Yun's complexion changed suddenly as he felt how strong the force of oppression is. But it was too late to withdraw now. Both fists clashed and Lin Yun felt the aggressive waves travel through his fist and past his body forcefully. Each wave was stronger than the previous one and it was never ending. Pooh! With a groan, Lin Yun's body flew out. Everyone was dumbfounded. This scene was exactly the same as the fight between Lin Hai and Lin Ba Dao previously. Lin Yun, without the slightest resistance, was sent flying with only a single punch. Lin Hao Ran stood up and stared dumbly at Lin Yun, who was lying on the ground. How could this be possible? Lin Yun was as shocked as Lin Hao Ran and was unable to accept the cruel reality. When the crowd heard Lin Yun's words, they remembered what Lin Feng had said previously. You keep blabbering that I am a trash. I would like to ask you, if one day you find out that you're worse than me, how humiliated would you be? The present scene had without doubt proved the proud words said by the youth. This is the trash young master of the Lin family? Looking at Lin Feng, everyone in the audience knew that to be able to send Lin Yun flying with one punch, the punch must have at least 6,000 gene in strength. You keep blabbering that I am a trash. Now that you can't even receive one of my punches, where does that leave you? Lin Feng said ironically and looked at Lin Yun with a vicious look in his eyes. And you're a senior yet you keep saying the word trash all the time. Now, your son has been defeated by me with just one punch. You're always saying that I am a piece of trash. Now won't you have to say that your son is a piece of trash as well? Raising his head, Lin Feng looked over to Lin Hao Ran and said, You're only at the 6th chi layer. Does this insignificant strength allow you to be so arrogant here? Lin Hao Ran's face turned very ugly and rebuked him. I'm not being arrogant here. I am just returning what your son and you have been giving to me. Lin Feng is unwilling to say anything more. He turned to leave and said, If you shame others, other people will also shame you. If you shame others, other people will also shame you. Lin Hai whispered softly and lights flashed past his smiling eyes. His own son had really changed. To think he is actually able to say such philosophical words. Lin Feng returned to his room in the courtyard and began practicing again. Although he had conquered and passed the 5th chi layer, it was not enough for him to stand up tall. Lin Hong, who had beaten him up and threw him out of the sect doors, is naturally more talented as compared to Lin Yun. And he was currently in the 8th chi layer. In addition, there are also Lin Ba Dao's children. Their talent can be said to be several times higher as compared to Lin Yun, especially Lin Ba Dao's daughter, Lin Qian. It has been said that she had already reached the 9th chi layer. In 3 more months, the annual meeting would be held. At that time, everyone in the Lin family, even those who are training in the sects, would come back. If he does not increase his cultivation rapidly, it would be him that would be shamed the next time. Cultivation is endless. Time passes the fastest when a warrior is practicing. To a warrior who is able to absorb the heaven and earth essences, not eating or drinking for 10 days is not a problem. The world's vitality is no doubt the purest essence. 10 days had passed and Lin Feng finally stepped out of his room. He slowly exhaled a long breath. In this 10 days period, he had reached the boundaries of the 6th chi layer and would be able to reach the 7th chi layer very soon. Quickening his pace, Lin Feng walked toward his father's, Lin Hai's room. Xiao Feng, isn't it okay to practice at home? Why must you return back to the sect? Lin Hai was worried when he heard Lin Feng said that he wanted to return to the sect. Lin Hai still bears a grudge in regards to the previous incident and is unable to let it go. Father, some things are inevitable. If I hide at home to practice, Father will always be sheltering me. How would I be able to grow and become a strong martial arts warrior? Lin Feng's eyes showed a strong determination. The sect's strength is much greater compared to the Lin families. There are strong martial techniques as well as intense competition in the sect. It is only in there would he be able to grow even faster. Seeing the stubbornness in Lin Feng's eyes, Lin Hai sighed in his heart. His son has really grown up. It is true that staying at home to practice and staying under his shelter is a cowardly behavior. It would be impossible to become a strong martial arts warrior that way. However, standing from his point of view, he is unwilling due to his parental love towards Lin Feng. Since you insist on returning back to the sect as your father, I will not stop you. However, you have to pay attention to your own safety, said Lin Hai as he nodded his head. Do not worry, father. I will practice hard and have them all under my foot. Lin Feng's speech held a strong sense of self-confidence. With his dark spirit, his cultivation speed is many times faster as compared to the average person. His comprehension ability had also become stronger. In addition, with a determined heart, he had reasons to believe that he would not be worse off as compared to those so-called geniuses. Lin Feng did not bring anything much, only a horse, a bag of dry food as well as some silver. Father, I'm off. Outside of Yangzhou City, Lin Feng looked at his father as he said his farewells. Ah, be careful. Lin Hai nodded. Riding the horse, Thousand Snows, they disappeared from Yangzhou City. In the endless vast land, Lin Feng was riding on horseback, galloping between heaven and earth. A surge of pride and ambitions bloomed in his heart. In his previous life, Lin Feng had loved martial warriors shows. A lone knight riding a horse while singing and traveling around the world with a sword. He did not expect that in this life, he would have the chance to ride on a horse and travel through the world freely. A pot of liquor, a song of broken love, and a wild life. One hero wielding a sword and travel the world. For pride, the world will bleed and die the green sky. In this life, he was fated to be extraordinary. In this life, he was destined to live imposingly. 10,000 miles separated Yangzhou City from the Yunhai sect. Even though Li Shui could travel across 1,000 miles a day, it still took Lin Feng 10 days to arrive. However, during these 10 days, Lin Feng didn't waste time. In his previous life, Lin Feng had never been that warm-blooded. He had never experienced such a feeling of ardor. Unwittingly, his state of mind had improved greatly. Walking on the path of cultivation had now enabled him to reach the 7th chi layer. Where water flows, a canal is formed, as the saying goes. Besides, practicing had enabled him to master the 9 heavy waves martial arts technique to a new level. These days, Lin Feng possessed a much more powerful physical strength than in his previous life. His actual strength was actually close to 8,500 Jin, which was immensely powerful for the 7th chi layer of cultivation. The Yunhai sect was located in a mountain chain called Yunhai Hill. Yunhai Hill wasn't really the biggest mountain in that mountain chain, but it covered such a big area that it was easily visible from the distant sky. Yunhai Hill even looked like a city when looked down upon from the heavens. It was surrounded by 8 mountains which, unlike Yunhai Hill, seemed to rise into the sky as if reaching for the heavens. The mystical beauty of this mountain owes itself to feng shui. It provides a great luck and destiny. As he moved closer, "Halt! Come down off that horse!" said 2 mountain guards quite coldly while giving Lin Feng a mocking smile. These 2 guards were also Yunhai sect's disciples. Lin Feng looked at them in a disdainful way. Meanwhile, another disciple riding a horse rode past and continued on towards the mountain. Lin Feng pointed at him. "How come you're not preventing him from getting in?" "Humph." One of them smiled, expressing both ridicule and anger. "How can you compare yourself with the normal disciples? You almost got killed before, you piece of trash." So it was only a matter of power and status. Lin Feng smiled. These mountain guards, even though they belonged to the Yunhai sect, were only there for decoration. Their level was so weak. However, if someone wants to come in, they must pass the mountain guards. Even though their job wasn't that important, they had the power to prevent people from getting in. Powerful disciples like the one who previously rode past didn't have to tell them anything. "Weak ones must be bullied and humiliated," Lin Feng said while smiling sarcastically. He didn't come down off the horse's back. He just pulled on the reins. Qian Li Shui neighed and reared back. "How dare you, you piece of trash!" yelled the two guards at the same time. Lin Feng raised his fists and punched the air, creating two shock waves which struck towards the guards. The sudden, extremely powerful burst of air struck them so violently that it knocked them back. "If this happens again, I will cripple you," Lin Feng hurtled by. Only those who were powerful had the possibility to express themselves. The two guards struggled back to their feet, while gasping and wiping the blood from the corner of their lips. They saw Lin Feng was already far away, and it made their anger boil from within. A piece of trash was still more powerful than them. No wonder they were only fit to be mountain guards. Within the Yunhai sect, if 15 to 16-year-old teenagers had reached the 6th or 7th layer on the path of cultivation, their talent was defined as average. Those who had reached the 8th layer were considered as outstanding geniuses. Everybody within the Yunhai sect would show them admiration. As for 15 to 16-year-old ones who reached the Ling Qi layer, their power would be acknowledged in the entire Xueyu country. Unlike these geniuses, if a 15-year-old doesn't make any progress within the Qi layers, they will be looked down by the others. Lin Feng's level was so low that the others called him piece of trash. He was bullied by other people, and they all considered him to be worthless trash. The fact that Lin Feng had come back to the Yunhai sect spread very quickly amongst the sect's disciples. Lin Feng, the piece of trash, was infamous in the Yunhai sect. Lin Feng, while walking within the sect's territory, noticed people were staring at him. All of them had different expressions on their face. He turned a deaf ear to what was happening. Moving forward within the Yunhai sect, he walked over the Xingchun Pavilion. The Xingchun Pavilion was a place within the Yunhai sect where disciples were provided with various martial cultivation techniques and martial skills. Every day, many disciples would go to the Xingchun Pavilion to practice. That day was no exception, and the pavilion was filled with disciples. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped walking when he heard a voice. He looked around him and shortly after noticed a teenager whose face looked quite cold. "You're quite resilient. It seems you haven't died yet." The teenager was Lin Heng. He was the culprit who tried to murder Lin Feng last time they had seen each other. Lin Hao Rant's eldest son. Lin Feng gave him a quick glance and smiled mockingly. Lin Heng had only reached the 8th Qi layer while Lin Feng was at the 7th Qi layer but had also mastered the 9 heavy waves technique. He wasn't inferior to Lin Heng whatsoever. Lin Feng only had to learn and practice 1 or 2 more skills, and he would certainly be able to defeat Lin Heng. Lin Feng ignored Lin Heng and immediately entered the Xingchun Pavilion. Improve his skills and strength first and then take his revenge. Next time, I will definitely kill you and send you home to your father to bury, Lin Heng said, furious to see that Lin Feng was ignoring him. Lin Heng's eyes were like piercing daggers as he stared at Lin Feng. In front of the Xingchun Pavilion, there was an old man sitting. That old man was staring absent-minded at the horizon. "Elder," Lin Feng bowed to greet the old man. He was the only one there to protect the pavilion. The Xingchun Pavilion was a very important place, but the old man guarding it didn't look like he was that important. It reminded Lin Feng of a film he watched in his previous life. It depicted an old powerful monk in a Shaolin temple who was simply cleaning the floor like a servant. Lin Feng thought that scene was particularly deep and unmeasurable, enigmatic and impossible to fully comprehend. As someone who had been granted a second life, he was able to understand the meaning of such actions. The old man's expression suddenly changed and he started to pay attention. He was quite surprised to see Lin Feng acknowledge him. A short moment after, he started nodding his head, which expressed how pleasantly surprised he was. 7th Qi layer? You can only choose and practice skills introduced on the first floor, at most 2 skills. I understand, Lin Feng replied. The Xingchun Pavilion was divided into 3 floors. Students of a lower level didn't have access to the same resources as their fellow disciples of a higher level. The latter had a card to access these higher-level resources. Thus, lower-level disciples could only access resources on the first floor. The resources available on the first floor are all yellow-level skills and methods. However, there is a huge amount of them. It is thus possible to find skills and methods which are the most suitable for oneself. They are Yunhai Sect's basic skills and methods. All of them are better than any of the skills which can be found within Lin's family. What Lin Feng needed the most at the moment were skills, so he started to look for books in the skill bookshelf. 7 Tyrant Fist, 1 Tyrannical Fist, 7 Lethal Strikes. Skills suitable for those who possess the martial spirit. Hurricane Blade, transform the air itself into a weapon and launch multiple wind blades. Skill suitable for people who have the air spirit. Rampaging Ox, yellow level top grade martial arts skill. Skills suitable for beast spirits. Lin Feng browsed through all these books, quickly turning the pages and then putting them back into the shelf. He possessed the dark spirit. He was capable of strengthening all skills possible. His understanding ability was also quite high. Basically, there was absolutely no restriction when it came to learning new skills. He could learn and practice them all, which is one of the advantages of having a dark spirit. However, he still could not find a skill he wanted. Cool Breeze Sword, quick and skillful. Using this skill must be done with natural grace and elegance. Fits people who have the sword spirit. Lin Feng's facial expression changed and he suddenly stared at this book. He was looking forward to carrying a sword and traveling around in all corners of the country, helping people in need and shedding the blood of those with evil intentions. He was filled with gratitude for his second chance and a thirst for vengeance. Unable to describe his feelings, he was feeling quite happy, but he still had the impression that it wasn't exactly the skill that he needed or really wanted. Sword Unsheathing Skill. Sword Unsheathing is a skill which kills at lightning speed. A fast one-hit kill. Suitable for people who possess a sword spirit. Sword Unsheathing. Lin Feng stopped moving. It seemed that the use of that sword was different from that of other swords. Traditionally, what swordsmen liked the less was the moment of unsheathing a sword, because it is a critical moment during which a certain amount of time is lost and thus delays the moment when the attack can be carried out. Nevertheless, sword unsheathing was a skill made to kill people. Unsheathing the sword had killing for its sole purpose. The most powerful moment of that skill was unsheathing the sword and striking with one movement. If you missed once, you could only consider yourself defeated. Furthermore, sword unsheathing wasn't the same as other skills. It had only one level, one movement. Unsheathing the sword, killing people was the ultimate attainment, the highest achievement. One quick movement and the sword is showering in the blood of your enemies. I choose it. Lin Feng took the book Sword Unsheathing, and then got ready to choose a body movement technique. After all, he had to ensure he would be able to kill in one hit at all times. If defeated, the only solution, assuming you could run fast enough, was to escape. Leaping onto roofs, vaulting over walls, was also something that could be useful, but that's something everyone dreams of, right? Lin Feng then chose another book called Moonlight Feather, which was an agility technique. Anyone who could master these skills could become so powerful that nobody would see them. In fact, nobody would see anything but your shadow and their own death. Gathering the books together, Lin Feng went to the old man to check them out. Sword Unsheathing, whispered the old man and went on. Young man, sword unsheathing. It's the first time that it is picked up by someone. Nonetheless, you need to know that if someone has already unsheathed their sword and you still haven't unsheathed yours, if your speed is slower than that of your opponent, the outcome is obvious, you are doomed. One can say that this skill is very powerful, but it requires a high level of achievement. You must be quicker than any opponent, and only then you will be able to kill them in one hit. I understand. Lin Feng knew the elder was showing kindness in making him aware of the weakness. If someone were too slow to unsheathe their sword, then killing in one hit would be impossible, and that meant putting yourself in a critical and dangerous situation. You clearly understand the implications. Then that's a good thing. If you cannot successfully kill in one hit, Moonlight Feather is an excellent movement skill for escaping. The old man stopped talking and checked out Lin Feng's books. Furthermore, books borrowed from the Xingchen Pavilion had to be returned within 1 month. Borrowing them for more than a month would influence other Yun Hai sect members' training, as they would be unable to borrow them as well. Thank you, elder. Thank you for guiding me. Lin Feng picked up the books and politely thanked the old man, showing him gratitude. The old man smiled while nodding his head and handing over a flexible sword. You can use this sword as a belt because it is very soft. This sword is of no use here anyway. You can take it and have fun. Before Lin Feng could say thanks, don't mention it. No need to thank me so many times. Go and train. The old man noticed that Lin Feng wanted to thank him again and waved goodbye to him. Lin Feng scratched his head, not knowing what to say. He took a closer look at the sword. Sword unsheathing combined with wearing the sword as a belt would enable you to attack someone by surprise and kill them in one swift motion. Lin Feng nodded, smiled at the old man, and then left. It's been a long while since I've seen such an interesting young man, whispered the old man to himself. Immediately after that, the old man got back into his initial position, staring at the horizon, seemingly lost in thought. These days, young people were concerned with training to improve their actual strength, but more and more did it impulsively while forgetting and neglecting the traditional foundations of martial skills. The Yun Hai sect was surrounded by 8 mountain peaks. Each of these mountains was connected with the other in perfect harmony. Yun Hai sect's disciples could thus easily go to these high-altitude mountain peaks. These mountains, which made the region a blessed heaven, were filled with caves where disciples could go and concentrate on their training in peace. These mountains were extraordinarily high and covered a vast area. Going to these mountains was therefore an easy way to find peace and tranquility for cultivation. Lin Feng was walking over a precipice decorated by overhanging rocks. He was surrounded by perilous cliffs and precipices. When looking around him, he could see a boundless sea of clouds. Such a sight would make anyone feel carefree, relaxed, and joyful. However, Lin Feng did have the heart to enjoy the sight. He had been uninterruptedly practicing the sword unsheathing skill over and over again. Boom! Was the sound emitted by the stones under Lin Feng's sword each time he hit them. Lin Feng's sword left a long and slender opening in the stones each time it hit. Lin Feng had already been training for 7 days. He had been training without rest, which could be seen by the varying sword marks on each stone. Sword unsheathing was a skill which required developing 2 aspects: speed and power. These 2 were the ultimate goal of the practice. At the moment of unsheathing the sword, a strong power was also necessary. As far as the angle at which the sword had to be unsheathed is concerned, unsheathing it at irregular angles was also necessary. Indeed, pulling it out using predictable patterns could put the user at the enemy's mercy, as he could guess what the next movement would be. The sword unsheathing skill was definitely not a regular technique. Lin Feng was dripping with sweat because he had been training every day from morning to evening. Uninterrupted practice was the only way to increase his strength. Persistently repeating the movements required a tenacious and incomparable willpower and determination. That was the only way to become stronger on the path of cultivation. Lin Feng hadn't forgotten his previous life. He couldn't forget. Although that world was filled with lofty sentiments and righteous ardor, one also had to go through hardships in that world. Being weak and lacking power could lead to getting killed. Weak and powerless, that sounded like what Lin Feng was when he almost got killed by Lin Heng. However, Lin Feng's dark spirit was gaining in vitality every minute, like he is in a trance state. He then stopped practicing the skill for a moment and recalled his spirit back into his body. The spirit was the cultivator's soul, and it had to be cherished. Unceasingly using it consumed one's vital essence too much. Lin Feng put his sword back into its sheath. The sheath was made of a ferocious animal skin which had a sparkling gem embedded. Then, he started training again, but this time he practiced the moonlight feather agility technique. The sun, which was once high in the sky, was now sinking into the horizon. Lin Feng rested for a while, looking at the sea of clouds making wave-like motions. On his face was a resplendent smile. He then unsheathed the sword and held it forward, watching the dark red light from the sunset slowly move down the sword, imagining it as blood flowing endlessly. He felt like a god looking down upon creation. This place gave him a view of the surrounding mountains, and the aura he was currently emitting was one of strength with a ruthless coldness beneath. It's about time to find a cave to practice. Lin Feng rested for a while, then got up and walked over to the mountains. It wasn't long until Lin Feng found a few caves for cultivation. They were always occupied by other people though. Then, Lin Feng arrived in a valley where a mountain stream was flowing. He decided to walk along the mountain stream when something drew his attention and made him stop walking. A ray of sunlight between these mountains. Before him were two peaks. The middle of these two peaks looked like the marks he left when hitting rocks with his sword. It looked very narrow in between, as if the path could only accommodate two people walking side by side. The path looked as narrow as the ray of sunlight. I wonder what there is over there, Lin Feng thought to himself. He then moved closer with curiosity. It seemed that the mountain stream and the ray of sunlight came from the same place. At a distant place, two disciples saw Lin Feng move towards that ray of sunlight. They couldn't help but laugh at him and criticize him. That piece of trash is not very lucky. He doesn't seem to know that is the place where our senior sister Lu Fei trains. It is quite surprising that he dares go in there. Lu Fei's strength is incomparable to ours. She is much stronger than we are, much stronger than most of our fellow disciples. A true genius. Senior sister is the only correct way of addressing a genius such as her. While the two disciples were whispering, Lin Feng had already walked several hundred meters into the area where the ray of sunlight was coming from and finally arrived. Before his eyes opened up a wide panorama. That place was one of exceptional charm and was extremely vast. On the left was a gigantic lake out of which silk-like hot steam was evaporating. It surprisingly seemed to be a natural hot spring. It's such a nice place, I could have bathed. Lin Feng's clothes were sticking to his skin as he had been sweating heavily. He took off his top and directly jumped into the natural hot spring. So comfortable. Lin Feng was filled with happiness when he suddenly heard a noise coming from somewhere in the water. Suddenly, he saw a girl's head come out of the water. Her hair looked very soft. It was a 15 to 16-year-old young girl. She had arched eyebrows and a delicate oval face. She was very beautiful. In this world, female cultivators were very beautiful because they cultivated purer bodies. She was a charming natural beauty and certainly didn't need to put makeup on. Nonetheless, that young girl's eyes didn't make her look very amicable. Her eyes were filled with flames of anger. Lu Fei was holding her breath and practicing in the water. She was very surprised to see another Yun high-sex disciple. Even more, she couldn't stand seeing him without his top in the water where she practiced every day. I'm sorry, I didn't know someone was in here, said Lin Feng with an apologetic smile. He then got out of the water and recognized the most beautiful female fellow disciple. Lu Fei's expression hadn't changed though, and she still looked furious. Who didn't know this was Lu Fei's training place after all? Who didn't know the Sunray Mountain was Lu Fei's? That pervert had willingly come with the intention of seducing her. Lin Feng really didn't know someone was there though. In his previous life, Lin Feng was a coward and had never ever come to that side of the region to train. Even though Lu Fei was extremely beautiful, Lin Feng, who indeed did think she was alluring, really had no hidden intentions. He put on his clothes at lightning speed and started leaving. And where do you think you're going? Heard Lin Feng. That was Lu Fei's voice coming from behind him as he was leaving. Lu Fei had said that with a cold and detached voice. Lin Feng turned around and saw Lu Fei holding a bow and an arrow in her hands. Where do you think? Said Lin Feng, looking at her angrily. He didn't intend to seduce her. It was a mere misunderstanding and nothing more. Also, he had apologized already. She didn't reply. Lu Fei's bewitching body adopted a battle-ready position. She pulled back the arrow placed in the bow in a position ready to shoot. She was ready to let it go. She shot the arrow, which made a whistling sound. The golden arrow broke the air and thrusted towards Lin Feng. How strong! Lin Feng stared at the arrow as it was moving towards him. He had absolutely no hesitation and started his 9 heavy wave technique. Heavy wave explosions were heard while the arrow was getting closer and closer to him. At the moment when the arrow approached so near that it was about to reach him, the arrow and the 9 heavy waves collided. The arrow collapsed into the waves, hung up in the air for a few seconds before falling onto the ground. Do you want to kill me? Said Lin Feng, whose voice was filled with rage. That arrow had a 7,000 gene power. If it had been Lin Feng's previous life, he would have been dead already. Yes, so what? Said Lu Fei while pulling out another arrow. An illusory golden arrow suddenly appeared by her side. Lin Feng was shivering out of fear. A sensation of cold spread throughout his body. The illusory arrow was facing him. The illusory arrow was a guided arrow, which meant it could detect if someone was alive and automatically aim at them. The arrow could automatically aim at breathing people. That was one of the particular characteristics and abilities of those who possessed the arrow spirit. Xiam. The bowstring emitted a noise while the twinkling arrow moved towards him, getting closer and closer. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng jumped 10 meters backwards. Lin Feng had sent another wave into which the golden arrow crashed, what looked like an explosion. But that time the wave had for sole effect to slow down the arrow. It didn't stop it. The noise coming out of the collapse was scary and made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. The arrow was going straight towards Lin Feng's forehead. Lu Fei stood out from her Yun Hai Sect's fellow disciples and was considered to be out of the ordinary, to be an outstanding disciple. She had reached the 9th Qi layer. Using her arrow spirit, her strength could exceed 9,000 jin. Thus, Lin Feng's 9 heavy waves was obviously not enough to stop her arrow. Lin Feng fell down because of the energy released by the clash of the wave and the arrow. As Lu Fei's arrow spirit could control the arrow, which by the way made the arrow seem alive, she made it turn around and continued to try and kill him. Ah! Shouted Lin Feng. Suddenly, the twinkling arrow vanished in a bright white light. I, Lin Feng, will always remember this. The distant voice stupefied Lu Fei. She looked around only to see her arrow cut into 2. Lin Feng had already disappeared from the place. He had left at an amazing speed. This is the arrow light, whispered Lu Fei. The 2 disciples who had watched the scene all along saw Lin Feng escape. They couldn't help but be seized with terror. Lu Fei surprisingly hadn't killed that piece of trash. Maybe Lu Fei was unwilling to fight and kill him. They had seen Lu Fei's wet clothes stick to her body. They thought about how graceful her body was. She was filled with endless charm. It made them gulp with desire. The only way for them not to drool was to keep their mouth closed. The only thing they could do was to peep and enjoy such a rare scenery. Everyone knew that Lu Fei was very powerful. Within the Yun Hai sect, many people courted her. There were some extremely skillful disciples who courted her. The 2 disciples who had just been peeping at her couldn't match with these extremely skillful disciples. If anyone learnt that they had seen Lu Fei's utterly attractive body, they would be killed in a very ugly way. After some time Lin Feng finally arrived in a safe place. Cold feelings filled his heart. He was thinking about how the strong controlled the world and dominated the weak. He could see from this encounter that those with power in this world have no regard for human life. Indeed, if they felt like killing, then they would just kill, provided they were strong enough. He had had no intentions when going to the place where he saw the ray of sunlight inside a cave. He had just gone there to have a look and was going to leave as fast as he had went there. However, Lu Fei had wanted to kill him, even though they were both Yun Hai Sect's disciples. Those who have the arrow spirit have the ability to track people and engage in a battle with them using long-range attacks while keeping their distance. But in the case of a close fight, I certainly would be able to kill her in one hit. Lin Feng thought using the sword was quite a satisfying experience. His speed was as fast as lightning and his strikes like thunder splitting the air. The arrow getting so near and then breaking into 2 was a sign that he hadn't been wasting his time training that much. He hadn't endured all this in vain. Lin Feng had been practicing without interruption for 7 days back then in the mountains over the precipice. Thanks to his dark spirit, he had been able to understand many things. Only at the moment when his spirit had been using too much of his vital essence, he had recalled it back into his body and had then practiced the moonlight feather agility technique. Lu Fei thought Ling Feng while recalling her beautiful face. He went and picked up a piece of wood and began making a fire to hang his clothes to dry. He was still soaking from the hot spring. Not so far away from Lin Feng appeared foreshadows. All of them must have been Yun Hai Sect's disciples. Over there is someone, we should invite him to join us and come along. The more powerful people who join us, the better, said one of them who was wearing light green robes. But you don't know just how powerful he is, right? Said a tall, imposing disciple. Nobody, however, opposed the idea. The group of 4 people was composed of 3 men and 1 girl. While they were walking and approaching Lin Feng, the girl noticed Lin Feng's topless body. She couldn't help but blush. "Hello? Can you put your clothes on?" she said to him in a shy voice. Lin Feng looked at the young girl's eyes. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Lu Fei, her face was delicate and pretty. Her skin looked soft and beautiful. In her previous life, she had definitely been a beautiful girl, but Lin Feng, though that girls in that world were much more beautiful than in the previous world because they walked on the path of cultivation. "Okay," said Lin Feng cooperatively. Lin Feng was quite an easygoing person and therefore quickly agreed. Getting along with him was no hard task. "So what's the deal? What do you guys want?" asked Lin Feng while putting his clothes on. "All right, the situation is as such. We want to go to the Black Wind Mountain and attack some ferocious wild beasts. We'd like to invite you to come with us, in which case we would equally share precious collected items. Are you interested?" explained the young man wearing light green robes. Black Wind Mountain was located northwards of the Yunhai Mountain in the wild beast forest. It was extremely vast. Some disciples conjectured that the Black Wind Mountain was much vaster than the entire Yunhai mountain chain. When the Yunhai sect had chosen to settle in the Yunhai Mountain, they had probably thought of the fact that the Black Wind Mountain was near. After all, wasn't it a perfect place for cultivators to challenge themselves and test their own strength and abilities? Indeed, hunting and killing ferocious wild beasts enabled them to gather useful items while training and improving their life and death experiences at the same time. "Okay, I accept," said Lin Feng without overthinking his answer. He really wanted to go with them and get stronger by the quickest possible route. "Awesome. That way we are now 5 people. If we run into level 9 ferocious wild beasts, it won't be a big deal." The young girl was obviously happy that Lin Feng had agreed to join them. The strongest cultivator of the group was a young male disciple wearing white robes, who wasn't very talkative. He had reached the 8th chi layer. The other 3 had reached the 7th chi layer. They, including Lin Feng, were all Yunhai sect's disciples. The 3 others had reached the 7th chi layer just like Lin Feng. Therefore, they had at least some talent, unlike his former self. Ferocious wild beasts are divided into 9 levels compared to the 9 chi layers. Therefore, they all hoped not to encounter a level 9 ferocious wild beast, or even stronger, which would put them in a risky and dangerous situation. "Younger brother, that guy there is my fellow disciple Han Man. The girl there is my fellow disciple Jing Yun. And the guy there is my fellow disciple Jing Feng. He is also the strongest cultivator in our group," explained the young man in light green robes. The big and tall young man, called Han Man, and the young girl, called Jing Yun, gave a brief smile to Lin Feng. The toughest of them, the young man wearing white robes, looked at Lin Feng in an apathetic, nonchalant, and indifferent way. "My name is Lin Feng," said Lin Feng while smiling. "Lin Feng, the piece of trash," said the young man wearing white clothes known as Jing Feng. These were the first words he had said since their encounter. Lin Feng gave him a sarcastic smile. "Jing Yun, junior sister, it looks like we've been wasting our time. Dragging him around will be an absolute burden." The other 3 had obviously already heard Lin Feng's name before. There are many Yunhai sect's disciples, and even though they may never have met Lin Feng, they have all heard his name. Lin Feng frowned. The 3 others, considering the awkward situation, looked embarrassed. "Lin Feng, younger brother, Jing Feng is a talented man of high abilities. He has reached the 8th chi layer on the way of cultivation. It is hard for him to put his arrogance aside. Don't lower yourself to his level. Act as if you hadn't heard him. Just ignore his remark. We are here because we want to get together." The tall and young man, called Han Man, comforted Lin Feng against all expectations. He spoke honestly without being afraid of revealing his feelings. "Exactly. My senior fellow is right," said both Qing Yi and Jing Yun, approving their fellow disciples' words. The young man wearing white clothes, Jing Feng, eventually groaned yet said nothing. Lin Feng saw the 3 others were sincere, which comforted his feelings. He also didn't refuse to join them. Thus, the 5 of them left and started walking over to the mountains. They eventually arrived at the Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng, the Black Wind Mountain covers an extremely vast area. I am afraid only Yunhai sect's teachers and most experienced cultivators really know how big it is. We should always stay on the outer edges. Lin Feng nodded. He knew from the beginning that Han Man was a man of wise words and didn't intend to disagree with him whatsoever. The Black Wind Mountain's foliage was dense, filled with grass, trees, thistles and thorns. Its trees were very thick and dense, which allowed for adequate places to hide. It was also a small heaven for ferocious wild beasts. Level 5 Breeze Wolf, catch him, said Han Man suddenly. A pair of shiny eyes could be seen inside a shrub. Qing-Yi pulled out his sword from his back. His sword had the color of the moon. It looked like silver mercury was flowing out of it onto the ground. Tshhh. A light sound was emitted by the Qing-Yi's sword as he stroked the Breeze Wolf's head. He had killed it in one hit. Breeze Wolf, killed in a wonderful way as expected, said Han Man while laughing cheerfully. Han Man went to help Qing-Yi to pick up useful items the level 5 ferocious wild beast contained. Level 5 ferocious wild beast. That's all, said the white-robed and arrogant Jing Feng, in a disdainful and apathetic tone. Lin Feng shook his head when he heard these words. He has only reached the 8th Qi layer. Although he was more than an ordinary cultivator, which did make him talented, he didn't count as a genius of an extraordinary level. Being arrogant and considering everything and everyone as worthless and inferior didn't suit his limited success. They gathered the items and continued walking. Every once in a while, they would meet a ferocious wild beast, but all of them hadn't exceeded level 7, so they were all quite easy to dispose of. Haha! The bag is getting heavier and heavier. We already have 30 to 40 items. The harvest is not too bad, said the tall and sturdy Han Man, who was in charge of carrying the bag. He couldn't help but smile as the weight of the bag increased. But we already walked a few dozen kilometers inside the Black Wind Mountain. We may encounter stronger and stronger ferocious wild animals. We should be careful. If it gets too difficult, we should retreat, reminded Qing-Yi. I understand, replied Han Man while staring into the distance. Level 8 ferocious wild beast. It is a brutal ape, whispered Han Man while looking in the front. The beast that appeared had a colossal body. Brutal apes are known to be extremely violent and famous for having a matchless strength that could rip apart a tiger. It is one of the strongest beasts on the edges of the forest. Jing Feng, I'll stay by your side, Jing Yun said to Jing Feng. A level 8 ferocious wild beast couldn't hurt Jing Feng. He was much stronger than them in comparison. Hee, Jing Yun, why are you worried? It seems that there's someone enjoying the fruits of our work. He hasn't been battling at all. Does he really intend to keep relying on us without moving a single finger? Said Jing Feng harshly while glancing wickedly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed sarcastically. He intended to rely on them without doing anything? He hadn't fought yet because Han Man and Qing-Yi had always taken the initiative to go to the front battle. They had always been the quickest to jump head first into battle. In case of real danger, would he watch with folded arms, without being affected and not lifting one finger? In the case they would meet a level 8 ferocious wild beast, Jing Feng wanted to let Lin Feng fight it. After all, in Jing Feng's eyes, Lin Feng was nothing but a piece of trash. A piece of trash couldn't fight a level 8 beast, which meant the final outcome would be his death. Jing Feng, what do you mean? Except for you, none of us is able to fight a level 8 ferocious wild beast. If you let Lin Feng fight one of them, isn't the same as killing him? Said Qing-Yi, who was obviously not happy to hear what Jing Feng had just said. Not doing anything and sharing our items with us. Isn't it cheap? If he died, wouldn't we have more for ourselves? Said Jing Feng in a disdainful tone. Jing Feng, we came together so we should stick and progress together. Lin Feng trusts us so we must stay together, said Han Man in a clearly bad mood. Huh? If you want to protect him, that's fine, but I don't want to take care of that piece of trash for free, said Jing Feng still in a cold and detached voice. At that moment, the brutal ape was already coming towards them. I will try, said Lin Feng a few steps away from the level 8 ferocious wild beast. That beast's strength was equivalent to that of a cultivator who'd reached the 8th Qi layer. Lin Feng wanted to challenge himself and see who really was the strongest. You can't. If you fight a level 8 ferocious wild beast, you will die, said Jing Yun very worried. Jing Feng, you're too pathetic. Hearing these words, Jing Feng's face became really angry. He looked at Jing Yun's lithe and graceful body in a vicious manner. If you were not a beautiful girl, I would have already disciplined you. I'm coming to help you, said Han Man, while putting down the bag full of items. He then went to Lin Feng's side. Count me in as well, said Qing Yi, doing the same as Han Man. And me as well. Are the three of us able to defeat that ferocious wild beast? Said Jing Yun, silently praying in her head. You are overestimating yourselves and your abilities, said Jin Feng behind them while laughing in an arrogant way. The level 8 brutal ape is a very aggressive and extraordinary strong beast. A few cultivators who have reached the 7th Qi layer cannot defeat such a monster. Lin Feng glanced at those who had joined him and had a warm feeling deep in his heart. He warmly smiled at them, scratching his nose to express his lack of confidence. Lin Feng said, Perhaps. I can't fight this ferocious wild beast. Only perhaps. Lin Feng's words made Jing Yun stupefied the two others. They glanced at Lin Feng with astonishment. Immediately after that, they saw Lin Feng dash forward without hesitation. Lin Feng, this is not the right situation to show off your abilities, Jing Yun said worryingly. Even though they had never seen Lin Feng in a fight, they all knew he was well known for being a piece of trash. Even if these days Lin Feng had been exerting himself to train really hard, his level was at most the same as theirs, but he wanted to see if his strength matched that of a level 8 brutal ape. How could that be possible? It was too late. He had already dashed forward before anyone could stop him. The brutal ape saw that he actually had the audacity and impertinence to move forward to attack. It stamped furiously on the ground with its thick muscular legs, making the ground vibrate under its steps, as its colossal body was speedily advancing towards Lin Feng. The brutal ape had vicious eyes as it charged forward, gaining more speed. It looked like a mountain of thick-furred muscle was trying to charge Lin Feng, creating earthquakes in its path. It seemed that Lin Feng didn't know how strong the level 8 demonic beast was, which made Jing Yun's heart jump with fright. Jing Yun was so frightened that she could barely breathe. The beast was brazenly rushing towards Lin Feng. Jing Yun had the feeling that Lin Feng was going to be trampled and crushed beneath the ape's thick muscular legs. She was so scared that she closed her eyes, unable to watch the horrifying scene. Boom! A titanic shockwave trembled throughout the air. Jing Yun, whose eyes were closed, clearly felt the entire space shake and vibrate. Then, she heard the brutal ape roar in a violent rage. When she opened her eyes, she just saw the brutal ape lying on its back 3 meters away. Lin Feng had silently moved back to her side, looking miraculously unharmed. It seemed it had been no problem at all. How is that possible? Jing Yun couldn't believe her eyes. Lin Feng hadn't suffered the slightest injury during the collision with the brutal ape. She looked at Qing Yi and Han Man only to see that their eyes were as wide open and filled with astonishment just like her. They had seen with their own eyes that Lin Feng had repelled the brutal ape with ease. That scene had shocked them to the core. However, that was a level 8 monster without a basic power of 8,000 gene. It would have been impossible to defeat the brutal ape, let alone defeat it with seemingly no effort. Behind, Jing Feng was also stunned, stumped for words. The piece of trash had repelled a brutal ape? Unbelievable. Level 8 brutal ape. It should have high-quality leather and plenty of thick meat, whispered Lin Feng. These days, he had reached the 7th Qi layer and his practice had solid foundations. Added to that, he had mastered the 9 heavy waves technique, which allowed him the strength of 8,500 gene. Besides, the essence of the 9 heavy waves technique was determined by the accumulation of powerful shock waves combining to produce an explosion of power many times greater than the original waves. Therefore the waves, at the moment when they hit the brutal ape, must have reached an explosive power close to 9,000 gene. At that moment, though, the brutal ape stood back up, letting out a blood-curdling roar and sending itself into a frenzy. Lin Feng dashed forward, closer to the roaring brutal ape. He started using his 9 heavy waves again, and thrust his arm out, emitting a loud boom. The brutal ape's body was colossal, making it impossible to avoid the attack in time. Thus, it had no choice but take the attack head-on and resist as much damage as possible. Let me test my skills on you, said Lin Feng while calmly walking towards the brutal ape. Suddenly his left fist thrust forward. Violent waves began to combine and rush up his arm and out of his fist. Boom! Crack! A violent cracking sound like the snapping of twigs quickly followed. Jing Yun and the others were all astonished at the scene. Brutal ape? At that moment, Lin Feng was even more brutal and beast-like than the brutal ape. Unceasingly punching using his technique 9 heavy waves, showing no signs of stopping. The vibrations in the air were sweeping over several hundred miles. Layer upon layer of insanely oppressive waves were sweeping over the area, which demonstrated to everyone exactly how powerful he was. He's really making full use of the 9 heavy waves technique. He's using it in such a skillful way. The power is on a completely different level. He has brought his technique to the point of perfection, which many are not capable of reaching in this lifetime. Qingyi definitely didn't think Lin Feng could be called a piece of trash. The air is still full of Lin Feng's power. The waves are not stopping. I've heard that understanding how to use and control 9 heavy waves to higher levels is extremely difficult. Lin Feng's natural talent is amazing, said Jing Yun, looking lost in thought. Monstrous, said Han Man, scratching his face and looking gloomy. Bzzzzz. The shaking feeling stopped and the area became calm again. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the 3 others. You guys can pick up the precious items. I am too exhausted. Oh, said Han Man, realizing the brutal ape was already a beaten corpse. His lip was trembling with excitement at the precious materials. Taking all of the precious items from the brutal ape's body required great strength. The skin was extremely thick. Even though it was dead, it was extremely difficult to split its skin open. Lin Feng must have transformed into something not of this world, considering how he had violently slaughtered the brutal ape. Haha! Lin Feng, you're monstrously skillful. Let's just hope we do not come across level 9 ferocious wild beasts though. We might not be able to stop them, Han Man said while laughing cheerfully. He then put the items in the bag and put it on his back. Lin Feng laughed and said, Let's keep moving forward. Perhaps we'll come across some more level 8 ferocious wild beasts. That was just a stroke of luck. That beast couldn't strike back, said a sarcastic voice coming from behind them. They then saw Jing Feng walk past and walk ahead. Jing Feng, you? Jing Yun and the 2 others looked furious. That guy really had a spiteful mouth. Twisting the story like that. The group continued to walk. While Jing Feng was walking in the front and was expecting ferocious wild beasts to come out, allowing him to demonstrate his superior skills. But no living thing would approach. There were no signs of life in any direction. Jing Feng was furious. It seems like something is wrong here, Lin Feng said. That part of the forest, compared to other parts, was exaggeratedly calm and quiet. Something is wrong indeed. Qingyi and the 2 others, who had been walking quite fast, started to slow down and noticed Jing Feng, who was walking ahead, was coming back closer to them. Everyone was looking at Jing Feng, and suddenly a hell wolf appeared in front of him. The wolf had a hideous twisted face. It looked like a demon. Seeing the face of a hell wolf was so unbearable that Jing Yun covered her mouth with both hands. She started shaking out of pure fear. The hell wolf is a level 9 ferocious wild beast. Within the group of ordinary beasts, he is by far the cruelest one. It likes to eat people slowly, one bite after the other, without immediately killing them, which makes your death a long and excruciating 1 inch, said Qingyi with a trembling voice. It seemed that they had just run into the one monster that every cultivator feared the most when coming to the Black Wind Mountain. The Hell Wolf. Not only was the Hell Wolf extremely cruel, but it was also so quick that it was near impossible to escape from it. Piece of trash, we're fighting this one together. You use your 9 heavy waves to distract him, while I look for every opportunity to kill him, said Jing Feng while stepping back towards the others. His voice was deep and forceful. He was obviously talking to Lin Feng. Piece of trash? You want me to come distract him, so that you can find an opportunity to escape with your tail between your legs? Lin Feng said with a grin. You attempted to throw me to my death. You thought I was just going to trust you? You have no choice. Otherwise everyone will die, said Jing Feng, boiling with rage, while continuing to move backwards. I don't think that way though. It seems like you haven't fought yet. You want to live off us without moving a single finger. I am not willing to feed a piece of trash for free though, said Lin Feng, his grin getting bigger. Lin Feng had thrown Jing Feng's own words back in his face. While talking, Lin Feng glanced at the others who were standing by him to make them retreat to a safe distance. Jing Yun and the two others retreated without a second thought. The hell wolf they were facing would only kill them if they confronted him. Besides, Jing Feng's recent behavior had bitterly disappointed them. Free from affectation, they were not going to rush ahead and help. All right, said Jing Feng while looking at them in anger. A sharp slice of air was suddenly formed by a bright and splendid sharp sword which appeared behind Jing Feng's body. Sword spirit. Lin Feng was astounded. No wonder that guy was so arrogant. Amongst all the spirits that existed, the sword spirit was one of the strongest and most powerful spirits. Those who possessed the sword spirit could carry out powerful sword attacks and kill in one hit. Because the sword spirit was a powerful one, many cultivators who didn't possess the sword spirit practiced hard to develop their sword skills. For example, Qing Yi, who possessed a wind spirit, was extremely quick, which enabled him to be skillful and agile at using a sword. The long sword was unsheathed, and such a dazzling gleam shone that it blinded everyone. The hell wolf roared and suddenly threw himself towards the others. Its sharp claws refracted tiny rays of light. The sword, which looked like a rainbow, and the cold sharp claws of the hell wolf collided, emitting a thunderous sharp metallic sound. Its claws are quite sharp, thought Lin Feng to himself. The hell wolf was, as expected, not an ordinary beast. The sharp claws of the hell wolf and the sword had collided with each other. The hell wolf was so powerful that its strength had thrown Jing Feng 10 meters backwards. A big crater appeared where they clashed. Jing Feng had obviously endured an exceptionally powerful attack. As the hell wolf's claws were about to touch the ground, it had already jumped again, not allowing Jing Feng chance to relax. It moved fast as a lightning. Jing Feng moved his sword, letting neither wind nor rain pass through to him in a pattern that looked similar to a spider web. He then stepped back and found out that the hell wolf had eventually disappeared from his sight. Above, Jing Feng was absolutely horrified. He had absolutely no hesitation. He threw his long sword high in the air and rapidly moved back. Bastard! Cursed Jing Yun. Jing Feng simply couldn't win against the hell wolf, so he threw his sword and escaped without caring about the others. If I die, you will die too. Jing Feng's facial expression was hideous. He went towards them. Fuck off, Lin Feng said, and used his 9 heavy waves and thrust his fist towards Jing Feng. You? Lin Feng's waves were so powerful that Jing Feng got thrown back. Immediately after that, Jing Feng gave a blood-curdling scream. The hell wolf's claws were deep into his back. Blood splashed and he fell down onto the ground. You want to die? Said Lin Feng, whose facial expression was ice-cold. If you abandoned others, they'd abandon you. In Lin Feng's case, if you attacked him, he'd strike back. Ow wow woo. The hell wolf was howling. He let loose wild shrieks and howls. His claws were still on Jing Feng's body on the ground. It was not hurrying to kill Jing Feng. The hell wolf's cold eyes were looking at Lin Feng, which gave everyone the chills. What's to be done? The wolf is hurting him but not killing him because it likes to kill its prey slowly. It likes to make its prey suffer to an extreme extent, said Qing Yi while looking at Jing Feng, seeing that he was unable to fight it anymore. It gave Qing Yi a dreadful sensation. What is the hell wolf's weakness? Asked Lin Feng. Suddenly Qing Yi looked at Lin Feng in a surprised way. The hell wolf is a very quick attacker. Its attacks are strong and powerful. Can't protect itself very well. Its neck is especially vulnerable, but it can use its sharp claws to protect itself. If you want to reach its neck, you must deal with its claws first, said Qing Yi while his forehead was dripping with sweat. Lin Feng's 9 heavy waves could cover a large area and had an insanely strong power. 9 heavy waves wasn't a quick attack. For him to avoid the hell wolf's claws and reach its neck seemed like an impossible task. They were trapped. If they tried to escape, the hell wolf would catch them with ease. They could only stay and watch as they one by one were tortured to death. Lin Feng, to everyone's surprise, took a step forward accidentally while still in thought. The hell wolf's ears pricked, and it was now coldly glaring at the group, its razor-sharp claws dripping blood. Arg! Lin Feng had noticed his mistake while stepping forwards. He had just made a small step. It scared Jing Yun gulped as the fear welled up in her throat. What did Lin Feng intend to do? The Hell Wolf was the second cruelest beast after the Soul Spirit beast. Even some of the most skilled cultivators who reached the 9th Qi layer would have no other choice but to run and escape from a Hell Wolf. Without taking the time to tell them what he was about to do, Lin Feng had started running towards the Hell Wolf, gaining more and more speed with each step. Seeing what was happening, Jing Yun was overcome with fear. The others were also terrified beyond belief. Ah woo-woo! The Hell Wolf started howling in surprise when it saw Lin Feng was running directly towards him. The Hell Wolf's demon-like face looked hideous. Its eyes were gleaming with an extremely cold light. The sight would chill even experienced warriors. The Hell Wolf, whose claws were still slowly piercing in and out of Jing Feng's body, jumped in the air with a blood-curdling howl. Its body slowly turned black and a brilliant white light began glowing over its body, covering its whole black body in a white radiance. Lin Feng, come back, shouted Jing Yun, but it was already too late. Lin Feng started using his moonlight feather agility, and his speed sharply increased to reach the highest speed possible. Qing Yi and Han Man were so frightened that they were frozen stiff. Their hearts were beating so fast that it seemed like time had stopped for a moment. They did not have any time to realize what was happening before the fight had already started. An amazingly bright meteor-like streak suddenly appeared in the air in front of the wolf. When the light vanished, it seemed like time had stopped. Lin Feng had stopped moving. All signs of life were gone. The Hell Wolf landed triumphantly with a growl. Silence. Jing Yun's hands were covering her mouth. She looked on at the scene terrified. Lin Feng was actually dead. It was suddenly so quiet. Garei-wu. The Hell Wolf fell down on its side with shock filling its eyes. On its neck was a mark, which looked like an extremely thin red silk thread out of which was flowing a small endless stream of blood. The Hell Wolf died, said Han Man and Qing Yi while looking at the scene before them, gasping with astonishment. Lin Feng, how do you feel? Asked Jing Yun, whose voice was febrile, while looking at Lin Feng, who was still standing on his feet but no longer moving. Not even a sign of breath could be seen. Jing Yun's voice dropped in intensity. Qing Yi and Han Man were also very nervous to see Lin Feng like that. They had seldom been that nervous. Finally, Lin Feng moved. He slowly turned around. His eyes were sparkling and he was grinning wholeheartedly. I'm fine, said Lin Feng, spreading his arms out in a stretching motion. He remembered the instant he had attacked. Sword unsheathing. It had looked a silver firefly streaking across the sky. It was lightning fast with such unbelievable power. One of the prerequisites of the sword unsheathing skill was, of course, to be faster than the opponent. Phew! Jing Yun let out a sigh of relief. They could finally relax again. They had the feeling that they were back to themselves, the same as when they originally met Lin Feng in the mountains. Instead of talking, they were looking at Lin Feng as if he was a monster. Why are you looking at me like that? Said Lin Feng, embarrassed while scratching his face. The way they were looking at him made him feel like he had forgotten to put on clothes. It was unnerving. Metamorphosis. Han Man, whose teeth were clenched, said only that one word. Lin Feng was quite puzzled by the fact that Ying Jun and Qing Yi were solemnly nodding, showing that they felt the same as Han Man. Lin Feng, you have a sword spirit. Qing Yi obviously knew that the light which streaked through the air a moment ago had been caused by a sword. Only a sword could have been that quick. You're misunderstanding. I just learned a sword skill, nodded Lin Feng. Only those who had the sword spirit and a powerful sword could master sword skills. I'm misunderstanding? How could it be that you don't have a sword spirit? Asked Qing Yi, showing obvious suspicion. I really don't have a sword spirit, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Qing Yi breathed in a mouthful of cold air. How could someone who didn't have a sword spirit use a sword at the speed of lightning? Lin Feng's skills were terrifying. For example, his 9 heavy waves technique. He could already master that technique at the highest possible level of achievement. I am suspecting you are able to practice and use skills belonging to all categories. Am I right? Asked Qing Yi, forcing a timid smile while shaking his head. He hadn't asked what Lin Feng's spirit was, though. After all, there were some people whose spirits were so strong and powerful that it enabled them to use skills belonging to different categories. Those kind of people would not share the true identity of their spirits. Besides, Lin Feng hadn't even used his spirit so far. Therefore, it made it difficult for Qing Yi to guess what Lin Feng's spirit was. Lin Feng was just smiling. At that moment, it indeed seemed like Lin Feng was able to learn and practice any kind of skill. Besides, it also seemed that he had a strong learning ability. A level 9 ferocious wild beast. This time we're collecting lots of precious items, said Han Man with a smile on his face. He took out his dagger and started carving up the precious materials from the body of the beast while talking. Lin Feng, you killed that hell wolf on your own. If you hadn't been here, then we'd be dead by now. These materials are yours and only yours. Jing Yun. Qing Yi, you have no objection to that, right? Qing Yi and Jing Yun smiled and agreed. If Ling Feng hadn't been there, they would have died a cruel and horrifying death. I don't agree. Everything we picked up from the beasts until now should be divided equally among the 4 of us, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. When the others thought he was a weak cultivator, they made him walk behind them. Even though the entire reward could be his for killing the hell wolf on his own, Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who saw profit and forgot morality. They all saw Lin Feng had determination in his eyes and nodded one after the other and said, "All right, you guys seem like you've forgotten about me," said a weak voice. It was Jing Feng. Who else could it be? Jing Feng had been attacked by the hell wolf and his back had been shredded into pieces. The hell wolf had trampled him and crushed his bones. At that moment, Jing Feng was unable to get back on his feet and was looking up at Lin Feng and the others from his pitiful state on the ground. "Damn it! Get lost," said Han Man, extremely aggressively cursing at Jing Feng. Not only had that bastard let them fight against the brutal ape alone, even though it was extremely dangerous, but he was also the one who had led the hell wolf towards them and had forced them to deal with it even though they could have died. "Let's go. He can put his life in the hands of the gods," said Jing Yun, who was furious. As the 4 of them were about to leave, they heard Jing Feng say in a ghastly tone, "You guys shouldn't forget that my older brother knows that we came to the Black Wind Mountain together. If I die and that you get out of here alive, what is my brother going to think?" Han Man and the others stopped walking and turned around looking at Jing Feng with hesitation. "The best solution is for you to bring me back and share the precious items with me. Otherwise, you will die." "What's going on?" asked Lin Feng. That guy was half dead yet still insane enough to arrogantly threaten them. His brother, Jing Hao, is one of the best disciples, currently 6th on the rankings. He's an extremely powerful cultivator who has reached the 9th Qi layer. He also has a sword spirit. He's extremely strong, explained Qing Yi to Lin Feng, who immediately understood. Lin Feng started walking and went towards Jing Feng with an ice-cold smile on his face. "Trash, help me get up," said Jing Feng, ordering Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied and with something like a smile yet not a smile on his face said to Jing Feng, "I really admire your courage." Lin Feng's voice dropped. He unsheathed his soft sword. Lin Feng was emitting a cold blood-chilling glare. "What are you going to do?" asked Jing Feng, feeling oppressed from head to foot, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Lin Feng!" shouted Qing Yi. Jing Hao was an amazing disciple, the 6th best cultivator of the sect. He was extremely strong. Even though Lin Feng was extremely strong as well, his level was still low after all. Qing Yi didn't think that Lin Feng could offend Jing Hao. Lin Feng looked at Qing Yi and the 2 others and asked them, "In view of his behavior, do you think that if we rescue him, he will just let us off?" The group's faces all instantly froze. Cold sweat was flowing down their back. Indeed, Jing Feng's expression was obviously revealing that if they rescued him, he was most likely planning something sinister. "We have never offended him. He thinks he is always in the right. Then he'll make false charges against us again. That will be our end. Not only has he not mended his attitude, but he also ordered us to save him. On top of that, he also wants us to equally share all our items with him. Do you still want to save such a person?" Lin Feng patiently explained these things to them. Even though they were all precocious, they were all only 15 to 16 after all. Lin Feng, who had gone through a lot, in his previous and current life, had more experience. The three others all nodded to what Lin Feng had said. They were indeed scared that if they brought Jing Feng back, Jing Hao would seek revenge for Jing Feng. Lin Feng turned around, looked at Jing Feng and saw that he was, at last, frightened. "I swear that if you bring me back, I will not seek revenge, and also I will not ask you to share any of the gathered items," said Jing Feng while crawling pathetically on the floor. "It's too late." Lin Feng unsheathed his sword, which flashed in a dazzling gleam, and cut off Jing Feng's throat. When your life is at stake, who would trust your words? If only Jing Feng had seen his errors earlier, he may have received mercy. Lin Feng was looking at Jing Feng. His eyes were open, but no life could be seen. They just stared at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Of course, on such a journey, blood and corpses were hardly avoidable things, but he was still inexperienced. "If Jing Hao comes and looks for you, tell him the truth. Tell him that I'm the one who killed Jing Feng," said Lin Feng, looking indifferent while smiling. Lin Feng was not scared of Jing Hao just because he had reached the 9th Qi layer. Looking at Lin Feng as if he was an unreachable hero, Han Man grinned. "We're like brothers. You killed Jing Feng. We would not have had the conviction to act. We will all share the responsibility for it. People may call me many things, but no one has ever called me a coward." He had easily grasped the real reason why Lin Feng had killed Jing Feng. He had done everything with his own hands as he didn't want to get them involved in any future trouble. Han Man felt true admiration for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was true and his kind actions made his pure intentions easily seen through. "Exactly. If there are consequences, then we can share the burden together. Besides, Yun Hai sect's disciples are not permitted to kill each other, so we are safe within the sect. Even if Jing Hao was suspicious that we had killed Jing Feng, he could not retaliate," Qing Yi determined. "Do not forget about me. I am also with Lin Feng until the end," said Jing Yun, blushing. Her smile was particularly beautiful at this moment. "All right," said Lin Feng, happy to have made such good friends. Qing Yi was right. Even though the Yun Hai sect didn't mind things happening outside of the sect, they had still imposed strict restrictions within the sect in order to stop anyone causing any problems. Lin Feng crouched down and started searching Jing Feng's body, looking for the things he had been carrying. He took out a book. It was a skill book. Roaring Thunder, Sword Skill. Lin Feng opened the skill book while whispering the name of the skill. Roaring Thunder was a yellow-level skill. If the skill was mastered to perfection, each hit would look like a lightning strike followed by an explosive roar of thunder. The roar would travel in the trajectory of the sword with tremendous destructive power. Roaring Thunder is a sword skill from the Xingchun Pavilion. Jing Feng's two brothers had recommended this to practice. It is a powerful skill but is particularly hard to learn and master to the point where you can always make roars of thunder appear. I also practiced that skill, but I failed to grasp its concept. My power when using it is limited, explained Qing Yi. Qing Yi was training to become a sword cultivator. Therefore, he had read many of the sword skill books previously. Lin Feng simply nodded. He had only been practicing 3 skills. 9 heavy waves as both an offensive and a defensive technique, the indispensable movement technique Moonlight Feather Agility, and sword unsheathing, which enabled him to swiftly strike with monstrous killing power. If he practiced Roaring Thunder, he could combine it harmoniously with 9 heavy waves and at the same time achieve a new power which could possibly overcome the sword unsheathing skill. "Are we going back now?" Jing Yun asked Lin Feng. These days, they all considered Lin Feng as the leader of the group. "Since we're already here, why hurry back? Wouldn't it be better to look for more ferocious beasts to hunt?" said Lin Feng, who didn't want to go back to the sect early. In the Black Wind Mountain, he could get battle experience and practice the Roaring Thunder skill at the same time. Wasn't it much better this way? The others didn't have anything to fear by staying. Lin Feng was there with them. Provided they didn't run into extremely strong, ferocious beasts, they wouldn't be in any danger, especially now that Lin Feng had shown his true power. There was no need to hurry back to the sect. If we could get some profound pills in exchange for the materials we have collected, that'd be good, said Jing Yun, looking forward to harvesting more ferocious beasts. A profound pill was a pill which helped improve a cultivator's training and enabled them to reach higher chi layers. It was an extremely useful item for cultivators. However, it required killing lots of ferocious beasts in order to get a single profound pill. Items which were tradable for a profound pill could only be found in higher-level ferocious beasts, making it extremely dangerous. Lin Feng's eyes were shining. He remembered how useful a single profound pill could be to lower-level disciples. Even though he was able to defeat level 8 ferocious beasts with little effort, he was still at the 7th chi layer, which was still only an average level within the disciples. If he could reach the next chi layer, he maybe wouldn't have to rely on the sword unsheathing skill anymore and would be able to defeat a cultivator who had already reached the 9th chi layer. 5 days later, in the middle of the thick and dense forest, powerful roars were heard from Ling Feng's sword. Small explosive sounds were crackling in the air all around. The sounds produced by the sword still made Jing Yun jump from fright. Boom, boom. Trees were splintering and bursting apart from contact with the thunderous roars. Lin Feng was using his sword so gracefully and elegantly that it seemed like the sword was dancing in the air. You would not be able to tell from a glance that his sword held such a terrifying power. Being able to use the roaring thunder skill like this after 5 days, "He really is a monster," said Qingyi while making a wry smile and observing from a safe distance. He had also practiced sword skills and had already practiced the roaring thunder sword skill. He knew how difficult it was to use. Lin Feng had been practicing for 5 days and every single hit produced a loud explosive sound. That was an astonishing achievement. Qingyi's heart was feeling heavy watching this. Don't compare yourself with Lin Feng. He is using a clouded leopard as part of his training, said Han Man with both hands crossed over his chest, while looking at the fight between Lin Feng and the clouded leopard. What made Lin Feng so terrifying is that he could have killed the ferocious beast at any time, but instead was using it for training. He was so quick at using the sword that it seemed like an invisible wall appeared in front of him, blocking anything which approached. Even if the clouded leopard was extremely quick, there was no way it could match Lin Feng's speed. "Haa!" shouted Lin Feng cheerfully, while stabbing the clouded leopard in the head, causing its head to rumble, then violently explode into pieces. Lin Feng sheathed his sword with a smile. He was extremely satisfied with the roaring thunder skill. The skill had reached a level now where it made the roaring sound with each strike. If Lin Feng managed to perfectly master the skill, it would be even stronger than 9 heavy waves. Its biggest advantage was that it was an attack of pure oppressive force. Lin Feng's face looked delicate and his facial features gave a handsome yet gentle feeling. In comparison with what he looked like in his previous life, he looked more refined. Han Man started picking up the precious items from the corpse of the leopard while mumbling that his original intention was to come to improve his own skills, hunt and kill some ferocious beasts, but now he was just collecting the precious items Lin Feng had left behind. He was not unhappy though, as he was benefiting a lot from watching Lin Feng fight against level 7 and 8 ferocious beasts. "Han Man, how many profound pills can we get in exchange of the materials we collected from the beasts?" Lin Feng asked. 13 at least, said Han Man, whose eyes were filled with excitement. They hadn't imagined that they would collect so many items. That was all thanks to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, then it would have been difficult to kill level 7 ferocious beasts. "Very good, we can each have 3 profound pills. We can exchange the other materials for useful items or weapon. Now we can go back to the sect and enjoy our hard work." Profound pellets were a very efficient way to increase a person's power on the path of cultivation. Pills were most effective the first 3 times. After each pill, the qi within the body would begin to show resistance. The first pill would cause the body to overflow with qi, and the probability to reach the next qi layer would be extremely high. Each following pill, the effect would greatly decrease, and after the third, the pill effects would be minimal. 3 profound pills. Han Man and the others were all extremely happy. There were many pills to choose from, and they would have the opportunity to cultivate to the 8th chi layer with the help of pills. Within the Yunhai sect, the lowest cultivators are at the 5th chi layer. Disciples who had reached the 7th chi layer were also considered average. Only those who had reached the 8th chi layer received the full benefits from the sect. During those days with Lin Feng, they had started to understand his personality and how he acted. He was determined on his path of cultivation, and had an incredible godlike aura which radiated from him at all times. "Let's go back," said Lin Feng. The first thing they did after returning to the sect was go and exchange their precious items for 12 profound pills, which each of them were given 3. Lin Feng also exchanged some extra materials for a long sword. Han Man got himself a new axe. Qing Yi exchanged items for 2 earth profound pills which would strengthen one's basics on the foundation of cultivation. Qing Yi was finally aware that the foundation of his cultivation was not strong enough. What Jing Yun exchanged with her items somewhat surprised Lin Feng. Beauty pills. These profound pills were used to make a woman more attractive and beautiful. If an evil woman used beauty pills, they would not have a great effect as it would reflect the nature of their qi essence. Jing Yun, however, was a very pure and innocent girl, and it would have an increased effect on her beauty. Lin Feng didn't understand why she had chosen beauty pills, as she was already incredibly beautiful to him. "Why are you looking at me that way?" Jing Yun asked Lin Feng, who could not stop staring at her. She couldn't help but blush and look away. "Nothing, it's just that you're already very beautiful. I do not feel you should change in any way," said Lin Feng, who suddenly looked very embarrassed before starting to laugh awkwardly. Since Jing Yun had chosen the beauty pill, who was he to intervene? "Lin Feng, do you plan to go back?" Han Man asked Lin Feng. He was thinking that if they had the opportunity, Lin Feng and he could go back to Black Wind Mountain together and collect even more materials. "Let's practice and improve our skills first. I think being at the 7th chi layer is still too low within the sect," said Lin Feng. It was indeed only enough to be considered average by others. "Indeed, we all need to improve our skills as cultivators. Lin Feng, considering your current strength, you can go anywhere to practice. I don't think anyone would stop you," said Han Man, shaking his head. He then recommended a distant place where there was an immense canyon. It was Yun Han sect's most famous place, Stormy Gorge. The Yun Hai sect was surrounded by 8 extremely high mountain peaks. In the middle of the Yun Hai sect's mountain peaks was the Stormy Gorge, which had a deepest point of a few hundred meters. It covered extremely vast area and was divided into several areas like an underground city. The gorge was vast and many different landscapes could be seen within. If you entered it, maybe you'd end up in the middle of a forest or possibly a desert oasis. Provided they didn't enter the gorge looking for people to fight. No matter what their level, the Yun Hai sect would encourage its disciples to go and gather near-death experiences. Only the strongest of disciples would enter the Stormy Gorge. Being weak and still entering would just lead to certain death. Therefore, Yun Hai sect's disciples who hadn't at least reached the 8th chi layer wouldn't dare go to the Stormy Gorge. Besides, there was another place deep inside the Stormy Gorge called the Life or Death Arena. Provided a disciple voluntarily set a foot into the Life or Death Arena, they could fight to the death over a grudge, and if they accidentally got killed, the Yun Hai sect would not get involved. While direct killing was not allowed here, once beaten within an inch of their life, it was near impossible to return safely. Some people would even secretly kill wounded disciples as they attempted to return to the sect. If you had enough power, you could even publicly kill another disciple and the sect would turn a blind eye. The people who would enter the Life or Death Arena had their family members or best friends killed and were unable to live without getting revenge. "Of course I will go," said Lin Feng, looking towards the area where the Stormy Gorge was located. Observing a crowd of people on the horizon heading towards the gorge, his expression changed greatly as he remembered the past. If it had been when Lin Feng had only reached the 5th chi layer and people still could call him a piece of trash, he would have had no choice but to watch the fighting in the Stormy Gorge from a distance while avoiding all other disciples. 3 days after returning, Lin Feng was sitting in his room meditating. He could sense the vital qi of heaven and earth much more clearly. A thin mist had appeared in the air of his room, emanating a faint multicolored glow. Floating near Lin Feng's body was the illusory dark spirit, and it seemed to be absorbing the essence of the universe and combining itself with the universe's power. If Lin Feng had been able to see his spirit then, he would have noticed that his dark spirit had become more defined and was taking on the shape of a human figure. At that moment, the vital qi of heaven and earth surrounding Lin Feng suddenly penetrated and flooded his whole body, rushing towards his dantian. His eyes opened, completely shocked at what had occurred because an abnormal essence had penetrated into him and was circulating within his body. The vital qi which had invaded his body had caused him to break through to the 8th qi layer. I ate the 3 profound pills and finally reached the 8th qi layer. Lin Feng thought to himself with a smile. He was initially at the 7th qi layer but was not close to reaching an advancement anytime soon. There was still a large distance to cover on the path of cultivation to reach the 8th qi layer. 3 profound pills was the price for him to reach the next level, but it was worth it. Now if I battled with a cultivator of the 9th qi layer, I should be able to come up with a way to defeat them. When he was still at the 7th qi layer, his 9 heavy waves had the energy of 8,500 Jin and roaring thunder could reach a destructive energy of 9,000 Jin. However, against cultivators who had reached the 9th qi layer, he would have had no chance and could at most delay his own death. Now he could confidently engage in a battle with them, knowing if he didn't win he could at least escape to fight again another day. With a deep breath and after patting down his robe, Lin Feng left his room. It was a beautiful autumn day and the sun was shining brightly above him. He had a pleasant feeling of warmness all around. Lowly trash. You finally made up your mind to die and crawled out from under your rock. Lin Feng's good mood was ruined by the voice he heard. Lin Heng. Lin Feng said while looking to his side. He saw Lin Heng 10 meters away from him with arms folded, arrogantly showing Lin Feng his back without fear. As a rule, Yun Hai sect's disciples were not allowed to force their way into other disciples' rooms. Many disciples preferred to cultivate in their room, and being disturbed by others could have serious consequences on their cultivation. Therefore Lin Heng hadn't dared break the sect's rules to disturb Lin Feng in his room, and he had been waiting outside for 2 days. Turning around, Lin Heng stared coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Heng's eyes revealed his murderous intentions. It had been 3 days since Lin Heng had received a letter from his parents in which they said that Lin Feng, the piece of trash, had injured his little brother Lin Yun. They also said he had humiliated and insulted his father and little brother during the meeting of elders. Lin Heng had been planning a way to once again trick Lin Feng. Piece of trash, I heard that nearly dying gave you a small boost in strength. With your little power, would you dare come to the stormy gorge and help me settle my grudge by killing you? Said Lin Heng in a mocking tone. Lin Feng's face was calm, but inside he had a cold smile on his face. Last time he had been tricked by Lin Heng into going to the stormy gorge, he had been beaten to the brink of death. He hadn't killed him though, because the Yun Hai sect had a rule which stipulated fellow disciples who entered the life or death arena were not allowed to directly kill each other. Many disciples would leave opponents with only an inch of life remaining. Many would die on their way to receive medical treatment, and the lucky ones would not die but be maimed for life. He had already killed the Lin Feng of this world using that method. At that time Lin Feng was nothing but trash who was only at the 5th qi layer, compared to Lin Heng who had reached the 8th qi layer, who would have cared even if he outright killed the trash. The strong were the ones who dictated the rules here. The strong killed the weak, this was the law of this world. Any rule could be broken with enough strength, but the law of the world remained the same. My time for revenge has come so quickly. This must be fate, thought Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. Lin Heng had killed Lin Feng's in the past. Lin Feng was going to avenge his previous self. Lin Feng started walking towards the life or death arena. Trash, coward, you don't dare? Said Lin Heng sarcastically, seeing that Lin Feng was ignoring him. Didn't you say we're going to the stormy gorge? Said Lin Feng apathetically, leaving Lin Heng stupefied. A small and cruel smile appeared on Lin Heng's mouth. A piece of trash was always just a piece of trash. He barely survived with his luck and is stupid enough to fight me again? This time he would not give Lin Feng even a small chance to survive. Even though he wasn't going to kill Lin Feng in the stormy gorge, he would wait for him to come out injured and kill him in secret before he could receive medical treatment. In order to go to the stormy gorge, one had to travel down numerous steep cliffs. At the entrance to Stormy Gorge were iron chains hanging down the cliff face. If a cultivator was not strong enough to jump down, then he would use the chains to climb down. Considering Lin Feng's abilities, he was able to jump down the cliff, but he wasn't going to show his skills because if Lin Heng saw, Lin Heng would notice how strong Lin Feng was and would run away like a scared dog. He did not want to miss this rare opportunity and grabbed the iron chains to climb down. Trash will always be trash. You still need help to enter the stormy gorge, said Lin Heng with a mocking smile. Lin Heng looked down and jumped, soaring through the air like a rock. His movement skills made him so light that it seemed he could fly. As he was about to land, with a flip he smashed his feet deep into the earth beneath and came to an immediate halt. "Incredible, who was that?" said the people who had just seen Lin Heng land. They couldn't help but gasp in admiration. "I know him, it's Lin Heng who has reached the 8th chi layer. He's extremely strong," said another disciple. Cultivators' vision and sense of hearing would become extremely developed as they transformed with each new level. Those disciples could see Lin Heng even though they were 100 meters above the gorge looking in. They had finally arrived at the life or death arena. There was no grass or trees, only a sand-covered landscape with large rocks piercing the surface of the sand like small mountains. Some Yunhai sect's disciples were passing by and couldn't help but stop and watch when they saw Lin Heng and Lin Feng. They wanted to see a fight which could be the end of another cultivator. "Hee, I really wouldn't have thought that a piece of trash like you would dare come. Last time you nearly died, but today I will make sure you return in a coffin," said Lin Heng while laughing. His laugh was flippant and impudent. Lin Heng wanted to come to the stormy gorge and kill Lin Feng, but he never thought Lin Feng would agree a second time. "You can always try if you have the ability," said Lin Feng, who felt saying any more would be wasted breath. "A piece of trash like you dares say some insane things just because you defeated my little brother Lin Yun. I will show you today that a cultivator who has reached the 8th chi layer has a strength which makes him capable of anything. Lin Feng, you are the same piece of trash as before." Lin Heng was moving towards Lin Feng while shouting these words. He tried to give Lin Feng a simple punch to the face. One punch would be enough to finish this battle. The beating would come after. Lin Feng lifted his hand to stop the punch with his palm. Lin Heng couldn't help but laugh coldly. That piece of trash had suddenly used the palm of his hand to stop his punch. Was that even possible? "Let me break your hand." A brilliant white light from Lin Heng's hand and was pouring out of Lin Heng's fist. He wanted to use his fist to crush Lin Feng's palm beyond repair. "Dream on," said Lin Feng calmly. A shockingly powerful strength came out of his palm. At that moment Lin Heng had the impression he was standing before an ocean of boundless powerful waves. The waves were overwhelmingly oppressive and violent. Not only had Lin Heng lost all his strength and arrogance, but at the same time the waves were crashing down onto his arms. His right hand had already started to swell and turn purple from the pressure. "How is that possible?" said Lin Heng, confused. He had the feeling that his hand was being crushed by a powerful invisible force. His entire body was being crushed and the extreme power of the waves was still increasing. He needed to escape quickly. "You think you can run with your tail between your legs?" Lin Feng's face was ice cold. The palm of his hand closely pressed against Lin Heng's fist. He was following Lin Heng, not allowing even the slightest increase in distance between them. Crack! A loud spine-chilling sound could be heard all around. Lin Heng felt an incomparable pain in his entire arm, as if his bones were cracking and would explode at any moment. He wanted to pull his arm away, but he couldn't. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't. Lin Feng was overpowering him in both strength and speed. The gap between them was so great. This was simply a slaughter. They were so close to each other that Lin Heng could see every detail of Lin Feng's face clearly. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and a wicked grin was painted across his face. Lin Heng suddenly felt his knees go weak with fear. Was Lin Feng only toying with him? When had that piece of trash surpassed him? Lin Heng just wanted to give up and run away. "How should I finish this?" said Lin Feng while laughing a bone-chilling laugh. Lin Feng's 9 heavy waves technique was crashing out violently, and Lin Heng was being crushed by the waves of which the power reached 9,500 Jin. It felt like his entire arm was being crushed by a giant python. Crunch! Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he hit the floor. A violent pain spread throughout his forearm and he could not bear such unimaginable pain. His bones had cracked and the muscles were torn beyond repair. "You're my uncle's 3rd son. You're my cousin. But your side of the family and Lin Ba Dao act secretly together to carry out such despicable deeds. You know nothing of love and affection, insulting and humiliating me over and over again. You even came here to murder me a second time. You are pitiless and heartless, so don't blame me for being merciless and cruel. Lin Feng was looking at Lin Heng on the ground as he said these very cold words. If someone wanted to take Lin Feng's life, his philosophy would be a tooth for a tooth, no matter who the person was. No. I am your cousin. Please spare me. Lin Heng could feel Lin Feng's ruthlessness all over his body. At that moment he could clearly feel the killing intent directed towards him. Lin Heng was terrified. When you tried to kill me, did we stop being cousins? Lin Feng said sharply, then bombarded Lin Heng's dantian with the 9 heavy waves technique. Suddenly Lin Heng gave a blood-curdling screech as his face became pale. I have crippled your cultivation. Now you can live your life being called trash, like you always did to me. Lin Feng said coldly, then turned around and left. Not far away, some cultivators who had reached the 8th chi layer saw how ruthless Lin Feng had been in that battle. Lin Feng did not approach them, but they each hid away to avoid conflict. If they angered Lin Feng, would he also cripple their cultivation? They did not wish to find out, as a life with crippled cultivation was a life filled with suffering and agony. Lin Feng, you dared to cripple my cultivation. You will not get away with this, said Lin Heng maliciously while burning with rage. He was furious as he had become a piece of trash himself. He hated Lin Feng's father from the bottom of his heart. He regretted the whole situation, but he didn't want to wait for his revenge. He would immediately seek help from his cousin, a girl called Lin Qian who had already reached the Ling Qi layer and her spirit had awoken. In the Hao Yu sect, she had already been recognized as a powerful disciple. Lin Qian knew that Lin Feng's father had hurt her father Lin Ba Dao during their last meeting. Lin Qian had already prepared to come to the Yunhai sect to kill Lin Feng herself. What a pity that he had tried to kill Lin Feng himself. Lin Heng hated everything. He hated himself for having failed, and he hated the future he would have with a crippled cultivation. He would make sure Lin Feng suffered a fate much worse than his own. In the city of Yangzhou was the Lin's family house. Lin Hai was sitting alone in one of the rooms, longingly staring at a portrait on the wall. It was the portrait of an extremely beautiful woman. Her eyes were a deep blue like a calm ocean. Shockingly, there was a ferocious beast which was wrapped around her shoulders. It looked like a snake, but that was not the impression it would give. It held its head high, looking down at everything as if an ancient god looking down at the insignificant creatures below. Its eyes from this portrait alone would burn deeply into your soul and leave a lasting impression. Meng He, it looks like little Lin Feng has finally become an adult. I see more of you inside him every day, and he even inherited your spirit. Maybe he doesn't know what the spirit means, but by the time his spirit awakens, he will see how great a gift his mother has given him. The day will come when that useless snake spirit will shake the world. Our son was never trash. He always had the potential for true greatness hidden inside of him. Lin Hai, standing in front of the portrait, murmured to himself with an expression full of love and also a strange sadness. They all think that I have lost my memory, but I could never forget you in my lifetime. When Lin Feng's spirit awakens, I will tell him everything. Soon he will enter the empire and follow his destined path. Lin Hai's eyes showed a strong emotion welling up inside him. He once had doubts that his son would ever be able to awaken the spirit. His son was not ordinary, and now he could finally see him unlocking the potential which lay hidden inside his body. Lin Hai was convinced Lin Feng's spirit would awaken shortly. Lin Feng naturally didn't know the secret hidden by his parents. He had no memories of his mother. Lin Hai had never told Lin Feng anything about his snake spirit. Lin Feng had crippled Lin Heng's cultivation, which made him feel relieved, as if a weight in his heart had been lifted. It meant that the last of old Lin Feng's regrets before his death had vanished. He had finally gotten his revenge. Lin Feng wasn't going to leave immediately when he could practice and gain some more experience in the Stormy Gorge. Every person that came into the Stormy Gorge did it with the sole purpose of fighting to become stronger. Even if he didn't take the initiative to go and provoke others, he was convinced others would come to fight him. "It's you," said a cold and detached voice. Lin Feng looked around looking for the voice and saw a beautiful female body. Every curve seemed to be imprinted in his memories. Even though he couldn't see the face, the silhouette was enchanting. Lin Feng had some doubts as the girl was wearing a mask to hide her identity. He didn't know many people in the Yun Hai sect. He knew Han Man, Qing Yi as well as Jing Yun. That person obviously couldn't be any of them. Could it be someone he knew as the old Lin Feng? Lin Feng was confused. Last time we met you ran away at such speed that even I couldn't follow. Shall we test how good your escape skills are now we are out in the open with nowhere to run? Said the girl in front of him, laughing coldly. The girl took an arrow from her quiver and grabbed the bow which was strapped on her back. Lin Feng immediately knew why he had recognized her. He remembered everything. She was Lu Fei, the girl from the hot spring in the mountains. Lin Feng firmly remembered her name because Lu Fei's arrow filled with killing intent had nearly ended his life on their last encounter. She was not going to give him a chance to escape. She knew he was hiding his power before, so she immediately used her spirit. Lin Feng could feel that her spirit was targeting him, and he was slowly being locked as its target. The bow is the weapon of choice for long-range fighters, however the bow has no ability in close-quarters combat. If I close the distance between us, it will be harder for her weapon to show its true potential, thought Lin Feng. He had absolutely no hesitation and dashed towards Lu Fei with a shocking speed. You really want to face me in close combat? Said Lu Fei, laughing sarcastically. She pulled the arrow and in an instant it shot from the bow. The arrow created an incredible pressure accompanied with a hissing sound. The bowstring was still shaking with a buzzing sound. Clang! Lin Feng unsheathed the sword from his back. 9 heavy waves. Roaring thunder. 9 heavy waves was pouring out from Lin Feng's left hand and shooting outwards. The power of the arrow weakened with each wave that it collided with. Then, as the combined power of 9 heavy waves and roaring thunder struck, the arrow lifelessly cracked in two and fell onto the ground. Moonlight feather agility. His body didn't stop for even a fraction of a second. He kept moving closer while using his 9 heavy waves technique to disrupt the air around him. His moonlight feather agility technique was extremely smooth, as if he had already used it a million times before. Lu Fei did not only have a beautiful face, but she also had a powerful combat strength. She was the 8th on the list of disciple rankings. She knew Lin Feng wanted to close the distance, so she had jumped back immediately after having shot her arrow. She was an expert at fighting with a bow, and she had clearly learnt some excellent movement skills. By the time Lin Feng had broken the first arrow into 2, her hand was already charging her bow with tremendous amounts of qi. But this time, with 3 arrows knocked in place. Goodbye, said Lin Feng, who was running at an incredible speed. He then suddenly changed destination and jumped towards a small grove of trees. Lu Fei's movement technique was extremely profound. Lin Feng's technique, however, was only a hair better than Lu Fei's technique. Even though he could get close at required time, during this short time it was enough for Lu Fei to shoot a few arrows. She had just attempted to shoot 3 arrows at once, and with 3 arrows shot from her bow, Lin Feng could feel the immediate threat to his life. Which is why the moment Lin Feng saw that she was putting 3 arrows into her bow, he had quickly changed his plan and decided to escape from sight. That was the best way to hinder Lu Fei's fighting strategy. Also, when fighting on an open area, the distance between them was vast. However, in this grove of trees, she would need a line of sight to target him. Lu Fei, using her arrow spirit, was definitely able to bring out her maximum fighting potential on an open plain. Looks like I have underestimated the power of a cultivator who has reached the 9th chi layer. It's not that easy to fight against, and when Lin Feng thought, feeling gloomy. He hadn't known that Lu Fei had reached the 9th chi layer, which was the highest chi layer before advancement. She was already able to control her arrow spirit and her bow harmoniously using her chi. Her long-range power was a nightmarish. His previous thoughts of fighting with 9th chi layer disciples and easily winning were immediately extinguished. But Lin Feng didn't get discouraged. He was convinced that if he managed to make Lu Fei enter the grove of trees, then the victory would be his. Humph! Laughed Lu Fei ironically behind him. She started pulling on the bowstring, which emitted a powerful pressure as it was pulled back farther and farther. An intense and dreadful sensation spread throughout his body. Lin Feng understood Lu Fei was about to shoot, and his body was warning him of the danger. Lin Feng held his sword tightly in his hand. He needed only 2 breaths to reach the grove of trees, and he would be safe. "Where are you running?" said Lu Fei in a slightly panicked tone. A sword had suddenly come into vision which shocked Lin Feng. He could sense that he was in great danger. He was dashing forward with all his strength when suddenly he stopped and then jumped back. Boom! Broken earth flew all around. There was an explosion in front of Lin Feng, and an extremely deep sword mark had appeared, leaving a crater in the ground. If Lin Feng had continued to walk towards the grove and been even a second late, then that sword would have cut Lin Feng's body apart. Lin Feng's expression changed as he saw a man in the grove that was wearing white robes and holding a long sword in his hand. A moment ago it had been his sword which had created the mark in the ground. Lu Fei, how has that bug offended you? Do you want me to help you kill this bug? The disciple standing in the grove was disdainfully looking at Lin Feng and appeared to be someone who thought very highly of themselves. In his eyes, Lin Feng was an ant and he would kill him without hesitation. Lu Fei just had to nod and give him the signal to act. He would kill Lin Feng immediately if she asked him to do so. Even if the sect prohibited killing fellow disciples directly, there would be no reason for them to punish him because he had a high status above those bugs, making him untouchable. One of the sect's elite disciples, Lin Feng, saw the badge on the man's clothes. Lin Feng was trembling with fear and felt like time itself had frozen. If Lu Fei asked him to attack Lin Feng, then he would do it. Lin Feng would need to dodge at his highest speed or he would be beheaded immediately. "You Hao, stop interfering with other people's business," Lu Fei said, but she hadn't shot her arrow. It is not that she was showing mercy to Lin Feng or had forgiven him. It was only because Yu Hao was courting her, but she had absolutely no interest in him. So she hadn't asked him for help, because she didn't want to owe anything to Yu Hao, and using this moment to kill Lin Feng would indebt her to Yu Hao. She recalled her spirit back into her body and put her bow back onto her back. She said to Lin Feng, "Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time the best thing you can do is not to run into me. Otherwise you will not be as lucky as today." When she finished talking, she turned around and walked into the distance. "Lu Fei, why do you always leave immediately?" said Yu Hao, shaking his head, then immediately shot into the distance, not even giving a look at Lin Feng. Boom! Another explosion sound rung out in front of Lin Feng, and a very deep sword mark was left in the ground. "Consider yourself a lucky bug. Next time I see you provoking Lu Fei, I will have to crush you," said Yu Hao, whose voice came from a distant place. Lin Feng was still standing in the same place, not moving in the slightest. Even though the sword had caused an explosion of power in front of him, he for some reason was not scared. Lu Fei thought she was extremely strong, and because Lin Feng dared to come into the hot spring where she trains to provoke her, she wanted to kill him. Yu Hao was an elite disciple and his strength was extremely powerful. He had no reason or malice towards Lin Feng, but was also about to kill him without speaking a word to him. Lin Feng had been in this world for a short time, but Lin Feng had understood and learnt from experience in what it meant to be strong, to be respected, to be ruthless. "Yu Hao, when I reach the Ling Qi layer, you will look into this bug's eyes as I take the sword from your hand and then drive it into your heart." Lin Feng saw the extremely deep marks left by the sword in the ground, and a ray of light flashed through his mind, right after he turned around and left the place. He was convinced that someday his hard work and innate gifts would make him strong enough to take his revenge, and he believed that day would not be far away. Lin Feng didn't continue his training in the stormy gorge. Instead, he decided to leave the gorge and was once again standing at the top of the cliff looking down upon the gorge. Looking down into the gorge, he could see it was a boundless canyon as far as the eye could see. There were thousands of people inside training. It was a place filled with endless battles and cultivation. That was the Yun Hai sect's culture, which bred the strongest cultivators. Here you would be beaten to within an inch of life and forced to climb back to the sect with your broken body. Only the strong will thrive here, and the weak will be the fertilizer for the strong to grow. Lin Feng walked around the canyon outside the stormy gorge and to his surprise came across some of his friends. He was happy to see Han Man and Jing Yun again so quickly. Lin Feng shouted Jing Yun. She couldn't hold in her excitement meeting Lin Feng again. "Jing Yun, how is it possible that you are even more beautiful than the last time I saw you?" said Lin Feng, complimenting her while smiling sheepishly. In comparison with a few days before, Jing Yun really had become even more beautiful and pure. Lin Feng knew it was because of the beauty pills, but he never would have thought it would have such a great effect. Jingyun blushed when she heard Lin Feng and couldn't help but look away. She said in a soft voice, "Why are you bringing that up? Haha. Lin Feng, you have to be less bold. Jingyun is still very shy," said Han Man straightforward as always. "Lin Feng, we were initially getting prepared to come and look for you and never thought we would bump into you so soon." "Come look for me? Why? What's going on?" asked Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, did you reach the 8th chi layer when you ate your share of profound pills?" Han Man was looking forward to seeing Lin Feng as he had killed a hell wolf when he was still at the 7th chi layer. He was surely going to be even more shockingly powerful after having reached the 8th chi layer. "Yes, I had a breakthrough recently. How about you guys?" said Lin Feng while smiling. "If an ignorant fool like me could reach the 8th chi layer so quickly, obviously a monstrous talent like you would have," said Han Man while grinning. "Jingyun hasn't reached it yet as she needs some more time before she can advance to the next level. Qing Yi hasn't come out yet either, but he should be at the bottleneck for advancement." Lin Feng nodded. Even though Han Man had a carefree behavior, he cultivated a little bit more efficiently than Jingyun and Qing Yi, so it was normal for him to be the first one to reach the 8th chi layer. "Han Man, you still haven't told me why you were looking for me." Han Man scratched his head and felt slightly embarrassed, which left Lin Feng speechless. "Lin Feng, I have also reached the 8th chi layer. I want to go to the Stormy Gorge and test my strength, but I may get massacred by cruel cultivators. I wanted to ask you to accompany me, and only if we encounter a strong and merciless disciple will you need to get involved. I am a guy who can endure a beating or two." Han Man was grinning while asking Lin Feng for his help. Lin Feng directly understood what Han Man meant and would only need to get involved if a life was on the line. He, of course, wouldn't refuse the request of such a good friend. "When do you want to go?" "Tomorrow we can head out. I want to prepare some masks first." Han Man saw that Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all when he gave his answer. He felt even more admiration for Lin Feng as he was a true friend. Not only was this guy abnormally strong, but he also had no arrogance at all. He didn't argue about anything and always kept things fair between them. He was the one who had killed almost all the ferocious beasts back in the Black Wind Mountain, yet he had insisted to share the items equally with everyone involved. "No problem. Just give me a shout when you're ready to go," said Lin Feng straightforwardly. People who enter the gorge all chose to wear a mask, which Lin Feng originally did not know. The reason many chose to enter was in order to fight other disciples. Losing was a disgrace and winning could cause a blood feud. Wearing a mask was a way to overcome all of these issues. "I also want to come. Lin Feng can stay by my side at all times and protect me. I know I will be safe with him by my side," said Jingyun in a charming yet innocent voice. Lin Feng was stupefied. Both Han Man and Lin Feng were staring at Jingyun wide-eyed. Was this really the shy girl from before? "Why are you two looking at me like that?" said Jingyun, glancing at them and stamping softly on the ground. "It's nothing, don't worry," said Lin Feng, smiling and continuing as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng and Han Man thought it was strange to see her so bold while still acting like a cute and innocent child. Han Man was looking at Jingyun, confused at the change he had seen. He had been really dumbfounded to hear Jingyun say she wanted Lin Feng to protect her. How fearless was she to be so direct. "All right, you can come with us too. We should be discreet and not go looking for trouble," said Lin Feng, quickly analyzing the situation before agreeing. There were many extremely talented cultivators down in the gorge, and to some extent it was frequented by elite disciples. Elite disciples were all relatively proud and aloof. They would refrain from attacking ordinary disciples without being provoked. So with Lin Feng's help, they were convinced that they could go down in the gorge without getting into too much trouble. Elite disciples could kill other disciples without repercussions from the sect. They had the power to do as they pleased. Lin Feng had the bad luck of accidentally coming across both a ranked disciple who wanted to hunt him down and a pompous elite disciple. His luck really was terrible. After having all the details confirmed, they all departed in different directions. Lin Feng went back to his room and continued to cultivate without stopping to sleep. Seeing how weak he was compared to others had strengthened his willpower, and he felt a flame ignite in his body as if it was screaming for him to be the strongest. the morning after Han Man had come to pick up Lin Feng, and they both immediately left to go and meet Jing Yun. The Yun Hai sect was extremely large. The ordinary disciples' rooms covered several districts, and this area was the size of a small town. Lin Feng and Han Man arrived to the place where they had agreed to meet with Jing Yun. They saw that Jing Yun's face was pale and worried. There was a young boy standing in front of her talking with an evil look on his face. "Jing Yun, what's the matter?" Lin Feng asked while approaching at an increased speed. "Get lost, you piece of trash. Can't you see that I'm talking to Jing Yun? What makes you think you have the right to interrupt me?" said the young boy to Lin Feng while narrowing his eyes. He knew Lin Feng in the past and would often join in bullying him. "Lin Feng, you are finally here," said Jing Yun to Lin Feng, smiling at him and ignoring the young disciple's remark. "Shall we go?" said Lin Feng mockingly while not even looking at the young boy. Han Man, Lin Feng and Jing Yun all turned to leave without even glancing back at the young disciple. "Wait, wait, Han Man, Jing Yun," said the young boy while grabbing Jing Yun's sleeve to stop her from leaving. "Get lost. Can't you see we have something to do? What makes you think you have the right to interrupt me?" Lin Feng said, throwing the young disciple's words back at him while knocking his hand away from Jing Yun. Powerful waves shot from Lin Feng's palm directly towards the young disciple. The power contained in this small action had caused the young boy, who was at the 7th chi layer, to crash into the floor several meters away and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked at Lin Feng, gasping with astonishment. "Get lost, you piece of trash," said Lin Feng, which shocked as it was a slap in the face. Lin Feng didn't stop in the slightest and continued to walk away. When had the piece of trash, Lin Feng, become so fierce? "That disciple sure acts rashly, Jing Yun." "Who is he?" asked Han Man to Jing Yun. Jing Yun's face got tense when she heard the question. She looked at Lin Feng and Han Man and said, "He was saying that he saw the beheaded body of Jing Feng in the Black Wind Mountain, and it was clear that it had been done by a sword technique. Jing Feng's big brother, Jing Hao, is now searching for those who were with Jing Feng. He had come to threaten me with this information." Han Man was stupefied. No wonder Jing Yun had lost all color from her face. "If he comes, then he comes. Let fate take its course and do not worry about the small problems," said Lin Feng, who was remarkably calm. "Considering that he is not an elite disciple within the sect, he would not dare attack us while within the sect's territory. We have to be a little bit more careful in the stormy gorge to avoid unnecessary conflicts," said Han Man while nodding in agreement with Lin Feng. It did not take long for the group of 3 to arrive at the stormy gorge. Lin Feng had arrived in much less time than when he was hiding his power. He was actually shocked at his own speed. Inside the gorge they had spotted a fortress made of solid compact earth. That earth fortress was covering a huge area. It looked like dozens of ordinary people could live in there with ample room. Even though it was made of earth, there was no doubt that it was completely sturdy. It looked like even a strong raging storm would cause no damage to this fortress. In the stormy gorge it was common for a disciple to create a dwelling, but this one was unique. Han Man touched the fortress. There was no dust from deterioration and no sticky feeling from the earth absorbing the rain. They really had no idea how such a fortress had been built. At that moment a silhouette emerged from the earth fortress. It was a person who was also wearing a mask and was cautiously exiting his dwelling. The person glanced at Lin Feng and the 2 others momentarily, then in a panic left at full speed, which stupefied everyone present. Lin Feng and the others understood what had happened. They all looked at each other and smiled. People in the stormy gorge were not weak and had all reached the 7th or 8th chi layer as a minimum. Some had reached levels even higher. There were many different skills practiced by thousands of disciples in this gorge, and it would be common to find previously unencountered skills. Under those circumstances, who would not retreat when encountering a group of 3 people who suddenly approached? Did those 3 people come together with cruel intentions towards the disciple who was alone? This kind of thing was not rare in the stormy gorge. "It looks like we have to separate or we will scare many people away," said Lin Feng while smiling and moving away. The most important thing was for Han Man to gain experience in combat. Lin Feng just had to stay back and make sure there were no unexpected dangers. Jing Yun continued to stay close to Lin Feng's side. She was only at the 7th Qi layer and was too weak for her to be left alone. The 7th Qi layer was the lowest level in the Stormy Gorge, so that wasn't adequate for her to go out and battle other disciples. Han Man understood Lin Feng's intentions by leaving him alone. If Lin Feng was constantly at his side protecting him, then he wouldn't be able to fight and gain experience at all. It was crucial for him to rely on his own strength from this point onward. Walking alone in the Stormy Gorge did not require much time before someone approached him. He could see the person's eyes through the mask, which revealed a clear intention to fight. There was no time for an exchange of words. The disciple immediately charged into Han Man while raising his fist emanating a powerful qi. "How unlucky! Han Man has run into a cultivator of the 9th Qi layer," said Lin Feng while smiling and observing from a distance. Han Man had already guessed his opponent's level from the powerful qi that he was releasing from his fist. He had no time to worry about the difference in strength. He concentrated the qi of his entire body into his fist and then released all the strength he had in one strike while giving a loud and powerful shout. The power of this punch had made Han Man step back a few meters while his opponent hadn't moved a single inch. It was as if his fist had struck against an iron wall, and it was obvious from a single exchange which of them was stronger. 8th Qi layer. You're so weak. I thought I could gain some experience. How disappointing, I'm leaving, said the opponent in an apathetic tone. He then turned around and started leaving. He had lost interest in Han Man. Many cultivators found joy and pleasure in being cruel and merciless. However, those who were serious towards the path of cultivation found no pleasure in acting cruel without provocation, and would be more focused towards strengthening themselves. Those disciples found satisfaction in fighting opponents of a similar level, and to some degree fighting opponents even stronger than themselves would help them gain insight. This was a way for them to really challenge themselves and unlock their potential while getting much-needed battle experience. "Wait, wait!" Han Man shouted. He had come to the Stormy Gorge for the first time today. How could he accept being defeated that quickly? He immediately released the power of his spirit. A yellowish-brown light started floating around his entire body, as if he was in symbiosis with the earth beneath his feet, and his qi energy began to grow in strength. "Earth Spirit," said the opponent, showing a sudden interest, and right after said, "Your spirit is not bad. Let me see if you can take my 3 profound punches." After the opponent finished his sentence, he took a single leap and appeared in front of Han Man. Boom! The yellowish-brown color, which was surrounding Han Man, suddenly emitted an extremely radiant light as dust filled the air around them. Han Man was propelled 6 steps backwards while blood started oozing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the opponent ready to leave once again, "Come back," said Han Man while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His bravery could reach the heavens as he continued to stand firm. His fighting spirit was soaring. The yellowish-brown light surrounding his body was shining brighter and brighter, as if he was draining all the power from the very land itself. Kaboom! Han Man was propelled 8 steps backwards, while his opponent was propelled 3 steps backwards. "Delightful," said his opponent. His fist started glowing with a white light, and then he warned Han Man, "Be careful. I'm going to use one of my strongest skills on this punch." "All right," replied Han Man while starting to charge towards his opponent. Each of his steps was making the ground violently shake, like a powerful war horse galloping at full speed towards battle. "Use the strength that you have borrowed from the earth," shouted Lin Feng while watching from a distance, completely captivated by the battle. He wouldn't have thought that Han Man would understand how to use his spirit in such a unique way. Combining the power of his earth spirit and the earth beneath his feet could greatly increase his strength. Boom! Their 2 fists collided. A cloud of dust shot in all directions from the shock wave between Han Man and his opponent, making it impossible to see what had happened. When the cloud of dust had vanished, Han Man was sitting on the ground meditating. "You unexpectedly understood what that other disciple said. Well done," said his opponent while smiling and getting up from the ground. He also had blood coming from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected Han Man's last attack to be so powerful. He had been slightly injured, but it was worth it for him. He had gained valuable insights thanks to this fight. He didn't spend more time with Han Man and immediately vanished into the distance. What an interesting guy, said Lin Feng while moving towards Han Man. He felt a degree of respect for the disciple Han Man had just battled with. He was an honorable fellow. Lin Feng and Jing Yun obviously knew that Han Man had learnt more about his spirit and gained an insight into his cultivation path. They didn't want to disturb him, so they sat next to him and waited for him to finish gaining his insight. That fight had enlightened Han Man. What had just happened was a rare moment of divine enlightenment. It wouldn't be surprising if Han Man's strength started increasing at lightning speeds once he fully understood his new insight. Lin Feng and Jing Yun admired him. He had entered the stormy gorge and had a flash of realization right after his first battle. A short while after, Han Man's body suddenly started emitting a strong qi, stupefying Lin Feng and Jing Yun, who looked at each other gasping with astonishment. The strength is so powerful and unique that it gives a deep and oppressing feeling. Is this really the power of enlightenment? Thought Lin Feng. The path of cultivation was vast, and there were many different routes to take within cultivation. Lin Feng had only just started walking on the path of cultivation. He couldn't imagine how powerful some cultivators were, and he knew that these strong cultivators could destroy mountains or crush entire cities in their way with ease. It said that cultivators upon reaching the level of immortals can fly into the heavens and penetrate into the depths of the earth. These cultivators would have an unlimited lifespan and could move at speeds faster than light. Lin Feng could only envy, as such power could only be imagined by someone like him who had never experienced it. He wondered if he would ever be able to fly into the heavens and look down upon the world. While Lin Feng was lost thought, someone in the distance was coming towards them at incredible speed. When he saw Han Man, who had just made a huge step on the path of cultivation, he laughed mockingly. "Wake up," said an ear-splitting voice, making the atmosphere vibrate and shocking Lin Feng and the others into awareness. "Wah," shouted Han Man, who spat out a mouthful of blood and started breathing heavily. His eyes turned red in anger as he was staring at the distant silhouette. He had the feeling he was beginning to understand the concept of his new strength, but when he heard the voice, it had interrupted his breakthrough. Besides, the deafening voice had shaken his defenseless body so much that he was spitting out blood. "How insolent," said Lin Feng with eyes filled with killing intent. He was staring at the silhouette in the horizon. That person had intentionally addressed Han Man and interrupted his flash of enlightenment, causing damage to Han Man's body. Han Man walked towards the silhouette and asked furiously, "Why did you interrupt me?" "No reason. I just did it for fun." The person was not wearing a mask and had a teasing smile on their face. None of them had seen this disciple before or heard of someone so mischievous. "You did this for fun?" said Han Man while walking forwards, rage spreading throughout his body. He understood how rare the flash of enlightenment was, but that person had voluntarily interrupted him in that very important moment, and on top of that, he had injured him. "You want to fight? But it's not so fun to fight here in the gorge. If you want to have your revenge, why don't you come to the life or death arena?" asked the young person in a disdainful tone, showing hatred for Han Man. "All right," replied Han Man without hesitation, trying to control his extreme anger. "I'll be waiting for you," said the young person while leaving in the direction of the life or death arena. "Han Man, it is hard to determine his strength in comparison with yours, and going to the life or death arena is very dangerous." Lin Feng warned Han Man. "I'm able to determine his strength with just a glance. He is the same as me, 8th Chi layer," replied Han Man, which surprised Lin Feng. Was Han Man able to sense other people's cultivation level? "I don't know what's going on, but I'm also able to sense Jing Yun's cultivation level as well as yours. It's maybe one of the effects of the flash of realization I just had. Maybe I could explain if I was not interrupted." Han Man's explanation didn't convince Lin Feng. Han Man started walking towards the life or death arena while clenching his fists. "Let's go." Lin Feng was really skeptical. Jing Yun and Lin Feng followed Han Man, putting their trust in their friend's words. If Han Man's flash of realization really enabled him to sense other people's cultivation level, and the opponent was really a cultivator of the 8th Chi layer, then there shouldn't be a great danger if they are evenly matched. The life or death arena was located in a canyon at the middle of the stormy gorge. There were 10 seats for viewing above the rocky terrain on the boundary of the arena, but as the area was extremely vast, Many would gather around and watch the battles from a distance. Two silhouettes entered the life or death arena, which promptly drew the attention of the cultivators in the area. In a flash, many people were rushing over to watch the fight. Even though the amount of people who come into the gorge was huge, there are very few people who ever enter the arena. After all, inside the life or death arena you had to risk your life. If you didn't hate someone with all your heart, then why take those risks? Most people who would go into the arena would do it to fight against an opponent of similar strength, which made the battles interesting to watch. Therefore, when Han Man and his opponent came to the life or death arena, the amount of people surrounding the area was enormous. In the stormy gorge there were some people who watched this area waiting for a bloody battle and would spread the news to fellow disciples at incredible speed. We all come to the life or death arena to settle our grudges. My goal is not to settle any grudge, because today your fate has already been decided by someone else, said the young boy to Han Man while a creepy smile covered his face. Han Man, remember the name of the one who is going to take your life. My name is Zhang Lin Feng. Standing on the sand dunes outside the arena felt a shiver run down his spine. When he heard what Zhang said, he knew something was wrong. How did he know that it was Han Man behind the mask? You know me? Said Han Man furious. Hee. A sinister smile crept over Zhang face. A burning energy suddenly started emerging from his body, accompanied by blazing flames. At the same time, an illusory flame appeared on his back. A fire spirit. He is indeed a cultivator of the 8th chi layer, said Lin Feng, feeling the energy coming down from the arena. Han Man's earth spirit similarly started to burst out. He started running forwards. Even though he wasn't running very fast, the energy and the strength released by his body made every footstep send small quakes through the floor. Flame detonation. A powerful wave filled with flames shot towards Han Man. When Zhang saw that Han Man had abruptly stopped and taken a posture which made him look like an unmovable mountain, Zhang shouted, "I will smash this mountain before me! Ha ha ha!" Their two fists collided and both Han Man and Zhang suddenly stopped moving, exactly where they had just collided, neither of them overpowering their opponent. Zhang frowned and stopped laughing. He hadn't expected Han Man to be that strong. A malicious grin appeared on his face and he thrust out with his left fist, but Han Man easily blocked it with his palm. Suddenly he threw a white dust from his right hand directly into Han Man's eyes. He carried this dust to blind enemies stronger than him. "Die!" said Zhang while throwing a punch at Han Man's chest. "Damn! How shameless!" Cursed Lin Feng, who then saw shadowy figures moving towards the life or death arena. In the life or death arena, people sometimes lose their life. "Do not worry, it will be your turn soon, Jing Yun," said the shadow in a chilling tone. Jing Yun was terrified when she saw his face. "Jing Hao!" she shouted loudly. She saw the other disciple behind Jing Hao. It was the young disciple who had been injured by Lin Feng earlier that day, and now everything had been made clear. This was all a trap to begin with. Boom! Ha ha ha! Zhang circled around and attacked the defenseless Han Man from behind. He didn't intend to let him get even the smallest chance to rest. He punched Han Man repeatedly as the powder had blinded him. The sound of Han Man's bones cracking and a loud spine-chilling shriek filled the air. However, this was drowned out by the laughing of Zhang who was taking joy in every last moment of Han Man's suffering. That guy really is shameless. He must have planned to use that powder from the start. How despicable! There were more and more people gathering around the life or death arena. Some of them were talking to other disciples, all had their eyes fixated on the fight. In the life or death arena there is no rules on fighting fairly, you can resort to whichever method needed to win, said Jing Hao. Nonetheless, Lin Feng acted as if he hadn't heard that remark and moved towards the arena. Suddenly Jing Hao blocked the way. There would be no saving Han Man, as his punishment was to be beaten to death in front of everyone. "Let me pass," said Lin Feng. "8th chi layer, and you still dare to come and challenge me. I am avenging my dead brother Jing Feng. This has nothing to do with you, unless you want to get involved in my personal grudge," threatened Jing Hao, not really paying much attention. Lin Feng. "Get involved? You do not want me, the person who killed your brother, to get involved? I beheaded him as he begged for the mercy he would not have shown others. Now let Han Man come down off the stage and let me replace him. If I don't go into the life or death arena willingly, how will you be able to avenge your pathetic little brother? Lin Feng said. Jing Hao was 6th in the disciple rankings. Lin Feng had monstrous talent, but could he be compared to those in the top rankings? It was not possible. Han Man had a face filled with protest when he heard what Lin Feng had said, but his voice was too weak to protest. Ha! Jing Hao couldn't believe what he had heard, and slowly wrath filled his eyes. He quickly shouted, Zhang Huai, stop attacking. When Zhang Huai heard Jing Hao, he stopped fighting immediately and stood looking at Jing Hao, waiting for his next order. You can come over and replace Han Man if you dare, Jing Hao said, pointing at Lin Feng with murderous intentions in his eyes. He didn't need to speak such useless words. Lin Feng jumped into the arena in a flash. He could see that Han Man's face was drenched with blood and his body was mangled. Bones could be seen piercing out from his skin. Many fingers were not in the correct position and his breathing was heavy with a wheeze. Lin Feng wiped the blood covering Han Man's eyes, as at this point he could not move his arms. He was barely breathing. This reminded Lin Feng of how he had been left here before in the same condition. Han Man, can you make it out of the arena alone? Lin Feng asked Han Man. No problem. I am not dead. Please just go and avenge me, said Han Man, grinning, enduring the intense pain all over his body. Don't worry. Lin Feng felt a pain in his chest when he saw Han Man smile. That guy was really stubborn. It was clear he did not have the strength to go alone. He helped Han Man stand up and, using Lin Feng as a crutch to lean upon, started moving to the edge of the arena. Lin Feng stopped upon hearing Jing Hao's voice. Zhang Huai, you know what to do. I understand. I have to kill them both, replied Zhang Huai. Jing Hao, who was satisfied with the answer, nodded in agreement. In the life or death arena, you are not the ones who get to decide your own life or even your friend's life. You want to replace him? No problem, you will die first instead of him, and then he will die, Jing Hao said carefree while watching Lin Feng, who had continued moving Han Man to the edge of the arena. Is that so? Said Lin Feng with a grin covering his face, letting Han Man rest on the edge of the arena. At that moment, Zhang Huai was charging towards them, surrounded by a powerful fire chi. Fire bomb! Die together! Shouted Jing Huai. A ball made of flame suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting a strong scorching heat which seemed to overwhelm the very air itself. Get lost! Said Lin Feng while unsheathing his long sword. A roar of thunder spread throughout the entire arena. Immediately the flames were enveloped by the thunderous roars, but the sword didn't decrease its momentum and shot towards Zhang Huai, who was still running forward, leaving a small hole in his chest where the sword had pierced directly through him. Splash! Splash! Drops of blood were falling from the wound in Zhang Huai's chest. Lin Feng was looking at Zhang Huai with powerful killing intent. I'm going to die? Said Lin Feng while laughing. He thrust out his sword again. There were roars of thunder all around. Zhang Huai tried to run and avoid the attack, but it was too sudden for him to react. He was hit by the shockwave of the sword, which made his body fly up into the air before heavily falling back down onto the stone floor. Zhang Huai couldn't avoid a single hit. Every time he got to his feet, he was sent flying into the air and crashed heavily onto the rocks beneath. Roaring thunder skill. The thunderous roars that come from his sword. He's able to use the roaring thunder skill and create a thunderous roar each strike. Which genius of our sect is that? People in the crowd couldn't hold back their excitement, but they couldn't recognize Lin Feng as he was wearing a mask. If they could, many would pinch themselves to wake from the illusion. Jing Hao was seized with horror. His face looked hideous as he had been humiliated. Zhang Huai surprisingly couldn't fight Lin Feng. Killing him seemed to be an impossible mission. Zhang Huai could only attempt to escape and run to Jing Hao, who would protect him. Zhang Huai saw Lin Feng's long sword getting closer. He was lying on his stomach, seemingly unable to get to his feet, but he didn't stop crawling in the opposite direction of Lin Feng unconsciously. His face was filled with terror and despair. I'm not fighting anymore. I give up. You have won. I have won. Lin Feng looked like he had heard the best joke in the world. Zhang Huai had nearly killed Han Man. If Jiang Huai had been strong enough, then he would have killed Lin Feng and Han Man. But now he was declaring himself defeated. Admitting defeat, was that really enough after everything he had done? Die! Shouted Jiang Huai suddenly. A white powder flew towards Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Jiang Huai pounced towards the edge of the arena. Luckily, Lin Feng had not let his guard down even for a second. Jing Hao, protect me quickly, said Jiang Huai while dashing in Jing Hao's direction. Lin Feng was following behind him like a shadow. Something heavy had fallen onto the ground outside of the arena boundary with a thump. It was actually Jiang Huai's body which had fallen down from the rocky arena platform onto the ground beneath, but he was smiling because he had landed in front of Jing Hao and, even more importantly, outside of the arena. Jing Hao couldn't come in the arena to intervene, as fights in the life or death arena were duels. If he had intervened, he would lose face. However, after having moved to the boundary area, there was no restriction with him taking action here. Too bad you didn't kill me in the life or death arena, said Jiang Huai while looking mockingly at Lin Feng, who was still on the edge of life or death arena. The life or death arena was a battle arena where one's life was at stake. Jiang Huai had stepped out of the arena. If Jiang Huai was still in the stormy gorge, Lin Feng could still chase and secretly kill him, but because Jing Hao was there, he wouldn't act rashly. Is that so? When he has stepped out of the life or death arena, his life will no longer be in my hands but in the hands of the gods. Killing him is against the rules. After saying this, Lin Feng created powerful waves using his 9 heavy waves technique and shot them in Jing Hao's direction. Jing Hao had a malicious smile on his face. The 9 heavy waves smashed into his palm, not even leaving a mark. Roaring thunder. Lin Feng threw himself towards Jing Hao, brandishing his sword using his roaring thunder skill. Jing Hao unsheathed his sword and replied using the same roaring thunder skill. 9 heavy waves, go die! After finishing his roaring thunder skill, Lin Feng jumped into the air like a tiger, and his 9 heavy waves shot out, which didn't completely stop Jing Hao's roaring thunder, but had weakened it, and the waves continued to flow like an endless ocean. Jing Hao looked surprised, as he hadn't expected Lin Feng's skills to be this powerful. Lin Feng would take advantage of every opening and use his roaring thunder skill. Each of Lin Feng's strikes were aimed at Jing Hao's vital points. With each shock wave which was stopped, another would follow, flooding the gorge with its shock waves. Each time there was no other choice but for Jing Hao to step back and retreat. By the time he had neutralized all of Lin Feng's attacks, he had realized his mistake. Lin Feng was standing next to Jiang Huai. Lin Feng's long sword was pointed towards Jiang Huai's neck. When combining 9 heavy waves and roaring thunder, it created a powerful combination, which even forced Jing Hao to step back. Even though it was only a few steps, he can still be proud of himself. Jing Hao is 6th on the disciple rankings. His strength is above average. He has even perfected his roaring thunder skill. I would have never thought that guy would master the roaring thunder technique on equal terms with brother Jing Hao and would even force him to take a step back. People in the crowd were discussing loudly. Lin Feng was only at the 8th chi layer. Jing Hao was one of stronger disciples of the sect, and even some disciples of the 9th chi layer wouldn't even be able to defeat him even if they fought him together. But Lin Feng was able to make Jing Hao step back and had Jiang Huai's life in his hands. Who could have imagined this turn of events? Hearing all the people commenting on the fight, Jing Hao couldn't stop himself from getting angry. He was very famous amongst the disciples of the sect. Because of Lin Feng, he had lost face and been humiliated. How dare you? Go on. I dare you to kill him. I will make your life a nightmare. Such a nightmare that you will want to die every day. Jing Hao was shouting at Lin Feng, who was holding his sword over Jiang Huai. Please let me go, begged Jiang Huai, who was shaking. Let you go? In your dreams. You can die like a dog here. Lin Feng's sword flashed and slit Jiang Huai's jugular. The scene was incredibly shocking. Jiang Huai laid there wide-eyed, watching the scene of his own death. A constant stream of blood sprayed from the wound, rising in the air then falling into the sand. Blood mist was thick in the air, and all around was dark red sand. Have courage, said members of the crowd, pitying Lin Feng's fate. Jing Hao had a spine-chilling sensation watching the scene unfold in front of him. Lin Feng had surprisingly ignored what he had said. ignored the clan rules and directly killed Jiang Huai in such a brutal way. Lin Feng had completely disregarded Jing Hao's warning. No matter what, Jing Hao would never stop hunting Lin Feng, so why would he care about idle threats? You managed to humiliate me today, and even if I cannot kill you now, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death, said Jing Hao furiously. The entire crowd thought Lin Feng was very unlucky. He had made Jing Hao furious and had broken the clan rules. Even if Lin Feng didn't die, he was about to be tortured to the point of wanting death, and that would only be the beginning. Lin Feng was a skillful disciple, but against one of the top 10 disciples within the ordinary disciple rankings, nobody thought he was strong enough to resist. Jing Yun was so nervous that she could hardly breathe. Unfortunately, she was a weak cultivator and she couldn't help Lin Feng. Jing Hao could kill her in one strike from his sword. Everyone was looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent. He turned around slowly and jumped back into the life or death arena. "What is he doing?" asked people in the crowd while looking at Lin Feng, who was already back in the arena. They were all stupefied. Lin Feng arrived in the middle of the arena. He turned around and then looked at Jing Hao. In an icy cold tone, Lin Feng said, "What are you waiting for? You're next." At that moment, a complete silence covered the gorge. Lin Feng had challenged the 6th-ranking disciple in the life or death arena. Lin Feng was wearing a mask so nobody could recognize him, even though he wouldn't be recognized by the top disciples who populated gorge. He had mastered the 9 heavy waves technique as well as the roaring thunder skill, which proved he was a monstrous talent and would definitely draw attention. Jing Hao was the 6th strongest disciple within the sect ranking system and was above Lin Feng in cultivation at the 9th chi layer. Jing Hao had made his name famous by defeating 3 disciples who were also at the 9th chi layer in a 3-on-1 battle. Lin Feng's level of cultivation was a whole layer below Jing Hao, but everybody had seen Lin Feng force Jing Hao to retreat. He had killed Jiang Huai, who was one of Jing Hao's closest followers. Jing Hao had lost face. He had allowed an unknown disciple who was only at the 8th chi layer to force him into retreating, and even watched as his follower was killed in front of his eyes. At the moment when everyone was expecting Jing Hao to unleash his fury and force Lin Feng into a pitiful state, Lin Feng had already stepped back into the life or death arena. While everyone staring disbelievingly at his action, Lin Feng wasted no time and challenged Jing Hao in the most condescending way. "Maybe he knows that his fate is already sealed and has chosen to die in battle," said a disciple in the crowd. Lin Feng was only at the 8th chi layer after all, and his strength was relatively low in comparison with Jing Hao. Jing Hao felt humiliated and didn't know how such a turn of events had come about. He had never been humiliated in such a way since he had joined the Yunhai sect. "Since you are requesting to die, who better than me to kill you?" said Jing Hao, full of hatred. Since he had seen Lin Feng use the roaring thunder skill, he knew that Lin Feng hadn't lied to him. He definitely had the strength to kill Jing Feng. Not only had he killed his little brother, but he had also humiliated him in front of a large crowd of disciples. This could not be tolerated. Jing Hao stepped into the arena as a strong force began to rise from his sword. Behind Jing Hao was a floating illusionary sword pointing towards the heavens. It was Jing Hao's sword spirit. Jing Hao was wasting no time and immediately started using his sword spirit. He wants to show Lin Feng the gap between their powers. Everybody guessed what Jing Hao intended to do. He wanted to show how powerful he was compared to the commoner in front of him. "Unsheath your sword, and I will let you have 3 sword strikes before I attack. Let me see what your puny strength can do with 3 sword strikes," said Jing Hao while holding his sword and arrogantly looking down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng grinned. He immediately used his moonlight feather agility. Like moonlight during the day, he disappeared from sight, then appeared in front of Jing Hao. Many illusory swords began to form, then shot from Lin Feng's hand palm directly at Jing Hao. When they arrived in front of Jing Hao, all these illusory swords combined into the tip of Lin Feng's sword and then smashed down into Jing Hao. A deafening thunderous roar spread throughout the atmosphere. How strong! He is really a master at using the roaring thunder skill. When the crowd heard the noise, they looked at the scene horrified. The sounds emitted by his attacks sounded like lightning tearing through the air and then exploding on impact. These sounds could even scare the disciples watching from a distance. Jing Hao's expression, which was initially extremely carefree, suddenly tensed. He had underestimated his opponent and could not let his guard down. The thunderous roars made the air in the gorge start to tremble. An extremely powerful illusory sword was hovering in the air in front of Jing Hao, acting as a shield. "First attempt," said Jing Hao mockingly. Lin Feng didn't lose his concentration. He believed in his power and ability. Countless thunderous roars exploded as Lin Feng prepared his second strike. This would be much more powerful than the first strike. Jing Hao was still just protecting himself and not attacking. He was using his illusory sword as a shield, knowing with his higher cultivation and sword spirit, he could counter any type of attack. For his next strike, Lin Feng started charging at Jing Hao. However, he suddenly thrust his sword forward and loosened his grip of the hilt. The sword continued to move along its trajectory and flew through the air at Jing Hao. What is he doing? The crowd was as stupefied as to what Lin Feng had just done. Lin Feng had concentrated all his qi into the tip of the sword, then shot it towards Jing Hao. If Jing Hao accepted this attack like before, then he would damage his sword spirit with the impact. This was not an option for Jing Hao. Jing Hao was stupefied for a second and then smiled to himself. Did Lin Feng really think this would work? Jing Hao started to move backwards while bringing his sword upwards in an arc, and with an elegant movement he had skillfully countered the force of the sword, sending it flying powerlessly into the air. After Lin Feng let go of his sword, he was already charging at incredible speed towards Jing Hao. Using his moonlight feather agility technique, it seemed as if his feet did not touch the floor as they disappeared before anyone could clearly see them. "Second attempt," said Jing Hao arrogantly as he watched Lin Feng approach him at incredibly speed. He did not feel threatened. He was merely toying with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had landed in front of Jing Hao, however his sword had landed on the floor behind him. "You really want to die?" said Jing Hao while biting his tongue. Lin Feng had not stopped to collect his sword, which was flying through the air. He began to strike towards Jing Hao with his fists. This way he was unable to count the third sword strike and would be humiliated by being forced to take Lin Feng's blows without ever retaliating. All he wanted was to show Lin Feng the difference in their power, but again he would be forced to lose face because of Lin Feng. Then Jing Hao heard Lin Feng say something which shocked him to the core. "That's enough. I am done playing now." Lin Feng had stopped in front of Jing Hao with eyes filled with killing intent, and suddenly a thunderous roar was heard. A bright and blinding light flashed through the air between the two figures before disappearing from sight. Jing Hao looked stupefied and horrified at what had just happened. It seemed like he had understood what Lin Feng had meant. Jing Hao was not the predator in this fight, and instead it was Lin Feng who was toying with him. Would the result have been different if he had not arrogantly given Lin Feng 3 strikes? Jing Hao no longer had the opportunity to regret his actions, as he had already taken his last breath. "Third attempt," said Lin Feng as his voice filled the air surrounding the arena, which was deathly silent. Jing Hao was still stood in the middle of the arena unharmed, but to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng had simply walked past Jing Hao and picked up his sword, which was previously sent flying. The whole arena was completely silent. Everyone had heard it. As Lin Feng's words echoed throughout the canyon, the only other sound was of Jing Hao's body slumping down onto the floor with blood seeping from a previous unseen wound on his neck. Everybody was watching the scene stupefied and couldn't believe it their eyes. Jing Hao had lost? How had Lin Feng attacked? Sword unsheathing skill. In the crowd there were many elite disciples. They had seen the light of the sword which passed between Lin Feng and Jing Hao. Because the sword was too quick, it looked like a meteor flashing through the sky before disappearing. Suddenly everyone started to discuss the battle they had just watched. They could not believe what they had just witnessed. The 6th-ranked disciple had been defeated by Lin Feng, and the outcome of the battle had been his death. Who is he? Everyone was wondering which disciple had been so arrogant to directly kill 2 people in succession. How had he overcome Jing Hao, who was 9th Qi layer and was one of the best disciples of the sect? Lin Feng had shown that he was the true genius, and no one doubted his skill after this display. The news that someone had defeated Jing Hao was going to spread quickly within the Yunhai sect. At that moment, on the top of the gorge, many people were discussing the last sword strike of Lin Feng. Not so far away from the gorge, inside a bustling pavilion, a relaxed old man was staring blankly into the distance and smiling as he whispered, "That young man has already learnt how to master the sword unsheathing skill. He really does have incredible talent." The old man was the one Lin Feng had met at the Xingqian pavilion, who had reminded Lin Feng of an extremely powerful fictional monk from his past life. That old man would have never thought he would see the sword he gifted to an interesting young disciple appear in the life or death arena. That is how he had recognized Lin Feng. The Stormy Gorge was a place where many Yunhai sect disciples chose to go and practice the control of their cultivation and martial techniques within real battle. The top disciples of the sect, including many elite disciples, were the disciples who populated the Stormy Gorge. You could see that the Yunhai sect was an outstanding sect from just looking at the sheer number of its disciples in the gorge who were watching the fight from the sidelines. Except for the old man, Jing Yun and Han Man, there was only one disciple in the crowd who knew the identity of who had just killed Jing Hao. That man was called Guohai, the young disciple who had used Jing Feng's death as a pretext to blackmail Jing Yun. The result was that he had been beaten back by Lin Feng. Afterwards he had looked for Jing Hao and remembered what Lin Feng and the two others were wearing so he could identify the group. He had been tracking them as they went down into the gorge. This was all part of his plan, as he would use Jing Hao to kill Lin Feng and Han Man, then take Jing Yun as his reward. Guohai had watched as Lin Feng killed Jing Hao, which was utterly unexpected. He was so terrified that he secretly tried to escape, knowing that he would be next. "You want to leave now? But isn't it too early to leave now that you have been so successful with your trap?" said Lin Feng to Guohai in an ice-cold tone. Lin Feng had paid careful attention and had already seen that Guohai had been hiding behind Jing Hao and whispering in his ear. Guohai stopped and had a shiver run down his spine as he felt Lin Feng's cold gaze piercing through his back. When Guohai heard Lin Feng, he turned around. Guohai was smiling, but it was a smile to hide his terror, which was ugly to behold. "You must be mistaken, senior brother. I have nothing to do with the events which have happened here," Guohai said in a respectful tone, pretending he did not know it was Lin Feng. "Oh, so want to lie and say that you do not know me?" said Lin Feng, smiling. His face revealed clear killing intent, which he made no attempt to hide. "Please remember, we are in the Stormy Gorge and not in the life or death arena. You cannot act rashly," said Guohai in a shaky and fragile voice, who could feel Lin Feng approaching with the intent to kill. "I know," said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. Boom! Powerful waves suddenly crashed heavily onto Guohai, pressing him against the ground. Guohai had no chance. He didn't even attempt any resistance. After Lin Feng had killed Jing Hao, would he have the strength to resist such a powerful opponent? Lin Feng grabbed Guohai using only one hand and threw him directly into life or death arena. Lin Feng then picked up his sword and approached Guohai, who was struggling to stand after landing so heavily onto the rocky arena. "Now you are in the life or death arena, so there are no problems." The crowd looked at Lin Feng. They were speechless in shock. How audacious could one person possibly be? "This wasn't my decision. I didn't decide to step in here myself. You are violating the sect's rules by doing this. How dare you so blatantly break the sect's rules?" Guohai hadn't expected Lin Feng to throw him into the arena. He started shaking from head to toe with fear. A light suddenly flashed between Lin Feng and Guohai, sending his head flying into the air. "Does the sect really have such rules? Then I will just have to ignore them," Lin Feng said with a hint of anger as he finally sheathed his sword. If the sect really had rules, would have Lu Fei dared take out her bow and try to kill him without discussion? If the sect really had rules, would the elite disciples really threaten him with death without being provoked? These rules obviously do not apply to all disciples. If you are strong enough, if you master enough skills, if you have a high status within the sect, there is one rule. The rule is that there are no rules. It was as if he was daring the elders of the sect to try and punish him for killing other disciples. Lin Feng doesn't take pleasure in killing people. In Lin Feng's previous life, if you killed people, then you would be sentenced to death. However, in this world, several people tried to kill him, even though there was no grudge between them. It enabled Lin Feng to understand that in this world, only the strong would survive. It was a cruel world. Therefore, if people wanted to kill him, then he would mercilessly kill them. Anyone who attempted to take his life would lose their own, no matter their family connections, status, or gender. All would be cut down by his sword. Lin Feng went back to Han Man, who was sat on the edge of the arena smiling. He said to Lin Feng, "I never doubted that you would kill them. Rules or no rules, they were already dead," said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng and Jing Yun were in Han Man's room. They were staring at Han Man and worriedly looking at his injuries. "These injuries are very serious," said Lin Feng while checking Han Man's injuries. Although cultivators had a higher natural healing ability than other people, his injuries were very serious. It seemed like every part of his body had been damaged, from his broken bones to internal injuries inflicted on his organs. It would be impossible for him to recover without any assistance. "No problem. My life has always been tough. I won't die so easily," said Han Man with an optimistic smile. "What about your cultivation?" said Lin Feng, staring at him. Han Man dodged Lin Feng's glance. He couldn't look at Lin Feng's eyes. That's right, even though he wasn't going to die, his cultivation was damaged, and without proper care he would eventually turn into a cripple, with less strength than even an ordinary person. "Lin Feng, let's go to the Black Wind Mountain, kill some ferocious beasts to get some items to exchange against immortal pills to heal Han Man," said Jing Yun. Han Man was just another disciple of the sect, and there were a great number of disciples to replace him. If you were not an elite disciple, the sect would eventually only provide you with basic accommodation. If you had rendered a great service to the sect, or if you had an extraordinary strength, then they would make you join the elite disciples. Those who showed rare capability on the path of cultivation became important and respected sect members. As ordinary disciples, they couldn't count on the sect's help as far as Han Man was concerned. What would be the benefit for the sect to waste such precious materials to save a normal disciple? That wouldn't work. His injuries are too serious. Even if an ordinary pill can cure him, the side effects will be too harsh on his damaged body, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. What should we do then? Is there another solution? Asked Jing Yun. Lin Feng suddenly stood up, turned around and walked towards the door. I'm going to the precipice of the abyss. Wait for me. I'll be back soon, said Lin Feng calmly. Complete silence filled the room which Lin Feng had just left. Jing Yun shivered, nervously clenching her fists. Han Man was smiling. Even though his face looked as if he was happily smiling, you could see his eyes becoming moist. The precipice of the abyss. Only a guy like Lin Feng could come up with such an idea. Only a guy like Lin Feng would dare to go there with his cultivation. The precipice of the abyss was one of the most mysterious and sacred places of the Yun Hai sect. It was even more famous than the life or death arena. There were not many people who engaged in battles in the life or death arena, but every once in a while, there would be some. However, there were extremely few people who went to the precipice of the abyss. Those who dared to go there were those who were truly seeking either enlightenment or death. Within the Yun Hai sect, many disciples heard the name of the precipice of the abyss, but they had never laid eyes or heard stories from what was inside. It was too dangerous to even attempt to enter, and those who did never returned to tell the story. Everyone had heard that if you passed the test of the precipice of the abyss, then the sect would acknowledge you and you would receive a priceless treasure. Needless to say, if you failed the test, then the consequences would be disastrous. On the top of the Yun Hai mountain, there was a mystical cave which was very difficult to reach for ordinary disciples. That cave was the passageway to the precipice of the abyss. At that moment, Lin Feng was at the entrance leading to the cave. I, Lin Feng of the Yun Hai sect, dare to challenge the precipice of the abyss, shouted Lin Feng in front of the entrance. His voice penetrated into the walls of the cave and didn't stop echoing for what seemed like an eternity. After a short time, a voice replied. However, this voice did not echo and seemed to arrive from inside the cave instantly. Come in. Okay, replied Lin Feng and immediately started walking inside the cave. The passage was dark and there would be no light to be found this deep within the cave, but it was still possible to barely make out the surroundings. On both sides of the cave there were paintings and symbols drawn on the walls. He continued walking forwards and could already see part of the cave in which there was a small light. He immediately headed towards the light. Inside this part of the cave there was a bed made of stones. a single table and chair with a candle atop. It was a very rustic room. On the bed sat an old man wearing a black cloak. His eyes were closed and he wasn't moving at all. There were not even signs of breathing. After a long time the old man spoke. "You want to go to the precipice of the abyss?" said the old man wearing the black cloak with his eyes still closed. "Yes, I do," replied Lin Feng. "And for what reason do you want to go there?" "My friend has been injured. He has broken bones and his internal organs have been heavily injured too. I need the sex support to save him from becoming a cripple. I need pills which can cure him without the side effects," replied Lin Feng unperturbed. The old man wearing the black cloak opened his eyes. His expression was profound, as if his stare was penetrating into Lin Feng's soul. It was as if he could see through him. "If there was such an easy way to get pills, then all disciples would attempt it, but you are only at the 8th chi layer. Passing the exam of the precipice of the abyss will be extremely difficult. Release your spirit so that I can see it." Lin Feng nodded. A small snake appeared, but as the dark spirit appeared it instantly hid itself and was undetectable. "What? Really?" said the old man wearing the black cloak while frowning. Even though he had a broad knowledge, he had never thought that such a spirit existed. It seemed like the snake was flying in the air, but it was thin and looked weak. It did not look like a ferocious beast and instead looked weaker than a house pet. "You can go to the precipice of the abyss through this passage," said the old man pointing to one of the passageways. In that room, there were many passageways all leading to different places, all of which required taking different exams. "Thank you, elder," said Lin Feng nodding. Then he entered the passage without any hesitation or regrets. When the elder saw Lin Feng enter the passage, he shook his head. 8th chi layer and his spirit was so incredibly weak. It was almost impossible for him to pass the exam in the precipice of the abyss. The passage the old man had just shown to Lin Feng led to the precipice of Zhanggu. That was the least dangerous exam and Lin Feng could come out at any time. However, its degree of difficulty was the highest of all exams. Lin Feng had come for his friend, so the elder in the black cloak didn't want Lin Feng to get injured too seriously. Therefore, he had opted to let Lin Feng enter the only place where he could forfeit and return if he thought it was too difficult. The drums hadn't emitted a sound for 100 years, which also meant nobody had been able to pass the exam of this passageway in 100 years. Lin Feng entered the passageway. It was pitch black inside. There was countless hand-carved stone steps leading down this passage. There was over 1,000 steps to the top, and at the end he could see a simple yet large square room. Lin Feng arrived at the room and saw a huge stone doorway which was the only entrance to the room. As Lin Feng approached, these huge stone doors began to open themselves, letting Lin Feng enter. "What a mysterious place," whispered Lin Feng. The passage suddenly opened and allowing him entry. A pure and fresh air assailed Lin Feng's nostrils. This room was enveloped in clouds and mist, and there was a slight chill in the air. The room itself gave a dangerous yet mysterious aura. In the room there were 8 large drums. These drums looked like the war drums from his previous world, which would be played during military attacks. They looked identical to the war drums of his world. Boom! The large doors made of stone closed behind him. Lin Feng turned around and saw words written in big letters. "If only one makes the sound, doesn't that mean I have succeeded?" Lin Feng had understood the meaning behind these large letters which were carved into the back of the stone doors. He then moved to the center of the area and looked around. He didn't know what made these drums so mysterious. He just had to make one drum make a sound to pass the exam. Ha! Lin Feng dashed towards a drum while condensing the chi in his fist and randomly punched the drum. Dooning, the drum made a muffled sound. Invisible sound waves were released from the clock drum, which made Lin Feng step back in shock. Ha! Lin Feng frowned. He dashed forward again and concentrated 5,000 Jin of power in his fist, then punched the drum directly. Doong! A strong vibration spread throughout the atmosphere. The vibrations began to combine into a powerful wave. Once all the waves had combined into one, the single remaining wave was launched directly back to Lin Feng. Boom! The powerful wave crashed onto Lin Feng, which knocked him into the air and sent him flying backwards. Cough, cough. Lin Feng fell on the ground and coughed twice. Seeing the blood come out of his mouth stupefied him. Was that 9 heavy waves? Lin Feng's eyes stared blankly at the drum. He had just been attacked by the 9 heavy waves technique, and that 9 heavy waves power was far greater than his own understanding. These drums were able to return attacks and duplicate the strength of the attacks they returned. How intriguing. How did these drums return my attacks? Lin Feng was sitting and thinking deeply on the current situation. The first and the second time, he had only managed to make a muffled sound like a duong. The drums hadn't emitted anything close to a genuine drum sound on either of his strikes. To make things worse, the stronger his attacks were, the stronger they came back at him. It really was a mystery which seemed impossible to solve. I'm doing something wrong. Since this is an ancient sect exam, there must be a way to pass the exam. It's just that I haven't thought about the solution yet. Moreover, the elder in the black cloak knows that I'm an 8-chi layer cultivator and that my spirit is weak. He must have chosen the easiest exam for me. If I can't pass the easiest exam, then how would I ever gain support from the sect to help Han Man? Lin Feng was thinking deeply, then he suddenly jumped to his feet. At that moment he had perfectly understood what he was doing wrong, as well as the elder's intentions. It wasn't the easiest exam, it was actually the most difficult one. The old man back in the cave actually hoped that Lin Feng would come crawling back in the face of difficulties. This was a test on how stubborn he could be in his path to becoming an immortal. Dark spirit come out, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng released his dark spirit. Immediately, his vision could pierce the secrets of the world. When he used his dark spirit, all of his abilities and skills became more powerful, including his power of understanding. His long sword emitted a metallic sound. A thunderous roar spread in throughout the atmosphere and bombarded onto a drum. Boom, a whistling sound and a thunderous roaring filled the atmosphere of the cave. The attack struck the drum, but then, as before, the power was reversed and duplicated. The sword shook and he tried to stop the counter-attack. Lin Feng's clothes were torn apart. There was blood flowing from wounds on Lin Feng's body. This was exactly what Lin Feng had predicted. The powers of the counterattacks were exactly twice the power of his previous attacks. Even though he was trying to protect himself, it didn't work. I just have to improve my skills, said Lin Feng without retreating. He used Roaring Thunder again, but this time to attack another of the 8 drums with his full power. Over the precipice of Zhanggu, a strong wind was whistling. Sword Chi could be seen shooting in every direction. An insanely strong wind could be seen on the edge of the cliff. It was a powerful whirlwind of Sword Chi. The Sword Chi became thicker and more violent as you moved closer to the 8 drums. Unending whistling noises as well as thunderous roars were filling the atmosphere and causing a violent wind to appear all around. Lin Feng forgot how many times he had used his Roaring Thunder skill to strike at the drums. The chi released from the sword became a transparent layer around Lin Feng's body in an attempt to protect him from any attacks. The powerful sword attacks continued bombarding the drums. Lin Feng's body was covered with wounds from head to toe. Some wounds were scratches while others were so deep you could see the bone. Anyone who could see him would think he had just fought in the most terrible of battles. But it seemed like Lin Feng had forgotten everything. He was immersed in the infinite chi of his sword and began unlocking its mysteries, defending himself, attacking, defending himself, attacking again. If someone had been there looking at Lin Feng, they surely would have cried out in alarm for him to stop damaging his body. Each time he conducted an assault on a drum, he was defending himself against the counterattack. Then he would attack the drum again using Roaring Thunder. Even though the counterattacks were twice as powerful as his own attacks, he was endlessly attacking them. There has been no sound yet. The reality sobered him up. Even though it was extremely dangerous for him to do that, he understood how much he had progressed. Before, when he had been practicing the Roaring Thunder skill, he had thought that he had reached the highest level possible and had complete mastery of the technique. There, on the precipice of Zhanggu, he understood that he didn't master the skill and had only truly understood the basics. Compared to a truly strong cultivator, his technique would be at the level of a child not long from his mother's breast. At the beginning, he was using only half of his power to attack a single drum. Then as time progressed, he attacked 2, then 3, until he had begun attacking all 8 drums. He was attacking all 8 drums while receiving their counterattacks. Each time he would receive a counterattack many times more powerful than his original attack. If he wasn't careful, then the counterattacks could destroy a limb or crush his ribs. His sword technique had grown to a much deeper understanding. As time progressed, he increased the power of his attacks and continued to train. The power of his attacks became twice as strong, then 3 times as strong. He continued until the power of each of his strikes was amplified in power by 7 times the power of his original attacks. Every time he had thought that he had reached his limits, he then would discover how to surpass that limit. He then multiplied his power by 7 and attacked all 8 drums at the same time. His body had become used to the pain and pressure created from constantly enduring this kind of harsh training. Unfortunately, the drums were just making the same muffled noise and didn't emit the noise which would pass the exam. There were an innumerable amount of people gathered around the life or death arena. "What happened here? The elders are coming," said the crowd while staring at the person in the life or death arena. They felt puzzled. Its senior disciple Xianxia. 2 months ago he became the strongest ordinary disciple, because he defeated an elite disciple in 1 hit and was allowed entry into the elite disciples. What is he doing here? Who cares about Xianxia? Haven't you seen Tu Fu and fellow disciple Ling who are here? What? You're saying that Tu Fu and Ling who are in the crowd? The crowd was noisy and all sorts of discussions could be heard about the reason behind these events. Tu Fu was very famous in the Yunhai sect. He was allegedly the strongest elite disciple. As far as Ling Hu, the Yunhai sect could say it didn't have a single disciple who didn't know him, as he was regarded as the strongest disciple of the sect. Ling Hu Hishan had surpassed everyone's level on the path of cultivation within the sect, including that of some elders. How was everyone supposed to keep calm after seeing such a strong disciple at the life or death arena? On the horizon, the wind was growing uneasy. There was a legendary-looking rock in the sky, spreading its wings and soaring toward that location. Everyone could see that it was extremely powerful. "It's coming," said the people around the life or death arena, while looking at the silhouette flying in the sky. They were all tense. The speed of the legendary rock was extremely fast. In a flash, it had already arrived within Stormy Gorge. The Yunhai sect's crowd of disciples burst into an uproar again. They were giving shouts one after the other. "Oh my! There are people! 2 people are riding the legendary rock. Can you see there is also a beautiful girl up there?" People watching this scene could feel their hearts racing with excitement. The legendary rock was carrying people, and there was even a very beautiful girl. What a mind-blowing scene! It was too much for those lower disciple. They had already seen too many shocking things today. "I apologize for having kept you waiting." The bird landed in the life or death arena. The speed at which it had been flowing and arrived was inconceivable. The crowd saw it clearly. That rock was a spirit. Both wings were spread wide and it looked like a real rock. The rock spirit was that of a young, unknown disciple. His expression was strange. He looked extremely handsome and extremely evil at the same time. How young! He has such a strong rock spirit at his age? How did he become so strong? Wait. I heard that in the core disciples of the Haoyu sect, there is a highly ranked disciple who has a rock spirit. It is even difficult to compare him to a human. Absolutely, that core disciple enjoys a well-deserved reputation. He has amazing agility techniques. His spirit can also carry others on a flight with its strength, said some elders of the sect. He was indeed the first disciple of the Haoyu sect. His name was Chu Zhanpeng. A short while ago, the Yunhai sect received a letter written by Chu Zhanpeng saying he wanted to enrich his knowledge and exchange pointers with an outstanding disciple of the Yunhai sect. And besides, he would immediately come in the life or death arena, of course, for a fight. Chu Zhanpeng became a core disciple in the Haoyu sect. He was extremely famous in the Shuiyu country because of his status. He was the 6th strongest disciple of the country. Hardly would it be an exaggeration to say that no man in the entire Yunhai sect could match his strength. Ling Hu Hishan wasn't going to fight Chu Zhanpeng. The sect wasn't willing to challenge him. However, if he himself challenged someone, the clan had no choice but to accept. Dear elders, you're flattering me. This is my female junior apprentice Lin Qian. Not long ago she had already reached the Ling Qi layer. This time I am coming because my apprentice Lin Qian heard that Yunhai disciples are all strong and powerful. Therefore she wanted to come and broaden her knowledge. I was hoping that you could help her achieve enlightenment by allowing a match of similar strength. She would learn a lot from such a battle. Chu Zhanpeng introduced the beautiful girl who was on his side. Chu Zhanpeng still looked both handsome and evil at the same time. Wuxia insulted Chu Zhanpeng silently in his thoughts. Chu Zhanpeng had a certain reputation and could not be easily rejected. He had sent the letter in advance and planned some type of scheme. Go Chenxing, you're the one appointed to battle Lin Qian. Show her our sex techniques and teach her through battle. Chun Xing had reached the Ling Qi layer 2 months before when he had defeated an elite disciple. He was already at the first bottleneck of the Ling Qi layer. If he couldn't defeat Lin Qian, no other Yunhai Ling Qi disciple would be able to defeat her. Yes, elder, said Chun Xing while nodding. He then went in the middle of the life or death arena to face Lin Qian. Fellow practitioner Lin Qian, let's start, said Chun Xing while releasing his spirit. Suddenly a layer of rocks covered his body. This made him look like a huge golem monster made completely of the hardest rocks. This is Chun Xing's rock spirit. Not only is this an outstanding defense ability, but his attacks are also extremely powerful. He will clearly win this without needing any more skills, said an older disciple while staring at Chun Xing with confidence. Even though Chun Xing was covered with gigantic rocks, his speed hadn't decreased and he could move with incredible speed like before he was covered. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Lin Qian. He lashed his fist in the direction of the thin and frail Lin Qian, which made everyone feel worried for the safety of this beauty. Ice, whispered Lin Qian. A freezing cold air coming from her body spread began freezing the air around her. This sudden attack froze Chun Xing's rocky hand in place, which gave him the feeling he had hit an iron wall, unable to strike forward. Then Lin Qian suddenly grasped Chun Xing's fist using her both hands. Ice spread on Chun Xing's arm and then violently spread until it covered his entire body. That ice spirit is so powerful. She really does have natural talent, Wuxia said. Everybody was born with a spirit, but the same spirit in different people didn't have the same strength. The spirit's strength would depend on level of cultivation, natural gifts, martial skills, and many other variables which made it impossible to become so strong without the correct foundations for cultivation. Wuxia was not worried about Chun Xing. After all, he had a rock spirit, so his defense skills were extremely high. Fire, whispered Lin Qian coldly. Chun Xing was suddenly covered in flames and his frozen body was trembling. His rocky body started to crack, which caused him to give a blood-curdling scream. Everybody was staring in shock as his rocky body was blown to pieces. Ice and fire. Wuxia's face suddenly changed. A universal spirit, it was probably a universal spirit. Lin Qian's strength is high. I lost, said Chun Xing looking depressed as he no longer had his body made from rocks to protect him. He went back to stand at Wuxia's side. The crowd burst into an uproar. He lost. He actually lost. The Yunhai sect had chosen an elite disciple to battle and he had been defeated. The elders' cheeks were burning. They had lost face. Chu Zhanpeng still had that enigmatic smile on his face. He glanced at everyone. He. As expected, the disciple chosen by the Yunhai sect is very strong. But my junior disciple chosen by the Haoyu sect is extremely strong as well. The people who can beat her in this continent are few. Chu Zhanpeng wanted to find an outstanding disciple in the Yunhai sect to exchange pointers with Lin Qian. But I originally came because I had something to ask. What request do you have? Wuxia said, looking anxious. My junior apprentice has an uncle and her uncle's son is called Lin Feng. He is truly insane. He humiliated some elders of their family and injured their clan's disciples. He is just an arrogant, ordinary disciple. I hope the Yunhai sect will deliver him to me. I don't want the Yunhai sect to be known for having such disciples. Wuxia understood everything when he heard these words. That was Chu Zhanpeng's purpose behind all these events. Chu Zhanpeng knew that if he had directly asked to get a member of the Yunhai sect, then the letter would have been refused, as this would cause the sect to lose face. However, he was very smart. He made Lin Qian defeat a Yunhai sect's elite disciple, and then the words he carefully chose, so that the clan wouldn't lose face by giving him Lin Feng. Of course, if Xie didn't accept Chu Zhanpeng's request, then he wouldn't be as friendly as he had been until that moment. It seems like Lin Qian means a lot to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Yunhai sect for such a small matter. The universal spirit was indeed a very strong one. That's precisely what has brought him here for revenge. Xie had already made a decision and said to the others, "Go and bring Lin Feng here." When he heard these words, Chu Zhanpeng smiled and Lin Qian's eyes seemed to fill with killing intent. Lin Feng couldn't know what had happened in the stormy gorge, as he was still training on the precipice of Zhanggu. Lin Feng was surrounded by an immense amount of sword qi. Every hit he carried out with his sword was almost strong enough to kill him with a single strike, and then it would be returned many times stronger. His dark spirit was completely released. He was using his roaring thunder skill without any flaws. There was a white light surrounding his body and thunderous roars were spreading throughout the atmosphere. It was a terrifying scene to anyone who could see. Lin Feng was in a complete frenzy and used all of his strength to bombard the drums. He was completely unaware at this point the sect was searching for him, to bring him to his execution. Lin Feng had completely released his dark spirit. Sweat was dripping all over his body as he struggled with every breath. The attacks had become overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Feng was definitely an exceptional talent which could only be seen every 10,000 years. It was almost like he was wielding 10,000 swords simultaneously. The thunderous roars had consumed the entire atmosphere within the precipice. Lin Feng was stunned at the progress he had made. He was able to predict when and how the counterattacks would strike back at him. He didn't stop attacking the drums for even a single second. If he stopped even briefly, the sword qi from a single counterattack would crush him. Lin Feng had not anticipated this kind of situation. How did it become powerful? Lin Feng had thousands of theories but could not comprehend his current situation. Lin Feng was never able to release such a powerful energy. So how could his returned energy be so much stronger? Even a cultivator who had reached the Ling Qi layer would find it hard to release such a powerful attack. Since I started using the Roaring Thunder skill, the energy from each attack has been accumulating, and the sword qi is getting stronger and stronger. This is how it reached such a tremendous power, thought Lin Feng while still dodging each and every counterattack. The sword qi had transformed into an unknown force, a force which seemed to be invincible. Even though Han Man had only reached the 8th qi layer, it seemed like he was able to reach a perfect fusion with the earth beneath his feet. The earth was giving its power to him. It is precisely because he used the power of the earth combined with his abilities that he was able to defeat cultivators of the 9th qi layer in the 3-punch match and even cause an injury to that disciple. Lin Feng suddenly thought about the fight between Han Man and the cultivator of the 9th qi layer, which gave him a brilliant idea. He had initially thought that Han Man could use the earth's power because his spirit was an earth spirit, but Lin Feng realized that this type of thinking was wrong. This power was all around us at all times, and anyone could use this power as their own. Each time he used 9 heavy waves to attack the drums counterattacked. Each time he used roaring thunder to attack the drums counterattacked. Lin Feng had realized that if the 8 drums didn't have the potential to attack, if 9 heavy waves bounced from the drums to come back at Lin Feng, it was because of the power within the attack. If roaring thunder bounced from the drums and came back at Lin Feng, it was because of the power of his roaring thunder skill. The power! Lin Feng had a bright smile on his face. He suddenly changed the way he was using his sword, and each of his attacks became more skillful and elegant. His sword play had become graceful, and while each of his movements required unparalleled skill, when used by Lin Feng it seemed as easy as breathing. In the stormy gorge, in the life or death arena, suddenly a group of people approached from the sky. When the crowd in the gorge saw these people, everyone from the Yunhai sect looked at them with the utmost respect. However, in their hearts they were all a bit nervous and stunned at the turn of events. Chu Zhanpeng was one of the 8 officials of the country. However, the Yunhai Patriarch reigned supreme over everyone within his territory, even though both sects had similar status. He was the great leader of the sect, which made all of the Yunhai sect elders anxious upon his arrival. Patriarch, Great Elder, every member of the Yunhai sect bowed at the same time to greet the two special hosts. Chu Zhanpeng greets Patriarch Nangong and Great Elder Mo, said Chu Zhanpeng to the two who were calmly moving in his direction while slightly bowing with respect. He still had a strange smile on his face, making him look handsome while giving away his treacherous intentions. Young Master Chu Zhanpeng, how have you been these days? Nan Gongling looked at Chu Zhanpeng while nodding his head. Nan Gongling was middle-aged but still had signs of youth on his face, and he was surprisingly calm in front of the junior patriarch. His youth showed he had spent less time than most on the path to cultivation but still had a mature composure. Nan Gongling is the youngest patriarch the Yunhai clan has ever had throughout its history. Although you are not yet as strong as my father, but if we had to fight, I would have a lot of pressure and the outcome would be unknown. Your power is extraordinary for such a young age, said Chu Zhanpeng looking calm. He was secretly amazed by Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling was the strongest disciple of the Yunhai sect in the past 100 years. He had become the Yunhai sect's patriarch when he was only 40 years old. His reputation was known throughout the world of cultivation. My father is much stronger these days than when you had last seen him. He also told me to greet you when I left to come to the Yunhai sect. Chu Zhanpeng's father was actually the patriarch of the Haoyu sect. Nan Gongling nodded and said, Xia, Chu Zhanpeng came here as a guest. How can you let him stand? The great Chu Zhanpeng came to the Yunhai sect because he wants us to deliver him one of our ordinary disciples called Lin Feng. Xia said, explaining. Because of an ordinary disciple? Asked Nan Gongling, frowning in irritation. Chu Zhanpeng quickly interrupted Xia and said, Patriarch Nan Gongling, Lin Feng is the son of this junior female apprentice's uncle. That young man has no regard for his elders and betters. He has injured one of his male cousins. He also insulted and humiliated his uncle, the father of my female junior apprentice. Therefore, my female junior apprentice wanted to come to solve their personal grudges. Chu Zhanpeng was facing the great elders and the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, so he was careful not to sound too excessive with his words or he may not leave with his life. He wanted Nan Gongling to accept his request. Therefore, he was using a mild and humble tone. However, Nan Gongling wasn't that kind of a person and he perfectly understood what was going on. Xia, how do you want to handle this? Asked Nan Gongling. Xia didn't immediately reply. He secretly glanced at one of the great elders who was standing next to Nan Gongling. That child, with no regard for his elders and betters, is guilty. He should be expelled from the sect. Xia was guarded in his speech. If he had directly said that he would deliver Lin Feng to Chu Zhanpeng to save face, it would definitely anger Nan Gongling. Lin Feng was still a Yunhai sect disciple after all. How could he deliver one of his disciples to the Haoyu sect without question? But saying he would expel Lin Feng from the sect implied that everything that happened after would have nothing to do with the sect anymore, as Lin Feng wouldn't be a disciple any longer. How cruel could Xia possibly be to this ordinary disciple? His own face. Nan Gongling was frowning and shaking his head. He knew exactly what Xia had meant in his words. Nan Gongling would not willingly hand over any of his disciples. Patriarch, his behavior is harmful to our sect and its reputation. If he stayed in the Yunhai sect, it would be a disaster in the future. Xia is begging that you expel that disciple for the well-being of the other disciples of the sect, said Mo Tsonglan, one of the great elders from the sect. Everyone around them had perfectly understood the situation. A solution had to be found. Mo Tsonglan, as one of the great elders, was also in charge of enforcement within the sect. His position within the hierarchy of the sect was extremely high. He was also Xia's father. After what he said, it could be easily understood what the consequences for Lin Feng would be. Ordinary disciple, whispered Nan Gongling. He was inwardly startled but didn't show it. He didn't approve Xia's decision, but Mo Tsonglan was a chief figure in the sect. Nan Gongling couldn't make Emotsanglan lose face because of a simple ordinary disciple. Abandoning Lin Feng was the only solution. At that moment, Nan Gongling was about to agree. Doane, a deep soul-piercing sound was heard, and it seemed that the sound echoed through the mountains, each vibration making all those present tremble slightly. It sounded like the gods were marching to battle in the heavens, and these were the war drums they played. The whole crowd was puzzled. Where did such a loud and terrifying sound come from? They could not think what had caused the sound they had just heard. The patriarch of the Yunhai sect, Nan Gongling, had chills run down his spine as a light twinkled in his eyes. That was the sound of the drums on the precipice of Zhanggu. Emotsanglan was amazed. His eyes were twinkling as well. He gazed into the distance towards a certain mountain range. There was a precipice in that chain of mountains. On that overhanging cliff, there was a small room with 8 drums. The drums there had not emitted a single sound in more than 100 years. Doan. Another drum sound was heard as if it was rushing down from beyond the highest heavens. That's the second drum. Impossible! Nan Gongling could not believe what he has just heard. Right after that, the smile on his face could not be removed. Only the most gifted and the strongest disciples, referred to as geniuses, could make the drums emit a sound. They were looking forward to announcing that the Yunhai sect had an outstanding disciple, a true genius among geniuses. Nan Gongling's mood wasn't good because of what had happened with Chu Zhanpeng. Being in such a situation because of a disciple while being a large sect like the Yunhai sect was embarrassing. But at that moment, Nan Gongling had forgotten these events and could not contain his excitement. It had been more than 100 years since the beating sound of the drums had been heard. Now he had heard the beating sound of the drums twice. I don't know who that disciple is. Unbelievably, he was able to pass the test of the precipice of Zhanggu, said Nan Gongling. He was asking himself who had passed the test. He had completely forgotten that problem with Chu Zhanpeng. Daowen and GGG. The third beating sound of the drums spread throughout the sky above the Yunhai sect. That time, almost everyone in the Yunhai sect looked at the heavens with a slight fear showing in their eyes. But some of the stronger disciples could somewhat tell the direction the sound was coming from and nothing more. The strongest disciples knew the sound they were hearing. It had been a long time since they had been so thrilled. Nan Gongling was also staring at the sky. The history of the clan dated back 1,000 years, and it had been 300 years since 3 beating drum sounds were heard. Phew! Nan Gongling was breathing deeply and struggling to contain his excitement. The patriarch of the sect was so young, and yet, in his generation, he would bring untold glory back to the sect. The sound of the drums from the precipice of Zhanggu had given an unprecedented shock to the members of the Yunhai sect. Each time they thought the beating sound of the drums would stop, another one was heard. When the 7th drum sound was heard, the Yunhai sect members quieted down. Only the pure sound made from beating the drums was remaining in the total silence that had spread across the sect. The entire Yunhai sect was still in confusion, but many had the feeling of good fortune arriving on the sect. It was as if the vibrations in the air and sound coming from those drums were the only things left in the universe. It was as if the entire Yunhai sect and even the entire universe was enveloped by the power of those drums. Nan Gongling was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He was gazing into the distance towards the precipice of the abyss with an amazed look on his face. Nan Gongling's robes were swinging in the gentle breeze that was blowing over the area. Not a sound could be heard from him. Everyone else who was standing around him, Emotsanglan, Wuxia, the Yunhai sect's disciples, Lin Qian, and even Chu Zhanpeng were gazing into the distance. They had the feeling that on that mountain was a god beating his war drum to announce he had been born. A new god of war had descended. Inside the cave in the mountains, the old man wearing a black cloak had stood up and was looking at the overhanging cliff slightly surprised. He had a solemn and respectful facial expression. The old man wearing the black cloak protected the precipice of the abyss, which was a sacred place for the Yunhai sect. Even though few people knew he existed, the patriarch of the sect Nan Gongling, when he saw this elder he would bow out of respect. The old man had seen that Lin Feng was only at the 8th chi layer and that his spirit was quite weak, so he had made him go through the passageway that led to the precipice with the hardest exam, hoping that Lin Feng would be able to return in one piece once faced with the difficulties of the exam. He had never thought that, considering the circumstances, a disciple of only 8th chi layer while using a weak snake spirit would be the first to successfully pass that exam. What impressed the old man is that the beating sounds of the drums seemed to remain in the air for an extended time, and the entire Yunhai sect was consumed in that sound. The 7th beating sound of the drums had already been heard. In the 1,000-year history of the Yunhan sect, such a miracle had never happened. Nobody had ever managed to make the drums beat so many times, and on top of that, the sounds were never this profound. The old man entered the passageway towards the precipice of Zhanggu. He was walking up the flight of stairs step by step with the same respectful and solemn expression on his face as before. It looked like he was expecting the 8th beating sound of the drums. At that moment, the sword chi was still filling the atmosphere, completely creating an unknown force, but now it was no longer disorganized. It was following Lin Feng's hand, in which he was holding his long sword. Lin Feng at that moment looked invincible. The force of the sword, it can be found everywhere, Lin Feng thought while smiling. These drums were intriguingly marvelous. There had to be enough power in each attack for the drums to produce a strong enough counterattack which could then be used to produce a beating sound. This is what Lin Feng was precisely doing at that moment. He was producing more powerful attacks to increase the sword force in the atmosphere to attack the drums so that they could produce beating sounds. I already made the drums beat 7 times. Let's make them beat one last time. That would be 8 beats for 8 drums. The last one has to be perfect, and I'll pass the test of the precipice of Zhanggu. Then I will have to thank that elder, said Lin Feng. At that moment Lin Feng thought that this actually was the easiest test on Heaven Mountain within the precipice of Abyss, and the elder really had been lenient with his request. He held his long sword in his hand, and the entire atmosphere was fusing with his sword and absorbing an incredible amount of energy. Here come the drums, shouted Lin Feng. The sword chi turned into a radiant light, and the drums beat one last time. The last drum emitted a sound which spread throughout the entire atmosphere of the Yunhai sect to the point that the mountains were vibrating. The vibrating sound lasted for a while. Lin Feng's dark spirit which was behind him vanished from sight. Triumphantly he sat down. With no power left he slumped his body across the floor. Now I should be able to find some pills which will cure Han Man. Even though Lin Feng was exhausted, he had a big smile on his face. A loud rumbling sound was suddenly heard. The large stone doors of the precipice opened. There was a silhouette to be seen inside the doorway. It was the old man wearing the black cloak who had pointed him to this trial. Seeing that it was the old man and remembering the familiar black cloak, Lin Feng, while struggling, he once again rose to his feet. He then said to the old man, "Elder, did I finally pass the test? Will I be able to get the pills I need for my friend?" The old man looked at Lin Feng, who had a smile on his face while still looking completely stupefied. Immediately after that, an unknown expression appeared on his face. Lin Feng wasn't aware of what he had done, but maybe he had angered this esteemed elder. He hadn't come with the goal of achieving something unprecedented. He had just come to get some medicine for his friend who was injured and did not care about what he had achieved in the sect. Status and power meant nothing if he had no friends to share them with. "Of course you can," said the old man in the black cloak while smiling. He took out a jar full of unknown profound pills and threw it at Lin Feng, saying, "There are some healing pills inside. One is enough to cure your friend completely. How you use the others is something you can decide by yourself. These pills are precious and you might need them later." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Lin Feng was surprised. According to the old man, 1 pill was enough to cure Han Man's injuries. Such a pill was beyond extremely precious and valuable. The old man had given him an entire jar. Understanding the old man's status and strength, Lin Feng knew the old man wasn't trying to fool him, but was wondering why he would go so far for such an easy test. "You passed the exam, so you deserve it. However, you should remember this. Don't share the fact that you passed the exam of the precipice of Zhanggu with random people," explained the old man to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had only reached the 8th chi layer and had managed to produce 8 drum beats. No matter how Lin Feng had done that, his talent in the Yunhai sect's entire history was never seen before. He was a real genius. The old man hoped Lin Feng wouldn't raise the attention of any evil people before he had the chance to fully bloom. In the Shuiyu country, including the Yunhai sect, there were certain people who secretly hunted and killed extremely skilled and outstanding disciples before they could gain power. It was not a rare thing for jealousy to be born of those with talent. Today the sounds of the drums had been heard throughout the entire sect's territory. It would probably make him the biggest target within the sect. It would be best if he could lay low and not cause any trouble. Then after a few years he would shine, otherwise his path would be a truly bloody one. All right. Lin Feng didn't clearly understand why the old man in the black cloak was saying that, but he was still nodding his head. The old man in the black cloak raised his head and looked in the distance. Protector Bei, take him back. Lin Feng was stunned. There were only perilous cliffs and precipices here. One could see very far in the distance when looking around, and there was clearly no one else around. Obviously the old man wouldn't be talking to the air. Okay, old friend. Let's go back, young En, said a voice coming from the middle of the mountains in the distance. Lin Feng raised his head and saw someone falling down from the sky. This old man had a familiar-looking face and had 2 gigantic wings, 2 dreamlike snow-white wings. They looked like the wings of a crane. This was a crane spirit. Strong cultivators can fly, and they can even carry people through the skies. I would have never thought that the Yunhai sect had such cultivators. Lin Feng found the scene absolutely fascinating. He had the feeling a hurricane was coming and that he was unable to stand firm or move away. Sand and small stones were flying around in the air. The crane-like silhouette landed on the overhanging cliff. Lin Feng was staring. It was him. Lin Feng knew the person who had appeared. It was the old man of the Xingchen pavilion. He still looked sluggish and had a neglected appearance. He looked the same as the last time, but with a giant set of wings on his back. The elder who was in charge of protecting the Xingchen pavilion was as expected. Not even slightly ordinary, said Lin Feng to himself, convinced. Young man, I will introduce you. My old friend is one of the protectors of the Yunhai sect. You can call him Protector Kong. I am one of the protectors of the Yunhai sect as well, and you can call me Protector Bei. The old man's mood seemed to be particularly good. Protectors of the sect have an extraordinary status in the hierarchy, to the extent that even if the patriarch of the sect was to see them, he would not dare be insolent. The ones who became protectors showed extreme devotion and loyalty towards the sect. Their abilities were far above that of other disciples. They only cared about the sect. That was the only thing they had in their mind. How could the Protector Bei not be happy that Lin Feng had passed the test of the precipice of Zhanggu? Protector Bei, Protector Kong. Lin Feng was smiling at the 2 old men. 2 protectors of the sect. They were probably within the strongest cultivators of the sect. Protector Kong silently nodded his head. Shortly after, he went back into the cave. His body just vanished into the darkness of the passageway. My old friend spends his time in this cave every day. It's common for him not to speak for days. He never did speak much, so it doesn't matter. Protector Bei was shaking his head. He then said to Lin Feng, We're leaving too. The crane spirit appeared briefly. Its wings flapped in the air, giving a hurricane-like sensation. Lin Feng only felt his body flying up in the air, guided by a mysterious power. There was nothing under his feet, only the distant ground. Lin Feng had the feeling he was dreaming. In the previous world, it would have been impossible to fly up in the air like this without the assistance of technology. However, in the continent of the 9 clouds, extreme power and strength enabled some cultivators to look down on the world from above. In order not to draw other people's attention and to remain discreet, Protector Bei had decided to make Lin Feng move to another room which was also designed for ordinary disciples, but it was situated in the forest, far away from many disciples. Lin Feng could not wait and started heading towards Han Man. When he passed his new training room, he didn't even give it a glance and continued forward. Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and saw a disciple who was surprisingly waiting at the door of his training room. Lin Feng was annoyed because that room was supposed to be kept secret. It was disciples' sacred training place. Lin Feng wasn't expecting anyone. So how did they know where to look for him? The disciple had even taken the liberty to open the door and look inside. What if there were private or even secret things within that room? You know about the sect's rules. You are not allowed to enter other disciples' rooms. Lin Feng said as his anger was building. He knew that disciple. His name was Ho Qing. He was ranked within the top 10 ordinary disciples of the sect. He was also in charge of making sure that the rules of the sect were respected by the ordinary disciples. Lin Feng knew him because of the status he held within the sect. Besides, he also knew Lin Feng. In the Yun Hai sect, Mo Zhonglan was one of the great elders. He enjoyed a high status. He was also responsible for making sure that the rules of the sect were being respected by everyone. In the Yun Hai sect, the people in charge of making sure that the rules of the sect were being respected were numerous. There were some who had to watch the ordinary disciples and others who had to watch the elite disciples. Ho Qing often abused the power he had as a disciple in charge of maintaining the rules of the sect. However, Lin Feng had not expected him to dare break one of the most sacred rules within the sect. Of course I know that rule. But such a rule doesn't need to be applied when it comes to you, piece of trash. Ho Qing looked sluggish. He wasn't looking straight into Lin Feng's eyes. In his thoughts, Lin Feng was still the piece of trash he used to be when he was at the 5th chi layer. Follow me, said Ho Qing. I have no time. Lin Feng started walking again. Han Man was still injured and was waiting for his pills. Why would he give Ho Qing face when he had better things to do with his time? Ha! Ho Qing was stunned when he saw that Lin Feng was ignoring him. He was furious and his figure suddenly vanished. A madly strong wind started blowing and a silhouette appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was Ho Qing. Ho Qing was very proud of his agility technique as he knew how strong it was, especially when he saw Lin Feng was frowning. The piece of trash was obviously shocked by such great skills. One of the elders of the sect wants to see you. Are you not going? Said Ho Qing in a mocking tone, as if Lin Feng had been making a fool of himself. One of the elders wants to meet me? Said Lin Feng, who was surprised. Was it because of the life or death arena killing? Impossible, he had killed everyone who had known his true identity. Was it because of what had happened at the precipice of Zhanggu? Impossible, Protector Kong didn't want that news to spread within the sect. Protector Bei wouldn't want that either. They definitely wouldn't let Ho Qing know about it or send him to pick up Lin Feng. They also knew he would have business with Han Man. One of the elders surprisingly wanted to meet Lin Feng, and there was no reason to refuse. Wait for me for a little while. I'll be right back, said Lin Feng to Ho Qing and walked away, which left Ho Qing stunned once again. That guy had learnt that an elder wanted to see him and he dared make one of the sect elders wait. Ho Qing was furious, but he then remembered that Lin Feng was going to have to face the reality later anyway. So it was only a matter of time. Lin Feng went to Han Man's room as quickly as he could and he gave him 3 pills. Han Man gladly accepted them and swallowed them immediately. Lin Feng had given him 3 of his priceless profound healing pills to make sure there was nothing left unhealed within his friend. He made sure to sit next to the bed waiting for his recovery. Lin Feng, did you go to the precipice of the abyss? Jing Yun asked uncertain while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. He would not lie to Han Man or to Jing Yun, but when he remembered the words of the protectors, he could only nod without making a sound. Jing Yun already knew that he had been successful when she saw Lin Feng's expression. Jing Yun somehow knew that he had gone to the precipice of the abyss, taken some pills and come back. She also knew that if anyone could pass the exam it would be Lin Feng. Han Man had the sensation of waves that were flowing in his body from an unknown source. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. He didn't say anything, but he felt thankful to have such an amazing friend. He could feel countless warm waves of healing energy were flowing into his body without stopping. Lin Feng, thank you, said Han Man. During the short time he spent with Lin Feng, there was already no doubt about them being true friends. Han Man would always remember the name of such a friend in his heart. If the heavens ever threatened to punish Lin Feng, then they would first have to punish Han Man in his place. What a true friend. He had killed Jing Feng and wanted to bear the consequences alone. He had shared precious items with them even though he had killed the ferocious wild beasts on his own. He was also able to kill Jiang Huai and Jing Hao by himself, and then he was also able to go to the precipice of the abyss and pass the exam only to save his friend Han Man. In this world, it would be hard to find someone who would do so much for someone they had known for such a short time. Lin Feng truly valued all of his friendships and the people he would call friends. After a short time, Han Man could feel that his body had almost completely recovered. He could feel that his body was still recovering. There was no longer any pain, just the sensation of pins prickling his skin. He has shockingly recovered so fast. Jing Yun saw how quickly Han Man was recovering and that the bruises on his face had disappeared. She was amazed at how quickly the profound healing pills affected the body and how strong they were. These pills are very useful, as expected from the protectors, Lin Feng thought when he saw how quickly Han Man was recovering. Lin Feng was smiling and had finally started to relax. Han Man, since you are recovering so quickly, I can no longer stay with you as I have something I must attend. Before leaving, Lin Feng took 3 pills out of the jar and gave them to Jing Yun. He said, Jing Yun, if his injuries don't completely recover, then you must immediately give him these 3 profound healing pills. I am relying on you for this task. Lin Feng, don't worry. I will do as you say. Jing Yun took the 3 profound healing pills and then watched as Lin Feng left. Lin Feng was following Ho Qing as they were going towards the stormy gorge and more precisely towards the life or death arena. Lin Feng saw that there were many disciples gathered around the arena. He had no idea what could have happened and why they were all gathered at such a place when there were no sounds of battle. More importantly, he was wondering which elder wanted to see him and for what reason. Patriarch Elder Mo, I brought Lin Feng, Ho Qing said, respectfully taking Lin Feng to the life or death arena. This is our Yun Hai sect's patriarch Nan Gongling and great elder Mo Tsonglan. Lin Feng's jaw had almost hit the ground upon those words. He didn't expect to meet such important people, and they had directly called for him. He looked around and saw Chu Zhanpeng and Lin Qian. Lin Qian looked at him with a cold smile on her face. What is she doing here? Lin Feng, do you know the crimes you have committed? Mo Xia asked Lin Feng with a sinister and dark look in his eyes. Elder, I don't understand, said Lin Feng, shaking his head and feeling cold sweat dripping down his back. Mo Xia was an esteemed elder within the sect. Lin Feng felt that something really bad was about to happen. You don't understand? You are a disciple and you don't understand your elders. You hurt your brothers and sisters, insult your elders and your betters. You are the shame of the Yun Hai sect. You are a disgrace. You are trash. Mo Xia had made sure to embellish the charges and even made sure to humiliate him because of the agreement he had made with Chu Zhanpeng to save face. Because Lin Feng was a mere ordinary disciple, nobody would question Chu Zhanpeng on how he had intended to dispose of him. Nobody wanted the patriarch of the Yun Hai sect to be alarmed. He had embellished all these accusations in front of everyone and intended to have Lin Feng expelled from the Yun Hai sect. He had made sure to apply as much pressure as possible so a mere ordinary disciple could not rebuke his accusations. Disgrace, trash, making the Yun Hai sect lose face? Lin Feng's eyes looked perplexed, and then he looked at Lin Qian and understood what was going on. He couldn't understand Elder Mo Xia, though, and why he would stand on Lin Qian's side. Even though Lin Feng wasn't a famous disciple, he was still a disciple of the sect. Why are you not talking? You can all see how guilty he is simply by his unwillingness to defend from these accusations. Mo Xia said coldly, looking at Lin Feng, who remained silent. Elder, you listed many of the charges against me without evidence. I am just an ordinary disciple, and apparently the words of the little people do not matter much to the almighty esteemed elders of the Yun Hai sect. Even if I proved my innocence, I am already deemed guilty by such a wise, all-knowing and all-seeing elder. Do I need to say anything? How impudent, shouted Mo Xia, who didn't expect such sharp words from Lin Feng. Lin Feng had indeed made a reference to how lowly ordinary disciples were treated, and how the elders could accuse anyone of anything without even needing proof of their accusations. How dare you speak back to me? I'm one of the elders of the sect. My duty within the sect is to question disciples on their crimes. Do you even realize speaking back to an elder of the sect is a crime itself? If I don't say a word, then you take it as me admitting my guilt to all of your accusations. However, when I choose to speak, you accuse me of going against an elder who is performing his duties. I, Lin Feng, would like to ask such a biased elder, who exactly are you working for? Surely the master could not have wandered far from his obedient lapdog? Shouted Lin Feng. When he came to accuse Lin Feng, Wuxia was already convinced of the crimes that he had committed as if he had witnessed them. Nothing could change his mind. He thought Lin Feng was guilty of bringing shame to the sect. He treated Lin Feng like an animal. Lin Feng knew that Wuxia would make things difficult for him no matter what he did. Not saying a word would be a crime, but arguing would be a crime as well. Why would he need to restrain his actions when he was already guilty either way? In front of the entire crowd, all members of the sect, Lin Feng looked down on Wuxia and was not frightened at all. That guy is really brave. He actually dares to speak back to an elder. He's a madman who acts recklessly. It seems like he's tired of living. The crowd was discussing loudly, looking on with eyes filled with pity. They obviously hadn't expected Lin Feng to be audacious enough to directly confront an elder. In the continent of 9 clouds, it was a period of great prosperity for the sect. The sect was so strong that it could almost call itself a nation. They could bring either peace or destruction wherever they went without anyone batting an eye. Within the sect, there was a fierce competition for power. The ranks in the hierarchy were extremely strict. First, there were the ordinary disciples and the elite disciples, which were the seedlings within the sect. Then there were ordinary elders and grand elders. Ordinary was the lowest ranking, whether it was an elder or a disciple. Each had their own parts to play within the sect, and no one went against the hierarchy. Lin Feng was an ordinary disciple, and that's all. Between him and Wuxia, the difference in status within the hierarchy of the sect was huge. If Wuxia wanted Lin Feng to live, then he would live. If Wuxia wanted Lin Feng to die, then he would die. This was the difference between them. Wuxia was shocked and embarrassed because Lin Feng had directly spoken out against him and made him look a fool. Ho Qing, is contradicting a sect's elder a crime? Wuxia said as he was intensely staring at Lin Feng and not moving at all. Arguing against an esteemed elder is the highest crime, and he should be expelled from the sect. He should have his cultivation crippled for offending an elder of such high regard, and then have his position in the sect revoked, said Wuxia. How did Ho Qing not understand what Wuxia meant? How could he miss such a great opportunity? Elder, Ho Qing thinks that Lin Feng is guilty of all crimes of which he has been accused. He should cripple his own cultivation and should be expelled from the sect, he said with a wry smile. No need. He has worked so hard to acquire such meager skills. We should pity the pitiful. Just go cut off one of his arms and then you can expel him from the sect. Wuxia said in a magnanimous tone, as if he was being generous to Lin Feng. How vicious! Lin Feng hated him. He thought Wuxia was unfair. It was at that moment that Wuxia had been added to Lin Feng's list, and as long as Lin Feng lived, Wuxia's blood would eventually spill. Lin Feng was accused of many crimes. He would be expelled from the sect no matter what. He would instantly be given to Lin Qian as a gift. He was scared that Lin Qian and that creepy young guy wouldn't let him live if they captured him. They had obviously come to take his life. In fact, it was precisely what Lin Feng had anticipated. Because they had sent an elder after him, the situation was already hopeless. He would die if he complied, he would die if he resisted. On the path of cultivation, those who don't have sufficient power and natural talent will die. The sect is also unreliable and can no longer be trusted. Lin Feng's heart was like a mirror. This world, everything that had happened, the thing you could count on is your own power. This moment was also solidifying Lin Feng's concept of this world. An elder wanted to rip his arm off and to expel him from the sect, based on false accusations, but that did not matter. Lin Feng glanced at Nan Gongling. The patriarch of the sect hadn't said a word so far. He did not want to be part of what was happening and so distanced himself. Everything requires strength and natural talent. At the moment, I am not strong, which means I need to unveil my real talent. Lin Feng's thoughts were quick. If there is no solution, then I should reveal what I did at the precipice of Zhanggu. When he had made the drums beat, 2 protectors of the sect had shown up and personally accompanied him back to the sect. Lin Feng still had doubts as the exam he had passed was an easy one. The exam that he had passed as he initially thought wasn't an easy one. He had fooled himself into thinking it was easy because of the protector's kindness. At that moment, Ho Qing was already in front of Lin Feng with evil intentions. Many people were staring at them. Even some great elders were watching with disdain at the execution of an ordinary disciple. Ho Qing was feeling nervous and excited at the same time. That was a great opportunity for him to show his skills to the elders. Piece of trash, you can cut off your arm yourself. There is a huge difference between my strength and your strength. I don't think you're worth fighting, said Ho Qing in an arrogant tone. Lin Feng saw Ho Qing's twinkling eyes and felt exasperated. Ho Qing didn't have a strong personality. For one of the best ordinary disciples, he was just a pathetic weakling. I would rather see how you were planning to take my arm, said Lin Feng while unsheathing his sword and held it firmly in front of him. He was standing calmly and didn't attempt to move an inch from where he was originally standing. He felt like an unmovable mountain. He had no fear remaining. Ha! If it has to be like that, then I will show the elders how you really are worthless, said Ho Qing, who obviously knew Lin Feng wasn't going to cut off his own arm. A moment ago he had humiliated Lin Feng and made himself appear merciful, which would have a great impact on the elders. Dancing wind, agility technique. Ho Qing vanished in a flash. Dancing wind, agility technique. He had mastered his agility technique to perfection. His moves were so quick it was as if he was dancing on the wind. Fellow disciple Ho Qing is amongst the 10 best ordinary disciples. His agility techniques are outstanding for someone within the ordinary disciples. How could Lin Feng compete with him? That guy can still stand and look that calm. He's looking for death. This fight is already over. The crowd was looking at Ho Qing, who was as quick as the wind. The crowd was loud. Ho Qing was one of the best ordinary disciples. When he was using his agility techniques, even those who were higher in rankings than him were not able to match his speed. When Xianxia saw Ho Qing's agility technique, he smiled a confident smile. It seemed like Ho Qing's strength had increased again. He hoped Ho Qing would be able to be one of the 5 best ordinary disciples of the sect by the beginning of the following year, so that Xianxia as his teacher would also gain in reputation. Whether Ho Qing could defeat Lin Feng or not, Xianxia had never considered that as a plausible question. Lin Feng was merely at the 8th chi layer. He estimated that Lin Feng would only be able to make 3 moves before Ho Qing took his arm, without Lin Feng being able to see his movements. Amongst the people who were present, sadly it seemed like there was only Lin Feng who believed that he would win. Everyone else was prepared to see Lin Feng's blood. He was holding his sword out with only one hand and he stood motionless like a mountain. Ho Qing was incredibly quick and did not stop dancing from side to side around Lin Feng. At that moment, a strong whistling wind appeared and Lin Feng's robes were like a flag in the wind. His long hair was flying in all directions, yet he still remained unmoving. Suddenly, Ho Qing's silhouette vanished again. It's the end. Fellow disciple Ho Qing's agility techniques are just too exceptional for even elite disciples. The battle hadn't even really started that the crowd was already coming to conclusions. Everybody could only see that Lin Feng had closed his eyes. He was feeling calm and his robes were still being blown by the wind created from Ho Qing dancing around him. His breathing was steady and his heart was calm. Suddenly, he stopped breathing and only concentrated all of his senses on the current location of his opponent. Lin Feng's sword suddenly moved. His sword was dancing on the wind as if copying Ho Qing's skill. He looked graceful and agile with only calmness on his face. H. A loud scream was heard coming from above Lin Feng's head. Suddenly an oppressive energy filled the atmosphere and shocked many of the onlookers. Too weak, Lin Feng only said these 2 words. His sword was still shining and spotless. Right after that, the entire crowd saw blood splash in all directions. The whole crowd was gasping in shock. What they were looking at was inconceivable. Ho Qing had been unable even retaliate against Lin Feng. He had lost. It had been an easy win for Lin Feng. He had cut off one of Ho Qing's arms in a single strike during Ho Qing's agility technique. How is that even possible? How did Lin Feng do that? Shouted some of the ordinary disciples. They were extremely surprised, especially since many of them had heard Lin Feng's reputation and that he was called a piece of trash by many ordinary disciples. How could he have cut off one of Ho Qing's arms in one attack with such little effort? All these ordinary disciples hadn't seen clearly how Lin Feng had attacked, but the elite disciples had all seen very clearly. Lin Feng had been so quick using his sword that he had managed to borrow strength from the wind and cut Ho Qing's arm. To many onlookers it seemed that it was actually the wind itself which cut off the arm before the sword had even reached. A sword that can fuse with the wind and borrow its strength. Did the Xingqian Pavilion have such sword skills? Asked Nan Gongling, as it was the first time in his life that he had seen such a thing. Lin Feng's swordplay had been wonderful. Could really been defined as perfect. He hadn't used any unnecessary strength in his attack. He had followed the wind and had cut off one of Ho Qing's arms. This was Lin Feng's exact goal, as if he had wanted to take Ho Qing's life. He could have done that in one hit before anyone was able to react. Lin Feng hadn't practiced any particular skill for his sword to fuse with the wind. It was just an insight that he had gained when he was at the precipice of Zhanggu. He had realized that the sword, the sky, as well as the all things within creation, all had a force which could be used. The sword had a sword force, the wind had a wind force. He had just used that wind force. He had followed the wind with his sword, which had created a fusion between the sword and the wind, and then cleanly sliced off his opponent's arm. Wasn't that him using the wind force? Asked Nan Gongling, considering that possibility. But he immediately rejected that idea because Lin Feng was only at the 8th chi layer. How would he be able to comprehend what using the force of wind was? A cultivator of the chi layer couldn't use forces from the elements. Only cultivators who had reached the Ling chi layer and a few geniuses were able to use forces of the elements. If a cultivator of the chi layer wanted to use those forces, he could only do that using the power of his spirit. A cultivator could use forces only by using his spirit, but during that fight, Lin Feng hadn't released his spirit at all. That piece of trash has become strong. No wonder he became insane. However, as far as I'm concerned, that piece of trash is as before, still a piece of trash. That will not change today. Thought Lin Qian, who had seen Lin Feng cut off his opponent's arm in one hit and one single attempt. She was at the Ling Chi layer and her spirit was becoming stronger and stronger and was on the brink of awakening. She had an ice and fire universal spirit. That small piece of trash, Lin Feng, was no match for her. Wuxia looked extremely embarrassed at that moment. He had appointed Ho Qing to cut off Lin Feng's arm, and hadn't thought Lin Feng would cut off one of Ho Qing's arms effortlessly in a single strike. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. Lin Feng had to die. Lin Feng hadn't noticed everybody's face. He was looking just as calm as before. He had put his sword carefully back into his scabbard. He looked at Ho Qing, who was on the ground, on his knees, and didn't feel the least bit of pity. He just continued to stay unmoving as if nothing had happened. One of the top 10 within the ordinary disciples ranking. It's clear that when you said I was not worth fighting that you were not prepared to lose your own arm. Lin Feng was looking at Ho Qing mockingly and said, I really don't understand why you allow yourself to be that arrogant when you are so pathetically weak. I would be ashamed if I was your teacher. Ho Qing was using his other hand to cover the bloody wound where his arm used to be. Blood was pouring endlessly out of the wound and through his fingers to form a puddle on the floor. He looked absolutely terrified and couldn't come to grips with how he had lost his arm. The scene was so shocking that no one could believe what they had just seen. It must have been luck. If you didn't have such good luck then, Ho Qing said while looking at Lin Feng in a sinister way. At that moment he still believed that Lin Feng hadn't beaten him and that Lin Feng's strength was hugely inferior to his. Everything that happened when he randomly swung his sword must have been luck. How could he even know where Ho Qing was? Lin Feng had just been lucky, and when he was slashing the air managed to accidentally strike the arm. Ho Qing wasn't the only one to think that way. Many ordinary disciples within the crowd had the same train of thought. They really couldn't believe that Lin Feng had seen Ho Qing moving at such high speeds and simply used a single strike to accurately slice off his arm. I do indeed have great luck. Lin Feng looked surprised for a second, then smiled and replied. He had really been lucky indeed to have this opportunity to knock Ho Qing down a notch. Next time, I will not go easy on you and I will give you no chance to retaliate, said Ho Qing, walking unsteadily. He moved away from Lin Feng and moved through the crowd of disciples. His arm had been cut cleanly off, and this was not an injury he could leave without medical assistance. His wound required medical assistance as quickly as possible, or he would lose his life along with his arm. He had already lost so much blood that it was hard for him to stand. I hope that you will not be as foolish as to challenge me to a next time, said Lin Feng, feeling powerless and shaking his head. Ho Qing still didn't accept the fact that he had lost and attributed Lin Feng's victory to luck. With that kind of temperament, then he would come back for revenge and end up losing his other arm. You dared to injure a disciple in charge of dealing out justice when the sect's rules are not respected. The sect doesn't mean anything to you. It's clear in your eyes that you see us as something you can disrespect. Wuxia was blaming Lin Feng once again, accusing him of whatever he wished to suit his needs at the time. While smiling, Lin Feng said to Wuxia, "It's easy to give a dog a bad name and then hang him. If I understand what you mean properly, you're saying that I should have let him cut my arm and then get expelled from the sect, and on top of that I should still have the sect in my heart. Don't you think that your analysis in itself is ridiculous and laughable, Elder?" Lin Feng was provoking Elder Mo. They all wanted to cut off his arm, then expel him from the sect, and on top on that they wanted him to care about giving the sect the respect it deserves. Lin Feng admired Wuxia for being able to say such stupid things with a straight face. "Patriarch, am I allowed to add something to what has been said already?" asked Lin Feng, completely disregarding Wuxia yet again. If there was someone who had the power to make decisions in this situation, it was definitely Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling had an expression on his face which showed that he couldn't help but be interested in this young disciple. He was very interested in Lin Feng and his actions. Lin Feng was neither overbearing nor subservient, neither arrogant nor humble. Lin Feng was completely calm and composed, even though in such a seemingly disastrous position. That was exactly the temperament required to be a great cultivator and to improve with leaps and bounds on the path of cultivation. "You may speak," Nan Gongling said, nodding his head. "Patriarch, I was told to come over as an elder wanted to meet with me personally. I, upon arrival, immediately heard the elder accuse me of various things, namely of being guilty of bringing shame upon the sect's name and making the sect lose face. He called me the disgrace of the sect and a piece of trash. When I try to provide an explanation to defend myself, he immediately calls me names and says I am contradicting him. Because I chose to defend my innocence, he wants my arm to get cut off. I would like to ask, isn't it Elder Mo who made his decision based on his own personal opinion, guilty of bringing shame to the sect and causing it to lose face? As an elder in charge of making sure that the rules are respected, isn't he supposed to represent the sect in dealing out justice, rather than upholding his own biased injustice? Lin Feng's sharp and precise words had shocked the entire crowd, who now really believed he had gone insane. Audacious. A strong qi had surrounded Lin Feng where he stood. Wuxia hated Lin Feng so much that he wanted to kill him there on the spot before he could lose any more face to this young disciple's words. "I am not audacious. The sect wants to abandon and expel me without finding the truth behind the accusations. Why not be audacious anyway? I would like to ask you, Elder Mo, the crimes you accuse me of, who said I had committed them in the first place?" Lin Feng was smiling and completely calm. He wasn't scared of confronting Wuxia. "You trash. You injure your own family members, you humiliate your elders. Do you not dare admit it?" Lin Qian said in a cold tone. "So that's how it is. I see," said Lin Feng, smiling. "It seems that the crimes Elder Mo accused me of came from her. It was my cousin who told you all of this, correct?" "Yes. So what?" said Wuxia, whose murderous intentions were becoming stronger and stronger in the depths of his heart. Even if Lin Qian and Chu Zhanpeng were not the ones to land the killing blow, they still wished for his death. Since you admit it, Elder Mo, I would like to ask you a question in the presence of the Patriarch. You listened to her side of the story in order to accuse me of various crimes. But are you an elder of the Yunhai sect or an elder of the Haoyu sect? How dare you? Daring to humiliate me, an esteemed elder within the sect. I will cripple your cultivation now. Clear out the way. There is no more room for discussion. Xie had come to the end of his patience. Allowing Lin Feng to talk that way about him had caused his brilliance and reputation as an elder to be completely ruined. Everybody here knows what is right and what is wrong. It's just that I am not an elite disciple within the sect, so I cannot defend myself. Only the strong were respected. If you want to cripple my cultivation, just do it. There is no need make up groundless fabricated charges against me. While Lin Feng said that, he didn't stop looking at Nan Gongling. If Nan Gongling prevented Xie from attacking, Lin Feng would still be a Yunhai sect disciple in his heart even if he was expelled. However, if Nan Gongling let him attack, then Lin Feng would quickly tell them what had happened at the precipice of Zhanggu. Then during the confusion, Lin Feng would escape, as it could get dangerous for him and he wouldn't want to be a Yunhai sect disciple anymore anyway. If the sect didn't want Lin Feng, why would he need the sect? Lin Feng didn't have the least bit of servility in the depths of his heart and bones. He would never be any man's servant as long as he lived. Nan Gongling was carefully considering everything that had happened. Xie was moving closer and preparing to swiftly attack Lin Feng. Nan Gongling was paying attention to Lin Feng's facial expression. He was staring at Lin Feng's completely calm eyes with intrigue. His will and determination are extremely strong. He remains absolutely calm when facing danger. Besides, his natural abilities are good. He could join the elite disciples in a few years. He could become a very important person within the sect, and one day we may require talent such as his. Xie is an esteemed elder. His achievements on the path of cultivation are not insignificant. His natural talent and hard work also plays an important role in his development. He could climb up the hierarchy in the future. Even though what is happening today is Xie's fault. He is an elder after all, and besides, he is Tsonglan's son. Nan Gongling was considering everything that had occurred and calculating his response at extremely quick speeds. He was the patriarch of the sect. Whatever problem there is, he must always distinguish things clearly and understand the advantages and disadvantages of doing something. If something can be of benefit to the sect, then it has to be done. If it is unfavorable for the sect, then it shouldn't be done. This was the simple understanding which all patriarchs followed. He of course knew that Xie had made a mistake concerning the ongoing problems. The problem was that if he stopped Xie from acting, it would be the same as making him lose face. If he allowed him to attack, he would feel a great loss for the sect in his heart. Besides, he had no choice but to take into consideration Tsonglan as well and couldn't make him lose face either. After all, Tsonglan had the status of great elder within the sect. He had rendered heroic services to the sect. As a comparison, there was Lin Feng, who certainly had some potential, but he truly was an insignificant figure compared to the elders. Nan Gonglin's hesitations made Lin Feng laugh at himself for ever believing in the sect. He laughed at his own ignorance. Even though he had defeated Ho Qing, one of the 10 best ordinary disciples, Lin Feng was still in everyone's eyes an ordinary disciple. Besides, Xie was an esteemed sect elder. How could Nan Gongling make Xie lose face because of Lin Feng? Lin Feng wasn't extremely strong, so he shouldn't put himself in dangerous situations. In their minds, it was Lin Feng's own fault for not being strong enough or having enough talent to be worth protecting. Ignorant child, Xie said, as he was getting closer to Lin Feng. These words stabbed Lin Feng's eardrums. His smile revealed his murderous intentions. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. He was an ordinary disciple, nothing more. Actually daring to oppose Xie would be really reckless. Lin Feng is dead, shouted disciples in the crowd. But Lin Feng could only blame his own powerlessness. What a pity that I can't cripple his cultivation myself, said Lin Qian while smiling coldly. It was quite an unexpected situation for Lin Qian, but the result was the same. Those were Lin Feng's last moments anyway. A strong and powerful energy was paralyzing Lin Feng. The hair all over his body was erected. He was about to open his mouth, but at that moment the force oppressing him all over his body disappeared without leaving trace. Ha! Lin Feng was stunned. That was unexpected. How could that force suddenly vanish? Besides, how could it disappear that way without leaving trace? Wuxia wasn't far from Lin Feng, but at that moment he stopped walking towards Lin Feng. Wuxia's pupils were dilated as if he had seen something unimaginable. Furthermore, a godly strength was oppressing Wuxia's entire body. Many people didn't understand why Wuxia had stopped. Nan Gongling as well as Emotsonglan were all astonished at these turn of events. Lin Feng was looking at Wuxia's expression and then looked at his body. Lin Feng was as shocked as everyone else and could hardly believe what he was seeing. I'm not mistaken. Lin Feng was so shocked that his eyes couldn't be more open than at that moment. On Wuxia's body, there was a shadow which looked like a human body. Besides, that shadow was moving even though Wuxia was like paralyzed. It's a shadow. It really looked exactly like a human's shadow. The scariest thing though was that Lin Feng could only see the shadow but couldn't see to whom it belonged. It wasn't only Lin Feng paying attention. The patriarch as well as everyone was abnormally shocked and looking at the shadow enveloping Wuxia's body. Come back. Get lost, you trash, said a voice which filled the entire area. Only the voice could be heard. Nobody could see who had said it, but the voice felt like it contained an immense power which shook everyone to their core. The voice which they had heard made many people start trembling in fear. Many wanted to drop to their knees. That shadow which had come out of the void had scared everyone present, and their bodies were begging to escape with an almost primal instinct. Wuxia looked down and saw the dark shadow which was moving under his skin. It gave him an ice-cold sensation which ran all the way down his spine. What sort of nightmarish thing is this to be moving under the skin of its victim? He could feel that he no longer had control of his own body. Wuxia could barely move his body under the power of the shadow. He could feel that there was a man facing him and that man was using his energy to paralyze him through the shadow, but he couldn't detect where he was or who he was. It was as if he didn't exist. That is actually him, said Nan Gongling, whose eyes were twinkling. He was stunned. He couldn't believe that the one controlling the shadow was actually inside Wuxia's body. The shadow suddenly emerged from Wuxia's back. Wuxia, come back, shouted Emotsonglan. He was one of the great elders of the Yunhai sect. How could he not be scared of what he had just witnessed? He was already 60 years old and had a broad knowledge about the techniques of cultivators within the world and knew of many types of spirits. He knew about the origin of the shadow and exactly how dangerous this situation was. It is a shadow spirit. It's an extremely mysterious but dangerous kind of spirit. It is said that if a cultivator has a shadow spirit and it awakens, that cultivator would be able to penetrate into the body of others and take complete control of the bodily functions. Some powerful spirits can even stop a person from breathing while inside them, forcing them to suffocate without being able to defend themselves. The scariest part of a shadow cultivator was the fact that once inside your body, how would you attack them without causing damage to yourself? With each attack you may cause the shadow no damage but weaken your own defenses against the shadow. The shadow spirit could bring fear to even the most battle-hardened cultivators. If the owner of a shadow spirit was evil and wanted to kill someone, it'd be very easy for them to do so. Nobody wanted to offend the owner of a shadow spirit no matter what their level of cultivation. Emotsonglan definitely did not want his family to offend a shadow cultivator. Wuxia took a few steps back while looking extremely pale. He was unable to do anything. He was so shocked by what had just happened to him. Such a strong power completely consumed him. Greeting, fellow cultivator. I don't know who you are or how we can assist you, but we will try. What brings you to us? Emotsonglan asked the shadow which was moving on the ground. He thought the person controlling the shadow was at the same place as the shadow. Take care of your sect and not your own personal grudges. Don't try to see where you can take advantage of other people within the sect, and the members of the sect will be able to keep their face. The voice echoed through the atmosphere again. With a gentle breeze, the shadow suddenly disappeared from sight completely. How terrifying! Everyone in the crowd could feel their heart in their throat. At this point it was hard for anyone to take a breath. The aura was so oppressive and the shadow spirit was terrifying. Who was that man? It briefly seemed like he was talking directly to the patriarch. Discussions could be heard all around. It must be someone who is guarding the sect's best interests in secret. This is why he got involved, because we were giving a disciple to another sect. The great elders of the sect surprisingly didn't know anything about this either. It seemed like a Yunhai sect had a hidden dragon. Nan Gongling had a wry smile on his face. There was only one person who knew to whom the shadow belonged, and it was him. When Nan Gongling thought of what he had done, he felt guilty. He weighed the pros and the cons of the different possibilities and took his position within the sect very seriously. He always tried to do everything for the benefit of the sect but had somehow forgotten the reputation of the sect that time. He had worried about personal gains and losses too much, without considering the sect as a whole. Chu Zhanpeng, let's finish for today. Please send your father my best regards, said Nan Gongling while looking at Chu Zhanpeng. Finish for today? Lin Qian was stunned. How could she leave and let Lin Feng off? Senior, please, Lin Qian said in a low voice expressing anxiety. Chu Zhanpeng then smiled and said, Patriarch Nan Gongling, I came to Yunhai sect because I think you have many geniuses and heroic cultivators within your sect. I really looked forward to seeing them. I don't know who, amongst all the disciples of the sect, wants to practice with me. We could exchange pointers and it will definitely help us both gain insights. Even if Chu Zhanpeng's words sounded moderate and polite, he had no other choice but to talk that way. He wanted to provoke the sect into fighting and losing face. Lin Feng understood everything perfectly. It all became very clear. He understood the reason why Lin Qian and the evil-looking man had come to the Yunhai sect. Junior Patriarch Chu Zhanpeng, you are famous throughout the country. Everyone knows your name. Our disciples in the Yunhai sect would have to practice very hard to engage in a balanced battle with you. If there is an opportunity at some point for a fight, I would be pleased to inform you and you could return at that time. Patriarch Nan Gongling, do all of the Hao Yu sect's disciples hold their life in no regard? It seems you would like me to repeat myself, said Nan Gongling in an extremely cold tone. Chu Zhanpeng still wanted to talk this matter over. Nan Gongling had already given him 2 hints that he wanted the 2 of them to leave. He had done his best not to make him lose face. Maybe Chu Zhanpeng had inherent skills and abilities, but he was very proud and was making the patriarch of the Yunhai sect lose face. The Hao Yu sect was stronger than the Yunhai sect, but Nan Gongling was older and stronger than Chu Zhanpeng. Would he really dare make the patriarch lose face within their own territory? Chu Zhanpeng seemed extremely tense as he forced the words from his mouth and said, while smiling, All right, I will take my leave. His rock spirit flew away, creating a hurricane-like wind behind. Chu Zhanpeng was holding Lin Qian as they were both riding the flying rock spirit. The hurricane-like wind created by the rock spirit was so strong that many people fell down. Everyone was confused at what had just happened. I, Chu Zhanpeng, will remember this. The legendary bird flew away high in the sky. Those who had fallen down got back on their feet. Everyone in the crowd was feeling depressed. Chu Zhanpeng had belittled them and their sect. Lin Feng, during the annual meeting, I will kill you, unless you plan to hide behind the Yunhai sect forever, Lin Qian said. Lin Feng looked at the flying rock. He had a cold smile deep within his heart. Did he need to hide in the Yunhai sect? Nan Gongling looked at the crowd on the ground. He had lost face, but Chu Zhanpeng was too arrogant and nobody in the sect could confront him openly. In 5 years, I hope there will be someone in the Yunhai sect who has reached the same level on the path of cultivation as Chu Zhanpeng, said Nan Gongling. Even if Chu Zhanpeng was one of the officials within the Shuiyu country, that didn't justify his arrogance. The Yunhai sect didn't know how powerful the other high officials of the country were, but they knew the incredibly strong cultivation of Chu Zhanpeng. Let's finish for today. Everybody, go back now. Nan Gongling waved and told the crowd to disperse and resume training. Wuxia wasn't moving. He was looking at Lin Feng with pure hatred filling his eyes. Of course, Lin Feng would remember Elder Mo and would take his revenge. I said we're done for today. shouted Nan Gongling loudly to Xianxia, who was still staring at Lin Feng. His voice made Xianxia shiver. He then left and followed Nan Gongling. I must be careful and pay close attention to that guy from now on, said Lin Feng to himself. He was so weak at this moment. He had a long way to go until he'd reach Xianxia's level on the path of cultivation. Lin Feng was about to leave but then heard a voice. If you want people to respect you, you have no choice but to become strong and powerful. Otherwise, you will be humiliated, and even if you die, nobody will care. Lin Feng stopped. These were Nan Gongling's words. Lin Feng had heard them and taken them to heart. Of course, I know, Lin Feng said, and felt a certain warmth in his heart which made him smile in his thoughts. Lin Feng was on his way to become stronger. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in the mountains, in a cave, meditating. The chi of the heaven and earth turned into a white light which drowned into Lin Feng's body and was strengthening his bones while making his flesh more resilient. Cultivating and practicing. Lin Feng had been training so hard that you could clearly see his strength increasing by leaps and bounds. The chi of heaven and earth had purified his blood and made his entire body stronger. That chi had drowned into his body and been completely absorbed without wasting even the slightest amount. He was getting stronger with each passing moment. Chi layer, this was the first level of cultivation. A cultivator had only the basics at that level. It only made your basic chi a bit stronger. Becoming stronger was only possible by cultivating more than anyone else and training harder than everyone else. Lin Feng was eager to improve his strength. He needed to become stronger than anyone. He was eager to break through to the Ling Chi layer. Only then would he be able to become an elite disciple. Everybody would be forced to respect his power then. If he managed to break through to the Ling Chi layer, his spirit would awaken. With his spirits and his mastery, he would become a fearsome opponent. Exactly like Chu Zhanpeng and Lin Qian, whose spirits had awakened. Chu Zhanpeng could fly high in the sky and carry people on the back of his spirit. Lin Qian could control ice and fire by using her universal spirit. Lin Feng trusted that if his strength and power increased, his spirit would awaken, and with his spirit he could increase his strength many times. Therefore, once Han Man recovered from his injuries completely, Lin Feng would go into closed-door training within one of the 8 mountains and cultivate, hoping to break through to the Ling Chi layer as quickly as possible. He has understood that he would need to increase his strength or he would not be respected in this world. 10 days later, Lin Feng's chi had become much stronger. There was a brilliant milky white aura around him as he sat meditating. Outside his training cave there were 2 silhouettes in the distance who were getting closer and closer to the cave in which Lin Feng was cultivating. This is such a nice place, so peaceful and quiet. This place would be extremely beneficial to our cultivation, said the young man who saw the cave. He couldn't help himself but smile radiantly. Shui Er, should we practice here? I thought you didn't want to practice, said the girl standing next to him who was radiating sex appeal. She was wearing a skin-tight red robe which looked like a gentle fire was hugging all of her curves. She was extremely attractive. Hee. When I'm with the incredibly beautiful Shui Er and have such beautiful scenery around, then wouldn't it be more fun to press you between my legs rather than do something boring like training? The young man was incredibly thin and pale. He didn't look like a cultivator. The girl wearing the tight red robes looked at the young man with a hint of disdain. She didn't refuse the opportunity to train though. Cultivators required extremely large amounts of money when training because to have access to weapons and profound pills of high quality, it would require extremely large sums of money. If you were born from an ordinary family and didn't dare to go hunt and kill some ferocious wild beasts, it was impossible for you to receive the help of such treasures. The girl who was wearing the skin-tight red robe could be seen with a glance to not have much talent, and her family was probably commoners or of very low status. Because she wanted to improve quickly on the patch of cultivation, she stuck together with the thin young guy, no matter how unpleasant it was. Lu Fei was 18 years old and had reached the 9th chi layer. He could borrow the forces from the elements and was naturally talented. His status was also secured by his brother, Lu Liang, who was an elite disciple of the sect. Therefore the young girl, Xuehuan would have sexual relations with Lu Fei so that she could get some profound pills for training and at the same time could enjoy carnal pleasures. When they entered the cave, they saw Lin Feng sitting in a meditative position and cultivating. They looked at each other with a confused look. They would never have thought that this cave far away from the view of others would be occupied for training. It seems like we have to find another place, Xuehuan said with regret. Find another place? Why? I can tell he is at the 8th chi layer. I will make him go somewhere else to train, said Lu Fei shaking his head. It's not good to disturb others' training, said Xuehuan politely smiling. Chill out, that guy's strength is low, he's weak. Wait here. I'll go cripple his cultivation for ruining the mood before I throw him out of here, said Lu Fei with an evil smile on his face. There were some strong cultivators who would attack weak cultivators practicing in caves for no other reason than causing them a minor irritation. It was a risky thing to do though, because if these weak cultivators became strong, they would seek revenge, so even some cruel cultivators didn't dare and do it. Those who still did these types of attacks would cruelly cripple the opponent's cultivation to stop any chances of revenge. Xuehuan giggled and just nodded without saying anything. She agreed because people who went to caves were very few and a cave was really a great place to practice. Only the strong could use those benefits. Little boy, wake up, said Lu Fei in a cold mocking tone while sensing Lin Feng's qi. Lin Feng opened his eyes. There was an incredibly cold killing intent which filled the cave. He had been woken up by Lu Fei and Xuehuan when they had come into the cave, but he thought they would leave without bothering his training. It seemed like his thoughts were a bit too simplistic. These people's intentions were worse than what he could imagine. He had heard them discussing what their intentions were. You want to kick me out and cripple my cultivation? Asked Lin Feng coldly. If you heard what I said, then get moving and cripple your cultivation yourself. If you do it yourself, it will be less painful, said Lu Fei. Very good, said Lin Feng nodding. He stood up right after and slowly walked towards Lu Fei. You haven't crippled your own cultivation and you think you can just walk away? Said Lu Fei smiling coldly to Lin Feng who was about to leave. Did I ever say that I was planning to leave? Said Lin Feng with a teasing expression on his face. He suddenly stamped on the ground which made the entire cave shake. Right after, Lin Feng flew out of the cave at incredible speed directly at Lu Fei. Ha! Lu Fei frowned, as he had suddenly seen the fist that was flying towards him. Boom! Lu Fei's arm broke into pieces and was hanging loosely from his shoulder. A devilish hand appeared around his neck and lifted him off the ground. I want to ask you, how did you intend to cripple my cultivation? Asked Lin Feng looking at Lu Fei. His body was emitting a cold and deathly qi. Xuehuan looked pale. She had never expected Lin Feng to be this strong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't know you were so strong. Let me go, please. I will just leave peacefully. Lu Fei grabbed Lin Feng's arm with his hand. He was trying to make Lin Feng let go of his neck. His voice was shaky and he was struggling to breathe. Do you think that saying you know you were wrong is enough? Lu Fei thought he was the stronger cultivator at the beginning. He wanted to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation and then force him from the training cave so he could do immoral acts with the young girl. At that moment he knew he couldn't escape, saying that he knew he was wrong. Would it really be enough? That would be too easy. If Lin Feng had indeed been weaker than Lu Fei would have already crippled his cultivation. If you want to cripple other people's cultivation, you must take into consideration that they may be able to cripple yours as well, said Lin Feng punching Lu Fei Dantian with incredible force, which made him shoot through the air and land heavily on the ground several meters away. Lin Feng then looked at Xuehuan standing on the other side and shouted at her, Get lost! Xuehuan was shaking a little. She ran out towards Lu Fei and helped him leave the cave together with her. You dare to cripple my cultivation? I can only be satisfied with your death, shouted a voice outside of the cave. Lin Feng ignored the shouts and kept practicing. But then, shortly after, he was interrupted again. Lu Fei and Huan Shui had come back, and this time, they had brought another disciple with them. This disciple seemed to be 19 years old. He resembled Lu Fei a bit, but his face looked like that of an eagle. He looked even more evil than Lu Fei. Bro, that bastard broke my arm. He also crippled my cultivation. Go and kill him for me. Lu Fei said as his face was twisted in anger like a demon. Don't worry. I will cripple his cultivation. Break both his arms and legs, which will be your revenge. Lu Lian said while staring at Lin Feng, which gave him the feeling that a fierce animal was gazing at him. All right, said Lu Fei while nodding. Lin Feng frowned. Even though Lu Liang hadn't shown his qi yet, Lin Feng could feel, by looking at Lu Liang's eyes, that he was much stronger than Lu Fei, and even stronger than Jing Hao, who was ranked 6th within the ordinary disciples. You dared cripple my brother's cultivation. I will show you how terrible the consequences are, said Lu Lian to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said nothing and took a few steps forward. The energy in his entire body suddenly changed and became oppressively powerful. The entire atmosphere around them began to fill with insanely strong waves of energy. Lin Feng had used his 9 heavy waves, which made the entire space around them vibrate. The air around them began to howl with the power emitted by these waves. Lin Feng, who was at the 8th qi layer, could use his 9 heavy waves to increase the power of his strikes, and they could emit strength beyond 9,000 jin. It could even reach 9,500 jin at times. Each of his attacks would be extremely powerful. You intentionally hide your skills as a cultivator to target those weaker, and you even crippled my brother's cultivation. But your strength is still not enough to fight against me. When Lu Liang felt Lin Feng's power, he thought that he was actually at the 9th qi layer. He had thought that it was due to his brother's ignorance. His brother enjoyed that young girl's presence and had offended a strong cultivator while he was training. A blood-curdling shout suddenly burst through the atmosphere. Lu Liang was the one that had shouted. It didn't sound like a sound a human could make at all. It sounded like the howl of an extremely violent, ferocious beast. Lu Liang had transformed his hand into claws, and his qi was turning into demonic qi. As 9 heavy waves touched the claw, Lin Feng immediately retreated and looked at his own hand. His skin was ripped off and there was blood. His hand in that brief encounter had become extremely painful. Ling Qi layer, said Lin Feng while looking at Lu Liang. Lin Feng could already carry out attacks with the strength of 9,500 jin, but Lu Liang could stop them. Lin Feng knew that his opponent had already surpassed the original qi layer of strength. You're finally regretting what you've done now. What a pity. It's already too late, said Lu Liang mockingly. He didn't deny that he had already reached the Ling Qi layer. He actually had reached this level of strength a few months before. He was extremely strong. When releasing his qi outside of his body, he could greatly increase his power. A cultivator of the qi layer had no chance against a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer. I regret indeed. I regret that I didn't kill Lu Fei a moment ago and spared his pathetic little life, Lin Feng said while unsheathing his long sword from his back. He started moving extremely quickly using his moonlight feather agility. It was better to fight than die while cowering. Thunderous roars started spreading throughout the atmosphere of the mountain. Lin Feng's long sword started to glow with a radiant light and thrust towards Lu Liang, about to stab him. Lu Liang couldn't avoid the attack. His claws like hooks immediately faced the sword and grabbed it before it could stab through his body. The collision between Lin Feng's long sword and Lu Liang's claws created an explosion of power. Lin Feng's sword was pushed slightly aside. "Roaring thunder!" shouted Lin Feng. His sword emitted a whistling sound and then a rumbling noise. When Lu Liang's claws touched Lin Feng's sword, Lu Liang felt a strong and violent power resembling the power of a storm. Whoosh! Lin Feng's long sword looked like the wind. The sound of the sword coupled with the sound of the thunderous roars was extremely terrifying to the onlookers. Boom! A strong force was emitted. Lu Liang suddenly released his spirit. It was a mighty eagle spirit which fell within the category of beast spirits. The eagle spirit was an extremely violent and wild spirit. Chu Zhanpeng's rock spirit had more magnificence than the eagle spirit. The sound of the eagle was heard. Lu Liang's claws were glowing. The light that was glowing on his claws became a single streak of light and enveloped Lin Feng's long sword in a flash. "You cannot compete with someone of the Ling Qi layer with your level of strength," said Lu Liang, whose eyes were twinkling. He felt threatened by Lin Feng, which is why he had released his spirit. Since Lin Feng had passed the exam of the precipice of Zhanggu, his roaring thunder was even stronger than previously. Even though Lin Feng was only at the 8th Qi layer, he was as strong as other cultivators of the 9th Qi layer thanks to his skillful attacks. He had really mastered all of his skills. But when Lu Liang released his eagle spirit, he became much stronger and could block Lin Feng's sword attacks using the qi from his claws. But could someone of the qi layer really not fight against someone of the Ling qi layer? Lin Feng didn't think so, and he was certainly going to risk his life to find out. Lin Feng was only at the 8th qi layer, but Lu Liang still perceived Lin Feng as a threat. Lin Feng was absolutely convinced that if he had reached the 9th qi layer, then this would be a completely balanced fight between them. 9 heavy waves. The atmosphere filled with an oppressive aura as the waves poured from Lin Feng's fist. The colossal shock waves surged towards Lu Liang. Fracturing claws. Lu Liang lifted up his hand. His fingers were now claws which looked like razor-sharp hooks. Suddenly, a strong qi burst forth from his body and dominated the atmosphere within the mountains. The powerful waves vanished like smoke with no resistance. Roaring thunder. Lin Feng thrust his sword towards Lu Liang. Every one of Lin Feng's movements would disturb the atmosphere with vibrations. Even his long sword, which had been carefully stopped between Lu Liang's claws, was vibrating with power. Lin Feng was becoming more of a problem over time. Lu Liang had the feeling of numbness coming from his hand, so he had no choice but to let go of Lin Feng's sword. But when Lu Liang let go of Lin Feng's long sword, he thrust his claws directly towards the unsuspecting Lin Feng. Lin Feng could sense the change in power and felt the initial shockwave, which made him groan with pain as he was sent flying with the power from the strike. Lu Liang had an eagle spirit. He had a sharp and precise destructive power. This was his main strength. Physical strength was secondary to him, but his attacks could still reach the strength of 10,000 Jin, which represented a superhuman physical strength. Lin Feng doubted in his mind. He was not sure if he could win this fight. The difference between the 8th qi layer and the Ling qi layer was too big. There was a huge gap between the qi layer and the Ling qi layer. Fighting someone of the Ling qi layer when at the qi layer was a gap in power that could not be crossed with technique alone. Lin Feng really wanted to defeat Lu Liang, but that was unrealistic. Roaring thunder. Lin Feng wielded his sword to strike out again. Lin Feng didn't take the initiative to attack though. Whoosh, swish, whoosh, swish, sword strikes one after the other. Lin Feng was striking repeatedly in the air around him. Endless thunderous roars could be heard from the air around him. The entire cave was full of thunderous roars, as if the god of thunder had gone on a rampage within this mountain. In the short amount of time it took Lin Feng to deliver these multiple strikes, Lin Feng's body was surrounded by an aura of qi which filled the air. He was enveloped in the devastating qi from his sword, looking like a bubble surrounding him. Defense? You still think you can defend? I will take this opportunity to show you how laughable your defense will be against attacks from an opponent at Ling Qi layer, said Lu Liang while laughing. The wings of the eagle spirit started to move and the eagle threw itself in Lin Feng's direction. A powerful qi collided into the energy bubble made completely from sword qi. Boom! Lin Feng, who was enveloped in the sword qi, felt that he was sitting in a small boat which carefully floated upon a large ocean. Currently his boat was not tranquil and was being tossed back and forth from a gigantic storm which had invaded his large ocean. The opponent's qi was bombarding the qi bubble from every direction, making it hard for the bubble to completely protect him from every strike. His body had received some damage from the strikes which had passed the qi bubble. However, the ocean of qi still looked as calm and graceful as ever. Soaring eagle Lu Liang saw that the qi from his claws had almost no effect on Lin Feng. Lu Liang crouched down and both his hands transformed his qi into eagles which flew up in the air, then begun to soar downwards directly towards Lin Feng inside the qi bubble. The qi eagles soared down into Lu Liang's claws which struck out at Lin Feng. The shockwave from this attack caused the sword qi around Lin Feng to shake violently. Lin Feng's body also shook a little bit before he could fully stabilize himself. The qi bubble had stabilized again and Lin Feng returned to his motionless state. When Lu Liang saw that he couldn't carry out any efficient attack on a cultivator who had yet to pass into the Ling Qi layer, he went into a frenzy of madness. His entire body turned into an eagle and he began to wildly attack in the direction of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was enduring stronger and stronger attacks. Lu Liang's power in his wild fury was growing stronger with his fury. The entire cave was full of thunderous roars which were being emitted by the sword qi surrounding Lin Feng. Rocks had started to fall from the cave roof, then explode from the pressure which gave the impression that the cave was ready to collapse at any moment. Lin Feng had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. All of Lu Liang's attacks were now releasing strength no less than 12,000 jin. His attacks followed an irregular pattern as he was just striking wildly, making it hard to correctly dodge incoming attacks. Lin Feng's body was growing more and more damaged as he continued to endure the relentless attacks. I should finish this. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He gently moved his long sword slowly through the air which released an invisible pressure. An incredible amount of sword qi was moving from the atmosphere towards his sword. Incredibly powerful thunderous roars were being unleashed with only a slow and gentle movement of his sword. Sword force, the natural energy of the sword, had surrounded him. This is the true power of roaring thunder which can annihilate anything in its path. A truly devastating force was being emitted from Lin Feng's sword. The whole atmosphere was consumed by the presence of his sword. Lu Liang was aware that an incredible power was moving closer to him. His eagle spirit was shaking and immediately began to retreat. The sword force was so violent that the eagle spirit had retreated in a flash. Lin Feng didn't stop moving his sword, which was gathering more and more sword qi inside. He started using his moonlight feather agility technique to approach the retreating Lu Liang. Terrifying thunderous roars were coming from Lin Feng's sword and bombarded Lu Liang. Soaring eagle! Shouted Lu Liang while his two hands unleashed qi which once again turned into two eagles which rose into the air. The qi combining again into his claws was incomparably powerful. Boom! A terrifying explosion of power filled the cave completely. The entire cave was trembling. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng's entire body transformed into a ray of moonlight, illuminating the entire cave. As he moved towards the exit of the cave, his sword flashed out. Ahhhhhh! A horrible shriek filled the air. Bastard! Shouted Lu Liang in a thundering rage, whose arms were completely drenched with blood. He had been severely injured by taking Lin Feng's attack. If Lu Liang had not moved back at the moment of the attack, he may have lost his life. Lu Liang would have never thought that a guy of the 8th Qi layer could fight him, injure him, and on top of that, kill his own brother right in front of him. Lu Liang hugged his brother's dying body. His expression was savage and his face was completely twisted with grief and anger. At that moment he truly looked like a demon. There was a massive amount of blood flowing out of Lu Fei's throat. He had already taken his last breath. Lin Feng had managed to slit his throat during his escape from the cave. It was Lin Feng's revenge masterpiece. As long as I, Lu Liang, am alive in this world, you will never have peace. Lu Liang's voice resonated in the cave and sounded like it came from a demon locked in hell. Xue Huan was terrified and was shivering in fear. She was leaning against the wall of the cave as she no longer had the strength to stand by herself. She had also never thought that Lin Feng's strength would be so powerful that even Lu Liang would end up in such a miserable state. If Lin Feng had heard Lu Liang's shouts, he would have a sarcastic smile on his face from the result of his masterpiece. Lu Liang would chase him forever and he would never have peace. Why would he need to say such useless words? If he chased him forever, then he would suffer the same fate as his brother. Lin Feng was no longer generous enough to let a person leave with their life a second time. This was the deal he had already made clear. Yet Lu Fei still came back for revenge. He would only let Lu Fei keep his life once. Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who was evil. He would never take the initiative to go and provoke others. He didn't frequently kill other people if he didn't need to. But if others provoked him and tried to kill him, he obviously protected himself and resisted. Lin Feng ran for half an hour and gradually slowed down. He coughed up blood that he had been restraining since the fight. Lin Feng was also injured heavily in the fight and was actually at a larger disadvantage. If the fight continued, he would have lost his life. This is why he left a distraction behind for his opponent and left while pretending to be unharmed. After all, there was a huge level difference between his opponent and him. He was only at the 8th Qi layer and had fought against a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer. That fight, he was proud of himself. He took out the jar filled with profound healing pills. He took out a healing pill, put it in his mouth and swallowed it immediately. A refreshing and comfortable sensation spread throughout his body. He had the feeling that his thoughts, which had become slow, suddenly became clear and quick again. He could think clearly and quickly again. He felt refreshed. In an instant, his wounds were all cured. What an efficient, profound pill! Lin Feng's eyes revealed how pleasantly surprised he was. No wonder Protector Kong had said that one was enough to cure Hanman. Lin Feng had found it suspicious, as he did not believe he could easily receive a jar of pills which were such high quality. He had given 3 pills at once to Hanman, and he had even given 3 more pills to Jingyun in case they were not enough. Where there is precaution, there is no danger, but at that moment Lin Feng understood how powerful and rare these profound pills really were. Not only did Lin Feng have the feeling his injuries were completely recovered, but he also had the feeling that his strength had once again greatly improved. No wonder so many cultivators want to use profound pills. They are extremely powerful. Even healing pills have such a great benefit to cultivation. In the continent of the 9 clouds, many cultivators concocted profound pills and fabricated weapons. The ones who could concoct profound pills and create weapons were extremely respected, as they were masters amongst masters. They had a very high status in society, as it was rare to find someone talented in these fields of expertise. There were people who concocted healing pills within the Yunhai sect as well, but because Lin Feng was only an ordinary disciple, he still hadn't had the opportunity to come into contact any of these masters. Engaging in battles is the best way to improve on the path of cultivation, as it is not artificially created by an outside power. These profound pills were just an aid that had to be used alongside struggles within battle. Lin Feng had obviously gone through a lot of hardships on the path of cultivation already. He now had to find another good place to practice and consolidate his knowledge from this battle. This could be the opportunity to break through to the 9th Qi layer. After breaking through to the 9th Qi layer, he would go back to Yangzhou City and attend the annual meeting with his cousin. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the landscape. It looked surprisingly familiar. It was here originally, thought Lin Feng with shiny eyes. He immediately gazed into the distance and smiled. He could see 2 mountains in the distance which seemed to have been split open by a sword. These were the mountains where he had seen the sunlight passing through the mountain, but had run into a ruthless girl there. I found such a nice cave to practice. I wouldn't have thought that there were such nice places around here. I guess I will have to make it my own. Lin Feng obviously wasn't going to forget that that girl had tried to kill him twice. This time he was going to see if her attacks could even reach a hair on his body. Lin Feng walked quicker and quicker towards the mountain cave. He then arrived and entered without hesitating whatsoever. When Lin Feng entered the cave out from which the sunlight was shining through, some people saw him and couldn't help but be stupefied at such a spectacle. They stayed outside to watch Lin Feng be forced from within the cave. That disciple dared get into fellow disciple Lu Fei's restricted area without permission. He really was acting recklessly. As long as he did not act foolishly when inside, then he would be forced outside and beaten for his crime. A short instant later, Lin Feng had entered into the open area inside the mountain again. He was standing in front of the hot spring. There were still many caves there. If there was nobody to disturb, those were really perfect for cultivation. At that moment, just like last time, Lu Fei's was under the water of the hot spring cultivating. Her head was beneath the water, making it only possible to see her upon inspection. Her eyes were closed and she was holding her breath to cultivate. That way of practicing was a great way to improve one's breathing techniques. By improving her breathing technique, Lu Fei could shoot multiple arrows in a single breath. The power of her arrows would also be stronger and more powerful. Lin Feng did not recklessly jump in this time. He was waiting for her to resurface. When her beautiful face appeared on the surface of the water, Lu Fei saw Lin Feng standing there. She couldn't help but be surprised. She immediately narrowed her eyes with a hint of anger. She said in an ice-cold tone, "You again? Indeed, it's me again." said Lin Feng with a cold tone hidden in his voice. After having fought against a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer, he felt he had enough power to engage in a battle with Lu Fei. Even though Lu Fei one of the best ordinary disciples, Lin Feng felt confident. After all, Lin Feng was not as strong as Jing Hao and he had defeated Jing Hao. However, their fighting styles were different and he had to be careful. There are certain people in the world who are perverts, some are degenerates, and there are others who are not serious about practicing the art of cultivation. The only thing they have in common is their filthy and perverted thoughts, thought Lu Fei as she saw that Lin Feng was looking at her while laughing. I need to ask, how many lives do you have to act so foolishly? She asked with a hint of anger. Lu Fei, while talking, had quickly sprung from the hot spring. Her clothes were completely soaked with water again and became skin-tight, revealing all of her hidden curves. She was extremely attractive. She was as delicate as a swan. If it had been Lin Feng's previous world, then many people would be absolutely crazy about her and dedicate themselves to worshipping her. But this was not that world. This was not the old Lin Feng. His heart wasn't that of an ordinary person any longer. When looking at Lu Fei, he felt cold and detached. His heart was as unmoving as stone. I would have never thought she would confuse me for a pervert and take all of my actions as an attempt to take advantage of her, thought Lin Feng, but he remained completely calm. If Lu Fei thought he was a pervert, he would teach her a lesson. An evil smile slowly crept onto his face as he was staring at her. Lu Fei saw that Lin Feng's face had perverted intentions, and she could not suppress her anger. She was already getting ready to shoot an arrow through his heart and kill him. You really are looking for trouble. Do not blame me for being heartless. The sound of her arrow cut through the air with a whistling noise. Her arrow was surrounded by a sparkling light and created a small explosion when colliding with Lin Feng's heavy waves. She has gotten much stronger since the last time we met, thought Lin Feng. He used his 9 heavy waves to retaliate against her arrow. The vibrations of the waves spread throughout the atmosphere around them, and the arrow immediately crashed into the ground. Lin Feng's 9 heavy waves was much stronger than before, and he had increased his skill with using it in battle by leaps and bounds. So it was easy for him to stop Lu Fei's arrow with his current strength. His 9 heavy waves had a strength far superior to 9,000 Jin. No wonder you dared to come back. But do you really think you are strong enough to attempt perverted things with me? Lu Fei released her arrow spirit. It automatically targeted Lin Feng. Lu Fei took an arrow out, put it in her bow and slowly pulled her bowstring with all of her strength. The sound of the bowstring vibrating under the pressure could be heard. Go! Her arrow was much faster and contained a great deal more power than her previous arrow. Lin Feng angrily groaned as this battle was already more difficult than he had hoped. He took a small step and used his 9 heavy waves on the incoming arrow. The power of the waves unleashed was terrifying. The arrow was blocked by the waves, but the arrow had pierced all the way through to his fist, leaving his hand feeling slightly numb. While the arrow had stopped, his fist still contained some power, which showed that his attacks contained slightly more power than the arrow. Ha! Lu Fei frowned. That pervert has made huge progress in such a small period of time. Lu Fei shot another arrow which was filled with all her killing intent. You think that only you can attack in a fight? Lin Feng said while smiling coldly. Lin Feng used his moonlight feather agility and approached Lu Fei at an incredible speed. The moment when the arrow was about to strike him, a flash of light appeared before the arrow, and as he sheathed his sword, the arrow split into 2. Lu Fei was staring in complete shock. Lin Feng had progressed much too fast. He cut her arrows in mid-air while still approaching her at incredible speed. His movement speed and ability to cut down her arrows was simply too fast. She had not seen him unsheath his sword and only saw the moment he had begun to sheath his sword again. Lu Fei seemed quickly step back and made sure to keep the distance between her and Lin Feng. She then took out 3 arrows at once. 3 arrows at once. The strength of the attack will exceed 9,500 Jin. Show me how you intend to block such an attack, said Lu Fei silently to herself. She took a deep breath and simultaneously shot the 3 arrows directly towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately unsheathed his long sword, and the sound of thunderous roars could be heard with each movement of his sword. The arrows could not even get close to Lin Feng before being completely repelled by the qi released from his sword. Roaring thunder combined with his knowledge of sword qi. Lin Feng's sword alone was stronger than the arrows, but when combined with the sword qi within the atmosphere, he wielded such a terrifying amount of power. The sword had blocked the 3 arrows with just the light of his sword qi. How's that even possible? Lu Fei's eyes stared at the scene in shock. With her current level of strength, she could only shoot 3 arrows at once. That was her absolute maximum power. If she used 5 arrows at once, then the power of her attack could only reach 9,000 Jin. This was an attack which sacrificed the power of each arrow to increase the number of arrows for use in a group fight. In a one-on-one battle, it could only display slightly less power than shooting the 3 arrows at once. But Lin Feng could break 3 arrows before they were able to get close. She looked at Lin Feng and suddenly a smile appeared on her face. She made sure to keep the distance between them the same as when the battle first started. Lu Fei suddenly shot 3 arrows towards Lin Feng again. The result was exactly the same as the first time she used this attack. Lin Feng broke the arrows in one hit using his sword qi, which was still glowing in the air around his sword. Before she even had time to attack again, Lin Feng's sword was approaching Lu Fei's throat, and she had got lost in her own thoughts. She remembered when Lin Feng appeared in here for the first time, when he could hardly withstand a single arrow from her. The second time she had met him in the stormy gorge, it seemed like he had made more progress with his strength and had even wanted to kill her. This time was the third time, however this time it was her who could not even take a single attack from Lin Feng. How is this possible? How could he progress at such speed? Lu Fei felt satisfied with her own training speed and thought she was extremely talented compared to others around her. She constantly improved her skills and cultivation on a daily basis. The power of Lin Feng's attack was just too powerful. She could not even defend herself against it. Then suddenly his sword stopped right before piercing the delicate skin on her throat. Lin Feng had a smile on his face and he gave the impression he was looking at something worthless which could be used and thrown away. When Lu Fei saw his face, her whole body froze from head to toe with fear. What do you intend to do to me? Lu Fei stared at Lin Feng and bit her down on her soft lips. She could only endure her fate. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Fei, who was soaking wet. Her body was tightly hugged by her wet robes and her curves were captivating. She could send any man into a frenzy of desire. Lin Feng let out a deep sigh filled with emotion. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful, but she was too violent and her heart was merciless. Lin Feng looked longingly at the curves of Lu Fei's attractive body and let out a groan. Then, with a smile of indifference as if he were toying with her, he said, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm not interested in someone like you at all. Get lost. I am going to train." Lin Feng stopped talking and started to sheath his sword. Without even glancing back, he headed towards one of the caves to train. He had wanted to kill her, but the look on her face showed that she had truly believed with all of her heart that Lin Feng had always held perverted intentions. He could not justify killing her over the misunderstanding when they met. Next time, however, he would not be so generous. Lu Fei was stunned as she watched Lin Feng. She bit her pink lips so hard that her lips had started to bleed. Lu Fei was 16 years old and had reached the 9th Qi layer. She could use her bow very skillfully and combined with her arrow spirit, her attacks were extremely powerful. Within the Yunhai sect, there were no ordinary disciples who dared fight with her. She had strong natural abilities and was extremely skillful with her techniques. Additionally, she had a very beautiful face. Everyone in the Yunhai sect was aware of her, to the extent that of the people who were seeking her affection, elite disciples were amongst the lowest in ranking. Therefore, she had thought that Lin Feng was a pervert like many others that she had come across in the past because of her beauty. Why else would he strip down and then jump into the hot spring where she was training? She then realized that the whole time she had been giving herself airs. On that day, not only had Lin Feng humiliated her in a contest of strength, but he had also hurt her ego and self-respect. Don't think too highly of yourself. Lin Feng's cold, disdainful and detached words had profoundly hurt her feelings. Next time I will show him, thought Lu Fei. However, she didn't leave. She jumped into the hot spring again and started to practice her breathing techniques underwater. This was the best place to improve her shooting abilities and develop the power of her arrow spirit in the quickest possible time. Lin Feng went into a huge cave. In this cave, which went deep into the mountain, there was a stone bed and a clean set of robes. Lu Fei had obviously been practicing here. That woman really had chosen a nice place to train. Lin Feng was satisfied with the cave. In the Yun Hai sect's history, the new disciples would use the training grounds of the previous eras. These caves had been made by the ancestors of the sect. Their children and grandchildren had used these caves and they were still being used. They belonged to every member of the Yun Hai sect. The caves belonged to nobody, only with enough strength could you secure a training location. In some cases, people would steal valuable items or materials from the cave. This showed how amazing these training areas were for disciples. Lin Feng sat on the stone bed and released his dark spirit. If someone came in, Lin Feng could immediately sense their presence and hide his spirit. Lin Feng entered into a state of meditation. The qi of the heaven and earth had begun to invade his body from the atmosphere around him. Lin Feng immediately started to practice intensely. A short time passed. The qi of heaven and earth became restless and begun to form a whirlpool. A radiant white light appeared and penetrated into Lin Feng's dantian. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he had a remarkable light in his eyes and was grinning from ear to ear. I have broken through to the 9th qi layer. Now there should be no one I have left to fear beneath the Ling qi layer. When Lin Feng was at the 8th qi layer, he could already fight against someone of the Ling qi layer, but in his battle he had been severely injured, and if he had not escaped after the clash from their power, he would have most likely lost his life. Cultivators who had reached the Ling qi layer had an incredible strength, and many of them had already awakened their spirits, which made them incredibly strong. Lu Liang, the cultivator he had fought on the other day, who was at the Ling qi layer, had an eagle spirit. Even though his eagle spirit was extremely violent and powerful, it was still not a fully awakened spirit. Amongst the disciples who had reached the Ling qi layer, he was still pitifully weak compared to others. Even though everybody had the opportunity to see their spirit awaken, not everyone was able to make it awaken. Some would have great difficulty attempting to awaken their spirit. Lin Feng was aware of that. I don't know how much time I have left, but I should have a breakthrough before the annual meeting. Lin Feng didn't continue his cultivation. Instead, he stood up and left the cave. He saw Lu Fei in the hot spring, and she looked as angered by his presence there as she did when they first met. Lu Fei was staring at Lin Feng. She had the feeling that he had changed since their battle over the hot spring, but she was incapable of spotting exactly how he had changed. How many days was I cultivating? Lin Feng asked without taking notice of Lu Fei's facial expression. 20 days, replied Lu Fei coldly. That long? Lin Feng frowned. He would have never thought that he had been meditating for such a long time. Exactly what breakthrough did you have in those 20 days? Shouted Lu Fei, who couldn't bear not knowing any longer. I just broke through to the 9th qi layer, replied Lin Feng. Immediately after, he vanished in a flash. Lin Feng suddenly rushed out from the mountains and begun heading to the annual meeting in a hurry. There wasn't much time until the annual meeting. It was about time to go back to Yangzhou City. Lu Fei was stupefied. She could not describe the feeling she was having at this exact moment, but she felt powerless. When Lin Feng was still at the 8th qi layer, he could easily defeat her. Before, she had thought that she was a talented genius. Then Lin Feng had entered her life and shattered her self-confidence completely. He did not want her beauty and had far surpassed her talent. What was left for her to have confidence in? The end of the year was approaching and Yangzhou City was bustling with activity. Numerous disciples would return home from their various sects and visit their family members. At the end of the year, all the cities and villages of the country had a grand annual meeting. In the world of cultivators, these annual meetings were about showcasing talent and gaining recognition within their family. In Yangzhou City, larger clans would all have an internal annual meeting with only members of their clan. During the annual meeting, the older generations within the clan would check the progress of disciples of the younger generations. Once in a while, in the entire city of Yangzhou, Some powerful clans would also organize meetings between themselves and other clans, during which they would check which clan had the greatest future potential and the strongest fighting force. At the Whistle Wind restaurant, there was a group of young disciples. They were all people from the great clans of Yangzhou City. Many outstanding disciples had gathered there to drink wine and discuss about the upcoming annual meetings. I heard that Lin Qian's spirit was close to awakening after she had broken through to the Ling Qi layer, and because of this she was selected as a Haoyu sect elite disciple. Lin Yu, do you think all of this is really true? Asked a young disciple who was holding a feather fan. Everybody was looking at Lin Yu with questioning gazes. All of this is obviously true. When she reached the Ling Qi layer, Lin Qian saw her strength increase drastically. For our ceremony, I think that the Lin clan will be able to showcase extraordinary talents. Lin Yu had a smile on his face. His father was Lin Feng's uncle and also aiming for the seat as head of the clan. So Lin Yu's status within the family was obviously adequate enough to declare his opinions on behalf of the Lin clan. Ha ha ha. She just broke through to the Ling Qi layer, that's not an achievement. In my family, Gu Yan already broke through that layer over 6 months ago. The Lin clan's members obviously do not engage in enough battles. They clearly prefer to cultivate within the safety of their sections, said the young man wearing a yellow jacket who was sitting in front of Lin Yu. In Yangzhou City, the Gu clan and the Lin clan were always hostile with each other. How could he acknowledge anyone within the Lin clan? The time at which one broke through to the Ling Qi layer is insignificant. In my family, when Jiang has already reached the second Ling Qi layer. Except for the daughter of the city master, Na La Feng, who can compete with such strength. The one clan also didn't give the impression that this generation of disciples would be weak. The young man holding the feather fan didn't forget to offer his opinion. His clan had very strong ties within the city government. He couldn't help but have a teasing smile on his face. When Jiang already broke through to the second Ling Qi layer, what a gifted cultivator. What an amazing talent. You invited me here to listen to these stupid and pointless discussions? Said a voice in the background. It was cold and detached, which caused everyone to stop talking. It was a young girl who was extremely pretty, but she gave off an icy aura. Of course not. I invited everyone to come to tell you some news. This year, on the second day of the annual meeting, apart from my clan and members from the 3 great clans of Yangzhou, other outstanding people can also join. Qiulan, you should be able to understand what this means. Na Lan Hai smiled warmly. Everybody had understood. In the past, the city of Yangzhou also had an annual meeting, but it was limited to the offspring from the 4 strongest clans. They wouldn't have thought that this time, they would allow other people to join. It seemed like they wanted to solicit the participation of other young people within the city who might be full of potential. They could use this to recruit young talents early. It is said that Qiulan is an orphan, but her reputation in Yangzhou City was already well established. It was due to her incredibly beautiful appearance as well as to her cold temperament and, of course, her natural talent. Qiulan nodded her head. She also felt like finding out what kind of abilities the offspring from the 4 strongest clans were capable of. Hee. Now the upcoming ceremony is certainly going to be wonderful. I heard that the piece of trash of the Lin clan has progressed in his training and that he even injured Lin Yun as well. I think that the piece of trash will be coming to join the annual meeting as well, said the young man from the Gu family with a bright smile on his face. He could feel the excitement welling up inside him. Gu Song, what do you mean? My Lin clan has a lot of outstanding disciples coming to join our meeting. Why would we need a piece of trash to join? Replied Lin Yu, who obviously understood to whom they were referring. If he wanted Lin Feng to join the annual meeting, then it was obviously to make fun of the Lin clan. He wanted to ridicule the younger generations of his clan. Hee, you're calling a member of your own family a piece of trash. That doesn't seem appropriate, replied Gu Song with a smile. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? Besides, who is also a member of the main family by blood, sooner or later I will definitely. Lin Yu didn't have time to finish his sentence as something had stopped him. He simply groaned and didn't continue to talk. Right at that moment, the piece of trash they were talking about was riding Qian Li Shui and was about to enter Yangzhou City. After having been traveling for 10 days, one could barely see travel fatigue on Lin Feng's face. Sitting on Qian Li Shui was exhausting, but Lin Feng's facial expression was particularly radiant and didn't reveal the least bit of sluggishness. Compared to the last time that Lin Feng was in Yangzhou City, his appearance was much sturdier and he looked many times stronger than before. His facial expression was hardened and he looked more like that of a man who knew what he wanted from life. With his sword sheathed neatly on his back, his silver shining belt around his waist and riding triumphantly atop Qian Li Shui, Lin Feng drew the attention of many people. In view of his attire as well as his gentle yet vigorous appearance, he was probably a disciple belonging to one of the powerful clans within the city, who practiced cultivation within a large sect but had come back to participate in the annual meeting. "Keep going," said Lin Feng. Qian Li Shui had slowed down and stopped galloping when it reached Yangzhou City. Lin Feng passed by a restaurant and a voice came from the top of the building. Even though the sound of the voice had been slight, Lin Feng's sense of hearing was extremely sharp. Lin Feng raised his head and just saw someone looking at him. He. Who is it down there? Could that be the young master of the Lin clan? It's really a coincidence for you to appear at such a time. The young man was looking down at Lin Feng mockingly. A short instant later, many faces appeared at the window of the top floor. Amongst them, there was a gloomy face which seemed familiar. Lin Yu, thought Lin Feng. Lin Yu was his cousin and held a high status within the Lin clan, but he had only reached the 8th Qi layer. He wasn't talented compared to others within the clan, so he used the fact that his bloodline was tied to the main family to elevate his status amongst others. Humph! Lin Yu had no respect for Lin Feng at all. He frowned in anger. He hadn't expected to run into Lin Feng there. The others would use Lin Feng to ridicule his Lin family even further. "Lin Feng, we are a few disciples gathering here before the annual meeting. Since we have crossed paths, please come upstairs and sit with us." As expected, Gu Song immediately invited Lin Feng to join them, obviously not with the best of intentions. "Lin Feng, you traveled over such a long distance, go home first and have a rest," said Lin Yu, who was clearly not willing to see Lin Feng come and join them. Lin Feng was smiling sarcastically in his heart. His status was still young master within the Lin clan. Lin Feng saw that Lin Yu had not shown even a small amount of politeness to him. Not only did Lin Yu not show him the least bit of politeness, but on the contrary had spoke to him in a disrespectful way. Anything that Lin Feng did, Lin Yu contracted it. "Whatever I do, I see it on your face that you're not satisfied," Lin Feng thought. He then looked at Gu Song and said, "All right, I will come upstairs." Wait. Lin Yu's voice became colder and he then added, "Lin Feng, you shouldn't come to this place. Honestly, you should just run along home." "How dare you?" shouted Lin Feng, looking straight into Lin Yu's eyes and then added in an ice-cold tone, "What status do you think that you hold within the clan, which gives you the nerve to dare talk to me like this?" Lin Feng wasn't the coward and the weakling he was before. His father held an extremely high status within the clan. He was the head of the Lin clan. Lin Yu had therefore no right to put himself higher in the hierarchy of the family than Lin Feng. If Lin Feng wasn't a strong cultivator, other people would still think they could bully him when his father was not present. When Lin Yu heard Lin Feng talk to him like that, he boiled with anger. He obviously hadn't expected that Lin Feng would have changed so much. This response was completely unreasonable for such a weakling. Lin Yu's face had turned red with anger. He had no idea how to reply to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's status within the clan was higher than his own. He was the young head of family. Even though Lin Yu was his cousin, he still didn't have the right to act arrogantly towards Lin Feng, even if Lin Feng had openly embarrassed him. That's the attitude that Lin Feng has as the young family head of the Lin clan, said Gu Song, hoping to see them quarrel, making Lin Yu even more furious. At that moment, Lin Feng had already come down from his horse and handed the reins to the owner of the restaurant. Immediately after that, he went up to the 3rd floor and headed to the private room the other disciples were in. 8 people were sitting at the table. All of them were young disciples from powerful clans. When they saw Lin Feng enter, nobody said a word. Everyone had their respective seat and they sat there quietly sipping on their wine. They all ignored Lin Feng. Even Gu Song, who had invited Lin Feng to come up a moment ago, remained silent and was grinning. Humph, the piece of trash is making a fool of himself. Even as the young master of the Gu clan. What status do you even have to make fun of my clan? Said Linyu, who didn't even look at Lin Feng as if he was talking to himself. The son of the family head, this is my status. You may have forgotten, Linyu, but that piece of trash is the son of the head of the Lin clan. Reminded Gusong. He enjoyed assisting to that kind of situation the most, seeing the Lin clan lose face. Lin Feng smiled. Everybody was looking at Gusong. Lin Feng made a few steps forwards to Gusong. May I sit? What makes you think that you can sit here? Said Wenshan impolitely. In Yangzhou City, there were 4 powerful clans. The family which belonged to the master of the city was the strongest one. There was ongoing hostility between the other 3 great clans. There was an especially large amount of tension between the Gu clan and the Lin clan. The Gu clan wouldn't miss an opportunity to attack the Lin clan. The one clan obviously also wouldn't miss an opportunity to do so. Oh, what exactly do you mean? Lin Feng didn't look at Wenshan, and only asked Gusong. You don't understand? You piece of trash, nothing gives you the right to sit with us, said Gusong to Lin Feng in a disdainful way. Lin Feng really had no idea how low his status was compared to these disciples. I understand. You're making fun of me, right? Lin Feng said while not losing his temper. He was as calm as before. Whatever. Get lost. Gusong shouted angrily. He had expected Lin Feng would cower and retreat, allowing him to humiliate the Lin clan. Lin Feng had a cold smile on his face. He reached towards the table, grabbed a cup of wine, inclined the cup and slowly poured it over Gusong's head. Everybody stopped talking, looked stupefied. They obviously would have never thought that Lin Feng would dare to retaliate to such humiliation, and they especially never thought he would actually pour wine over Gusong's head. The entire crowd was shocked and continued watching the scene with interest, especially Linyu, who had a resplendent smile on his face. Not only was he able to see Gusong lose face, but he was also going to be able to see that piece of trash get crushed by Gusong. That wonderful scene was taking place right before his eyes. How could he not be happy? Gusong clearly hadn't expected such a thing from Lin Feng either. He had his eyes closed because some alcohol had gone into his eye, which caused a small stinging pain. He then wiped the wine from his face using his bare hand. He then opened his eyes, which began to narrow with anger. His eyes had become so narrow that he looked like a deadly viper. That piece of trash has run out of luck today. He will not die, but I will make him wish he was dead. Everybody saw Gusong's ice-cold expression. It seemed like there would be more hostility between the Lin clan and the Gu clan in the future. You dared to pour wine over my head? Said Gusong, whose eyes were slightly red. The tone of his voice was low. He had said it calmly, but that had made it even more frightening. Gusong was furious. Did you not see it was me because your eyes were closed? Quick, someone fetch me another cup of wine, said Lin Feng while gesturing for more wine. I honestly don't understand. Where does a piece of trash like you find the courage to do such a thing? Have you even considered the consequences of what you did? Or have you maybe stupidly thought that Lin Yu would stand up to protect you? Said Gusong in a tone which was trying to ridicule both Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Lin Feng didn't reply right away. Instead, he grabbed a bottle of wine which was still on the table, opened it, and then lifted it above Gusong's head. Gusong stood there shocked as the wine continued to pour over him, not only soaking his face but soaking his whole body with wine. I also don't understand why you use the term piece of trash that much. Are you trying to scare me? Or is it to cover up that terrible feeling which you have deep inside, because you are so insignificant? Are you hesitating now? Does the bastard of the Gu clan have no courage? It makes us wonder whether that is inherited from his common blood or from that of the Gu clan. Gusong was the son of the head of the Gu clan and one of the maids. He was undoubtedly a young master but of a lesser rank in the hierarchy of the clan. That was Gusong's deepest regret. The simple mention of this had given him the sensation of a knot in his heart. He also utterly detested other people mentioning it to his face. Lin Feng's words had clearly touched on a very sensitive subject. You want to die? As expected, Gu Song's expression changed and he looked even more evil. He was boiling over with fury and his killing intent could not be hidden. Gu Song, without hesitation, thrust out his fist in an attempt to strike Lin Feng. His fist whistled through the air at an incredible speed. Everyone who was sitting at the table was trembling with fear at the speed and power of such a punch. Gu Song was truly enraged. That punch was aimed at smashing Lin Feng's head with enough power to rip it from his neck. He had attacked with the intention to behead Lin Feng with his bare hands. Lin Yu, unlike the others, could not help but smile even more. The smile on his face was remarkably large. He had really hoped from the bottom of his heart that Lin Feng would die a painful death from Gu Song's strike. But things didn't happen the way that he had wished. Gu Song's punch stopped halfway between him and Lin Feng. Of course, it wasn't Gu Song showing mercy. It was because the palm of a hand had stopped his punch completely. This hand had stopped the punch completely, and in one motion closed, grabbing hold of Gu Song's fist. It seemed the palm of that hand had easily stopped Gu Song's punch. There were no signs of damage, and it actually looked rather effortless. Gu Song's face turned red, and he was unable to move his fist away from the palm. It was Lin Feng who had reached out and stopped the punch as naturally as breathing. There were no signs of struggle on his face, and he was still very relaxed and calm. Ha! Everybody was in a state of shock. How was such a thing even possible? How could Lin Feng block such a powerful attack so easily? Besides, Lin Feng's facial expression hadn't changed at all while Gu Song was clearly struggling to remove his fist from the grasp of Lin Feng. Actually, I don't understand either. You are just another worthless bastard from the Gu clan and you think you have the right to tease me. You call me a piece of trash? What status do you hold? Crunch! Gu Song gave a horrible shriek. A sharp pain invaded his fist. The pain made his face look hideously distorted. Lin Feng had crushed the fist with his hand strength alone. Get lost. I have decided to let you leave with your life, said Lin Feng while waving his hand which was holding Gu Song's fist. Right after, Gu Song was thrown out of the window on the top floor. Everybody heard the sound of Gu Song's body landing heavily onto the ground outside, followed by painful moans. Everybody at the table was completely stunned. Gu Song was at the 8th chi layer and he had, in the blink of an eye, been injured and then thrown out of the window by that piece of trash. What had just happened? Phew. Everyone let out a deep sigh. Is this really the piece of trash of the Lin clan? Lin Feng had a quick glance at everyone. Immediately after, he looked at Lin Yu. Seeing that Lin Feng was calmly looking at him, Lin Yu could not help but be completely terrified. That's right. Lin Yu had just called Lin Feng a piece of trash, and yet standing before him was a terrifying monster which was hard for him to recognize as Lin Feng. It seemed like Lin Feng had gone through a complete transformation. He had turned into a ferocious beast which was hiding in human form. Lin Feng used to be completely different. Lin Feng was known for being timid and weak. But at that moment, Lin Feng looked like a powerful and unmoving beast. His temperament was wild and powerful. Was this really the piece of trash he knew? What was the name which you just called me? Lin Feng asked Lin Yu. Lin Yu's lips slightly moved, but there was no sound which could escape his throat. He actually didn't know what to answer. He was so terrified of the person stood in front of him. A piece of trash? Lin Feng said, smiling coldly. Right after, Lin Yu sensed a cold wind and a sharp sound echoed through the air. Suddenly his face felt like it was burning from the pressure given by the wind. It was extremely painful. Lin Feng had given him a slap across the face. You? Lin Yu covered his face. His facial muscles were all on fire. Lin Feng had surprisingly given him a slap in the face while in the presence of everyone else. But when Lin Yu saw that Lin Feng was still staring at him as calmly as before, he swallowed down the things he wanted to say and did not make another sound. Next time you want to say something, watch your words. Remember what status you hold and what status I hold, Lin Feng said in a cold tone. After that, he stopped paying attention to Lin Yu and ignored him. He passed behind Lin Yu and went over to Wenshan. What do you intend to do? Asked Wenshan while remaining his vigilance and looking worryingly at Lin Feng. That guy was able to throw Gu Song out of the window, He was not only strong but also daring. "Are you scared?" asked Lin Feng in a teasing way. When Shan wanted to open his mouth but stopped before saying anything. Suddenly, an ice-cold killing intent emerged from Lin Feng's body which made Wen Shan's scalp go numb. He swallowed his fear and looked down at the ground. Just like Lin Yu a moment ago, his face turned red and was unable to find the courage to retaliate. The piece of trash. The ice-cold killing intent which had emerged out of Lin Feng's body had vanished. Lin Feng then turned around and headed back outside. Nobody even dared give him a glance. "Arg!" When Shan groaned from his embarrassment. He was holding his glass of wine so firmly that it shattered in his hand. Even though Lin Feng hadn't touched him, the way Lin Feng had forced him to cower had made him feel incredibly ashamed and humiliated at himself. He had thought Lin Feng had no right to sit with them, but during the confrontation with Lin Feng, he hadn't dared move a single finger to the extent that Lin Feng hadn't even needed to touch him once. His cup of wine along with his self-respect were both now shattered into pieces. At that moment, Lin Yu's state of mind wasn't any better than that of Wen Shan. He even could still feel Lin Feng's hand mark on his face. Why did he feel so low? As Lin Feng was standing in front of him, he had made him lose the courage to even resist a slap to the face. Everyone else sitting at the table remained silent. They all wanted to humiliate that piece of trash of the Lin clan. They hadn't expected he would be able to humiliate them like that. These young cultivators claimed to be the best juniors in Yangzhou City. One had been injured and thrown out of the window by Lin Feng. The other had been slapped in the face, and the other one had been so scared that he had called himself trash. Did Lin Feng really not have the right to sit with them? Qiu Lan's eyes were shining. She was the strongest cultivator of the group. She had already reached the Ling Qi layer. As Lin Feng was still standing there, she could clearly feel that Lin Feng had a certain natural aura which made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, he hadn't thought at all that his appearance in the restaurant on that day would have made all these people think so much about him. He just didn't want to get humiliated, insulted, and called a piece of trash any longer. That group of disciples from the powerful clans were used to setting themselves above the masses. Lin Feng couldn't bear looking at their ugly and repulsive faces, so he had taught them a lesson in humility. Qian Lishui slowly trotted past the Whistle Wind restaurant. Gu Song was watching Lin Feng's silhouette leaving unhurriedly in the distance. His face clearly revealed that he planned to get his revenge on the trash of the Lin clan by any means necessary. When Qian Lishui entered the territory of the Lin clan, it attracted the attention of a large majority of the Lin clan members. Lin Feng has come back. I wonder what cultivation level he has reached now. He came back, but there's only possibility. He will lose face for his father and himself at the annual meeting. The sons and daughters of the upper members within the clan are all incredibly powerful now. Even though Lin Feng has reached the 7th Qi layer, he is still very weak. Yes, indeed. That piece of trash could defeat Lin Yun, but who was Lin Yun compared to the talented practitioners within the Lin clan? If I were him, I would hide away in his sect and never come out. Many of the clan members were making these remarks quietly in private, as they did not want to offend the head of the clan. The great majority of clan members were secretly sneering at Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng had the status of young head of clan, he was still a piece of trash. At that moment, Lin Feng had already arrived within the head residential quarters. It was not very big, but it was sturdy and clean. This is where only his father and he were permitted to live. "Father," said Lin Feng when he arrived in Lin Hai's room. He saw that his father sitting down and seemed to be painting. "Little Feng, you came back," Lin Hai said while raising his head. He put the picture he was painting to the side and warmly smiled at Lin Feng. "Yes, the annual meeting will take place in 7 days. I came back to join the meeting with the rest of the disciples sent to other sections." Lin Feng briefly looked at the painting his father had put to the side. In his memories from the previous Lin Feng, he knew that Lin Hai liked the sense of tranquility. It seemed related to his passion of painting. He did not like to be disturbed when he was painting. However, Lin Feng had never seen any of Lin Hai's paintings. "Little Feng, you shouldn't join the annual meeting. Let them go and agitate each other alone." Lin Hai said while shaking his head. Father, why is that? Hee. This year's annual meeting. They all can't wait to see us lose face. I don't care about them, but you better be careful, little Feng, said Lin Hai while heaving a heavy sigh. The Lin clan had been changing in the recent days, and it was no longer calm and peaceful. His two brothers, a few cousins, and even a few elders had already started establishing a plan in order to make him abdicate his spot as head of the clan. Don't worry, father. I will be fine, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He had already broken through to the 9th chi layer. Even if some strong people wanted to confront him during the annual meeting to make him lose face, Lin Feng would be able to return the favor. He has no one to fear below the Ling Chi layer. Ha! Lin Hai was surprised by his son's reaction and was staring deep into Lin Feng's eyes. He couldn't help but smile when he noticed how self-confident Lin Feng was. Haha, if my son wants to go, then he will go. We will go to the annual meeting, and they will see that making me abdicate is no easy task. But, little Feng, you really have to be careful during the annual meeting. I heard that Lin Qian has already reached the Ling Chi layer. She will not appreciate that her father lost face during the meeting of elders. It's not a rumor. She has already broken through to the Ling Chi layer. But I do not plan to let her easily try and harm me, said Lin Feng, whose eyes were emanating a cold killing intent. Lin Qian had gone to the Yunhai sect because she wanted to kill him. Before leaving the Yunhai sect, she had also threatened him that if they meet again at the annual meeting, then she would kill him. He was going to see how Lin Qian was planning to act against him during the event. Father, I am going to practice first. Come and collect me on the day of the annual meeting, said Lin Feng while leaving. Even though Lin Feng wasn't weak, Lin Qian had an ice and fire universal spirit which wasn't easy to deal with. It was better for him to gain as much strength as possible in the short time he had. Even a small amount might save his life. At that moment, outside of the residential quarters of the Lin clan, a colt was galloping. There was a hurricane full of flames around its body. Lin Qian was riding on the back of a fire colt. She was wearing a fiery red set of robes which matched her colt and made her look like she was an extremely wealthy noble. Her magnificent posture at that moment would have made anyone unable to utter a single bad word against her. She was like a queen who was looking down at the lowly masses with disdain. Your Grace, the entrance guard said to her respectfully. They all respected her much more than they respected Lin Feng. They didn't even dare look at Lin Qian. Her temperament made them feel unworthy. They knew that she would eventually hold a great position within the clan. Lin Qian did not glance sideways and immediately entered into the residential area of the Lin clan. She looked extremely arrogant, as if she truly believed she was royalty. She was followed closely by two people wearing the robes of the Haoyu sect, and they quickly followed her into Lin clan quarters. Her Grace really doesn't look the same as before. She is much more beautiful than I remember, and she also looks even more elegant. Her Grace, Lin Qian has no equal within the Lin clan, said one of the entrance guards as he watched her walk into the Lin clan quarters. Of course, she has broken through to the Ling Chi layer. She is extremely strong and beautiful, and her Grace, Lin Qian, is only 16 years old. She has a bright future opening up to her. She is far better than that piece of trash who calls himself the young master. Her friends also all look extremely strong. They must be the elite of the Yu Hao sect, said the other guard. In their eyes, Lin Feng and Lin Qian had absolutely nothing in common. They were incomparable. One was in the Haoyu sect and had a status that was on the same level as royalty. The other had a lower status than the dirt beneath their shoes. There were no doubts in their mind. Lin Feng had no choice but to look up at her like a lowly peasant for all of his life. Lin Qian and two Haoyu sect's disciples arrived to the residential quarters in the blink of an eye. The speed at which they had moved left storm of wind behind them. People were much more agitated than when Lin Feng had arrived. All the clan members began to gather around their future leader like flies. Some clan members and even some elders were already heading towards the garden of the house where Lin Ba Dao lived to give him their respects. A bright future was awaiting Lin Qian, full of opportunities, which wasn't the case of all the members of the Lin clan. That's why many people in the Lin clan were willing to help Lin Ba Dao to climb in the hierarchy of the clan. That way, Lin Qian would obtain more power. She would be the glory of the clan. All these people helping Lin Ba Dao would obviously also gain favor from his daughter in the future. With her future prospects, they could only humble themselves in front of Lin Ba Dao. In comparison with the residential quarter where Lin Qian lived, Lin Feng's area of residence looked desolate and abandoned. Nonetheless, Lin Qian hadn't forgotten the promise she had made Lin Feng. She glanced in the direction where Lin Feng lived with killing intent in her eyes. Her gaze was as sharp as a sword. "This time, I will make sure to take good care of you," Lin Qian said while glaring at Lin Feng with a ruthless smile. 2 days later, Lin Ba Dao's eldest son, Lin Hong, also returned to the clan. Lin Hong was studying in a mountain village called Xueying. Xueying Mountain Village was not a sect, but their strength was not the least bit inferior to that of a large sect. It had an extremely good reputation in the Xueyu country. Besides, the Xueying Mountain Village only accepted cultivators who possessed snow and ice spirits. Lin Hong had also greatly improved his cultivation since the last time by leaps and bounds. He had broken through to the 9th Qi layer. One more little step would enable him to break through to the Ling Qi layer. The entire Lin clan was thrilled to have such great talents within the younger generations. It seemed like the entire future of the clan was under the complete domination of Lin Ba Dao. Apart from Lin Hong, a myriad of other members of the younger generations were coming back, belonging to different branches within the clan. The annual meeting was drawing closer and closer. Lin Ba Dao's house had a constant stream of visitor, and his courtyard was as visited as a marketplace. It seemed like he had already become the head of the Lin clan, to the extent that there was absolutely nobody around the house of the real head of the clan, Lin Hai. It was extremely desolate around his residence. No one had bothered to come and pay him respect like they had done for Lin Ba Dao. Finally, the annual meeting was about to start. Everybody belonging to the Lin clan was extremely excited. They were wondering what level the juniors of the clan had reached during their practice away from the clan. The disciples would be judged into groups of weak, average, and strong. Many were wondering where their sons and daughters would fit within the clan rankings, all secretly hoping that their descendants would be within the strongest rankings, securing them a great future within the clan. They were also wondering if some new geniuses were going to reveal their talents and distinguish themselves within the younger generations. During the event, all the results are announced publicly. The annual meeting was one of the most celebrated and joyous days within any clan, as it showed the future prospects of the clan. A great amount of talent in the younger generation would provide the clan more prestige and glory in the future. 3 months ago, some people had wanted Lin Hai to abdicate, but Lin Hai was so strong that it was frightening and intimidating. But during the annual meeting, they would have more courage than at any other moment of the year. Lin Qian would prove that the future of the clan is with Lin Ba Dao. Some Lin clan members also had friends from other clans who had come to witness the events. Lin Feng came out of his room while stretching his arms. He took a deep breath and took the time to appreciate the sun in the sky. Lin Feng hadn't thought that this day was any different from the previous days before it. The status of the head of the clan. Lin Feng didn't care. What he was looking for was the highest peak on the path of cultivation. Only the strongest could demand the attention of others. The head of the clan was just a fabricated name. If someone was strong and powerful enough, then nobody could oppose him. Who would dare to disobey? Lin Feng still knew that his father also didn't care about such things either. Lin Hai wasn't too attracted by power and influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be that calm and serene after such events. If the Lin clan didn't organize major events, he would almost never show his face and appear in public. Only by him appearing in public would the others have the ability to criticize him and try to force him to abdicate. "Little Feng, you are already finished practicing," said Lin Hai, approaching towards Lin Feng. He had come intending to wake him up from his meditation. "Yes," said Lin Feng while nodding. "Let's go." They left together towards the annual meeting. The number of people within the annual meeting of the Lin clan was huge. Everybody had already arrived much earlier, and they were all excitedly waiting for the upcoming events. When Lin Feng and Lin Hai arrived at the annual meeting, many people stared at them. Every person had a different expression. However, the majorities were expressions of mocking or disdain. It's Lin Feng. Many people were looking at Lin Feng with cold expressions. Some of the faces that could be distinguished from the others were that of Lin Hong, whose cultivation had been crippled by Lin Feng, as well as Lin Yun, Lin Qian, Lin Yu, and of course, there was also Lin Feng's third uncle Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran's two sons were Lin Yun, who had been humiliated by Lin Feng, and Lin Hong, whose cultivation had been crippled by Lin Feng. All in all, it was easy to say who hated Lin Feng the most in the Lin clan. Lin Haoran even hid Lin Hong away and made him stay out of sight so he would not lose face. He didn't want anyone to know what had happened between Lin Hong and Lin Feng. Also, he didn't want to see Lin Feng's father proud that the plan to cripple Lin Feng has backfired and destroyed Lin Haoran's standing within the clan. Lin Hai and Lin Feng were moving towards the host, who was standing on the large stage. On a platform to the side with a raised seating area sat Lin Ba Dao, Lin Zhen, Lin Haoran, and Lin Qian. They were sitting upright with their heads held high, setting themselves high above the others as if they were the masters of the Lin family. When the clan elder Lin Zhen saw that Lin Hai and Lin Feng were approaching, he stood up and said in a clear, loud voice, "You have finally arrived. We are thus ready to start the annual meeting." When Lin Hai heard Lin Zhen, he stopped walking and stared at him. Everybody then stared at Lin Hai, stupefied, wondering what was wrong with him. "Lin Hai, what's wrong? What are you doing?" asked Lin Zhen, seeing that Lin Hai had stopped walking. Lin Ba Dao, I would like to ask you, who's the current head of the Lin clan?" asked Lin Hai in an icy tone. Lin Ba Dao was stunned, but he pretended to be calm as he replied, "You, Lin Hai, of course." "Then, I have another question for you. Isn't the annual meeting of the Lin clan of paramount importance?" continued Lin Hai, looking straight into Lin Zhen's eyes. "Of course it is. Every year, the annual meeting of our clan is the most important event of the year." "Very good. Then I have another question. Who is charge of managing that major event?" Lin Zhen's face started to look desperate when hearing all of Lin Hai's questions. He obviously knew what Lin Hai meant with all those questions. "The clan head is in charge. Since I have a clear understanding now that everything is handled by the clan head, Lin Zhen, I would like to ask you, what on earth do you think you are doing up there? I am still the head of our Lin clan, correct?" Lin Hai's tone was extremely harsh. Lin Zhen and Lin Ba Dao had been acting hand in hand with each other to try and force Lin Hai to abdicate. It was not a secret and had been going on for such a long time that almost everybody knew about it. Lin Zhen was becoming more and more impertinent. Today he even announced the beginning of the event without waiting for Lin Hai to be seated. "Hee, uncle, you came a bit too late. The esteemed elder is just doing what he's supposed to do. Is it wrong for him to carry out his duties?" "Uncle shows no understanding," Lin Qian said in a neutral tone. "Shut up!" shouted Lin Hai, who had released his temper. "You dare to interrupt the head of the family while he's talking? Lin Ba Dao, take good care of your daughter. What kind of terrible education has she received until now?" Lin Qian had an ugly face which was twisted in anger. She insulted Lin Hai deep in her heart. That guy hasn't been the clan head for a long time and he is already starting to lose his temper? She's at least much stronger than your son. That piece of trash is the one who should be educated, Lin Ba Dao said while staring Lin Feng in the eyes and smiling coldly. Everyone in the Lin clan had complimented Lin Qian for her achievements. How could Lin Hai dare to insult her? "Watch your words. A very small clan head of the Lin family, in the eyes of my sect, is a tiny individual with no power," said a girl of the Hao Yu sect who was standing next to Lin Qian while smiling coldly. That girl was wearing magnificent robes. She had a very unkind look on her face, much like Lin Qian. She was an elite disciple of the Hao Yu sect. She had a low opinion of the Lin clan and did not believe it was worth giving them face. "You're saying that your Yu Hao sect is really extraordinary. Then why are you sitting equally with Lin clan members? It seems that my father, the only head of the Lin clan, never actually invited you to join us. You seem to be a really shameless person. I see that the Yu Hao sect is extraordinarily shameless," said Lin Feng, who had remained silent until now. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he decided to open his mouth. Who could compete with him when it came to wits? He had the experience of 2 lifetimes. In that world, language had a profound meaning. You? The facial expression of the mean girl suddenly changed, but she immediately smiled coldly after and said, "The piece of trash of the Yunhai sect also dares to open his big mouth. Whether or not I am a piece of trash is not the problem at the moment. I, at least, have honor and a sense of integrity, not like a certain person, coming to someone's clan and insulting the head of their clan. Are all the Hao Yu sect's disciples like this? How extraordinary indeed." Lin Feng was being incredibly sarcastic. Everybody's face immediately changed. "You animal, you dare insult and humiliate the Hao Yu sect," said a Lin clan elder who had stood up. He was furious. "This is truly hilarious. She is in the middle of the Lin clan and stands before you all and insults the head of the Lin clan, and there's immediately someone standing up to defend her. I would like to ask you, seventh elder, are you a member of the Lin clan or a whipped dog of the Hao Yu sect?" Lin Feng's words were sharp and incisive like a sword cutting deep into the elder's pride. Lin Feng had been firm when saying these words and questioned the integrity of the elder. "My son is correct. I also want to ask you a question, seventh elder. Is your family name also Lin?" asked Lin Hai, continuing Lin Feng's argumentation. Lin Hai was extremely surprised at that moment too. Not only had his son made huge progress on the path of cultivation, but his way of speaking had also become extremely eloquent. Lin Feng's words had become as flowing as blood. "All right, I made a mistake. You are indeed the head of the clan. The annual meeting is of paramount importance. Cannot be delayed. So please come up and manage it as a head of Lin clan," said Lin Jin, who had received Lin Ba Dao's approbation. They had found a compromise. Actually, they wanted to see how long Lin Hai and Lin Feng could be that aggressive. Lin Hai wiped his sleeves, then walked over to the platform and then sat amongst them. "How long are you still going to be so proud? You dare to insult the elite disciples of my sect. Lin Hai, I want you to pay attention to the fate of that piece of trash you call a son." Lin Qian thought to herself. Let the annual meeting begin. Lin Hai looked at the stages which were created for practice battles between clan members. The Lin clan was composed of over 500 people. Around 18 of them were young people of the youngest generation of the clan, but there were about 70 young people who belonged to the golden age of talent within the Lin clan. Unfortunately, there were some clan members who were unpredictable and would try to harm his son. The Lin clan was not a single entity, and there were smaller factions attempting to increase their power. If Lin Hai had abdicated, that would have been a mistake and would have driven the clan into chaos. Lin Hai had bitter feelings. Why did he need to have all these worries about the Lin clan and its future? "Father, don't worry. I will not let anyone do me any harm," thought Lin Hai, who was feeling guilty. He remembered what his father had said to him on his deathbed. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to apply it. The annual meeting was actually a big test for all the juniors of the Lin clan to see how much they had progressed and to see what the future prospects of the Lin clan looked like. There was also some fighting involved in the annual meeting to test the strength of the junior generation. The second elder of the clan went on the fighting stage and said in a clear and loud voice, "The first round of the annual meeting will be as such. It's a free-for-all. Everyone comes on the fighting stage, and the last 32 members left can continue to the next round." The second elder of the Lin clan stepped down from the stage, and the junior disciples of the Lin clan all went on to the fighting stage. Lin Feng nodded while looking at his father, Lin Hai. He also stepped on the stage. "I don't know if Lin Qian will be focused on me from the very start," thought Lin Feng, who was standing on the stage with complete concentration on his surroundings. 73 young disciples had arrived on the stage. Everyone was extremely vigilant, especially the weaker ones. They were easy targets for the others to quickly reduce the numbers. Lin Qian was still standing there unmoving on the stage. Many other disciples were giving up and leaving the stage. They didn't dare provoke others who were stronger than themselves. The goal of the first round was to eliminate the weakest ones. The strong ones rarely really attacked at that stage except for if they were looking for trouble. Lin Qian was without a doubt one of the strongest disciples on the stage. Most of the disciples on the stage couldn't compete with her. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, he quickly noticed that many people were staring at him. Many people had twinkling eyes when looking at Lin Feng, as if they were looking at a pile of gold with greed in their eyes. They all considered him an easy target. Some battles had already started on the stage. A young clan member who was wielding a spear was rushing towards Lin Feng. Everyone near him started to surround him. Lin Feng obviously knew they were not worth his time. "Get lost, get down off the stage. If you stay here, then we will force you to lose face," said Lin Wu with an expression revealing how much he despised Lin Feng. He was the son of the seventh elder, with whom Lin Feng had argued and humiliated. Lin Wu was at the 7th Chi layer 6 months ago when they had last met. With his ongoing training, he had probably reached the 8th Chi layer already. His strength was similar to that of Lin Yu. "He's mine," said an ice-cold voice, sending shivers down the spines of many clan members. Lin Feng then saw Lin Qian wearing her red robes looking as arrogant as ever. "It's all the same to me." Lin Wu was obviously not going to argue with Lin Qian and opened the way for her. Lin Qian walked over to Lin Feng and said, "Don't worry. Nobody will touch you during the first round. You will successfully move forward to the next rounds. If you were to be knocked out this early, there would be no fun at all." "Huh," Lin Feng said, stupefied. He wouldn't have expected Lin Qian to protect him and prevent him from getting knocked out of the competition so early. That was amusing, but not losing so early. What could he have against that? Of course Lin Feng understood. If Lin Qian hadn't been protecting him, he could have lost during the first round due to the sheer numbers he was facing. However, in the life or death arena of the Yunhai sect, Lin Feng had defeated a cultivator of the 9th Chi layer in one hit. What is Lin Qian doing? Why is she taking care of that piece of trash and protecting him? Said Lin Zhen, who was ready to watch Lin Feng make a fool of himself, but instead saw Lin Qian protect him. He couldn't help but ask Lin Ba Dao about the turn of events. "Don't you think that seeing such a piece of trash making it to the second round is a really funny joke? Besides, the second round is composed of several small fights. Everyone has to fight a few times. In this kind of situation, do you think that a piece of trash will be able to return unharmed when the time comes for the numerous fights of the second round? We just have to wait for the second round, which is where the real fun will begin." Hee hee. How could I not think about that? This will be an entertaining event indeed. Lin Zhen was delighted by the explanation. He could already imagine Lin Feng getting completely crippled in one hit during the second round. Half an hour later, the first round, which consisted of eliminating the weakest clan members, had finally come to a conclusion. Only 32 clan members were still on the stage. The ones who had been eliminated were mostly at the 5th or 6th Chi layer and were not very strong compared to the talented disciples within the clan. There were also some clan members who had reached the 7th Chi layer but who had run out of luck during the fights and been eliminated. Others had been attacked by multiple opponents and were knocked off stage using their numbers. There were also some who had not moved a single finger at all during the first round. Lin Qian, as well as her older brother Lin Hong, Lin Wu, Lin Yu, and Lin Feng. Hee, that guy is really lucky. Lin Qian surprisingly helped him move forward to the next round. I wonder why Lin Qian helped him get to the second round. Lin Feng was the subject of all sorts of comments. Of course, many of these comments regarding why he was able to move on to the second round were inaccurate. He could have easily dealt with all the disciples outside the stage and would only have been eliminated with bad luck. In the contest of the second round, there were 4 groups of 8 fighters. All had to wait for their turn to fight. Every single fighter of a group had to fight the 7 others of his group. The 2 best fighters of one group would be able to move on to the third round. First, the groups had to be formed and then they would be announced by the second elder. Lin Qian was put in the first group. Lin Feng, Lin Yan, Lin Tao, Lin Yu, Lin Ran, Lin Li, Lin Kaiju, Lin Yu, you're all in the 4th group. When he heard the names of the ones that were in the 4th group, the third elder laughed. All the weakest ones are in the 4th group. Considering Lin Yu's strength, there should be absolutely no problem. Lin Yu should dominate all the others in the 4th group by far, said Lin Ba Dao politely. Haha, you bet. If Lin Yu had to battle with Lin Qian, he would take the initiative to give up, said the third elder, who had agreed with Lin Ba Dao's words. Do you know what rank Lin Feng will hold within the 4th group? Whispered the third elder while unconsciously looking at Lin Hai. The gigantic battle stage for the second round was divided into 4 different stages. Dividing the larger stage into 4 smaller stages was a way for all the participants to engage in battles at the same time and progress onto the next round together. First group, Lin Qian versus Lin Han. Second group, Lin Hong versus Lin Lei. Third group, Lin Wu versus Lin Xiao. Fourth group, Lin Feng versus Lin Yen. People in the crowd had longing in their eyes when they heard who was fighting the first fight within the first group. Everyone was only paying attention to that stage. It seemed like the second elder had voluntarily arranged the battle that way. All the first group fighters were quite well known. There was nothing to say about Lin Qian and her brother Lin Hong. Lin Wu was also a famous figure amongst the disciples of the younger generation. Even though Lin Feng was weak, everyone knew who he was in the crowd. That is the reason why Lin Feng was chosen and not Lin Yu. The 8 fighters were in their respective areas of the large stage. The fighters who attracted the most attention from the crowd were Lin Qian and Lin Feng. They were curious to see how strong Lin Qian was. They were also curious to see what chi layer was reached by Lin Feng, the Lin clan's piece of trash. "I give up," said Lin Han of the first group quite straightforwardly, which disappointed a lot of people in the crowd. Nonetheless, many of them were able to understand Lin Han. Honestly, who would have the guts to go up and fight with Lin Qian? First group, Lin Qian wins, announced the second elder. As the first fight of the first group didn't take place, everyone's attention then focused on the battle of the fourth group. Lin Feng versus Lin Yen. "I am unwilling to humiliate myself and my sword fighting against him. I give up," said Lin Yen, who had reached the 7th chi layer and who had a sword spirit. The crowd saw that Lin Yen, who had reached the 7th chi layer, was looking at his opponent in a very arrogant way. Fourth group, Lin Yen wins. The second elder announced the result of the fight of the fourth group. "What?" Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Yen won by saying he gave up. But Lin Yen seemed to think it was as it should be by right and left the arena calm and unperturbed. "Why are you still up there on the stage?" asked the second elder to Lin Feng, who wasn't moving at all. "Have I given up?" asked Lin Feng. The second elder frowned. That guy was really unable to tell good from bad. Eliminating him directly was a way to help him, not to make a fool out of himself. Giving up, not giving up, it's all the same. Hurry up and come down of the battle stage. "Since I haven't given up, what gives you the right to declare Lin Yen as the winner?" asked Lin Feng, ignoring what the second elder had just said. "I am the second elder and I am one of those in charge of leading the annual meeting." "Hee, it seems like nobody is attaching importance to me, the head of the clan," said Lin Hai calmly. He remained calm while containing his rage. "Second elder, in the presence of every Lin clan member currently present here, you are violating the rules of the annual meeting by immediately declaring Lin Yan's victory. What gives you the right to do so?" "Clan head, that battle doesn't need to take place. We all know the result already. I am helping you not to lose face by acting that way. There is no need to take it to heart." "Helping me not to lose face? You are intentionally trying to make me make a fool out of myself. Now you can come down. The sixth elder is now in charge of leading the battles." "I don't agree," said Lin Ba Dao. "I don't agree either. The second elder's position is justified," said Lin Hao Ran and Lin Jin together. "Do you intend to force my hand?" said Lin Hai, glancing at all of them, including others who were not directly blood related to the Lin family. "So what if I want to do it this way?" said Lin Hai, smiling coldly. "Clan head, the second elder hasn't made any mistake. You have no right to deprive him of his right as an organizer of the annual meeting. If you insist on having it your own way, you are just using public office to avenge private wrongs. You are just scaring everyone who is a member of the Lin clan using your status as clan head," said Lin Hao Ran with a smile on his face. Lin Hai smiled coldly and said in a low voice, "I know what you guys want to do. You are just finding pretexts though, so I am using pretexts as well." The ones to whom Lin Hai was referring pretended to look confused, as if they didn't know what Lin Hai meant. They only saw Lin Hai turn around and begin addressing the crowd of Lin clan members. "My son Lin Feng and Lin Yen will fight. Lin Feng hasn't given up. None of them has given up yet. By declaring Lin Yen the winner, I think that it proves that he despises the traditions of the Lin clan. Besides, there are some people here who think that I am abusing my power to retaliate against personal enemies. That is why I am now giving an explanation to every single one of you. If Lin Feng does lose indeed, it will prove that I was wrong, and I will abdicate from my position as a clan head. The crowd burst into an uproar when they heard Lin Hai's words. Lin Feng was only at the 6th Qi layer 3 months ago. He was maybe only at the 7th Qi layer at that moment. How was he supposed to fight against Lin Yen? Wasn't he giving the others an opportunity by acting so recklessly in regards to his son? Lin Badao's eyes were sparkling with delight. He hadn't expected that Lin Hai would say these things to the crowd. Wasn't it like finding another excuse to take over the position as clan head? But if Lin Feng wins, it will prove that the second elder really despises the traditions of the Lin clan, and I will severely punish him. Lin Hai's tone gradually changed to a much colder tone. Everybody was starting to feel a chill within the air. Lin Hai was gambling with his position as a clan head at stake. I agree, Lin Badao immediately said. He had a calm expression on his face. How was Lin Feng supposed to win against Lin Yen? I also agree, said Lin Jin. All right, what about you, second elder? Lin Hai said, looking at him straight in the eyes. The second elder was secretly insulting him in his heart. Even if Lin Feng won, it had nothing to do with the issues going on with Lin Badao and Lin Jin. These two scoundrels had obviously agreed because they couldn't miss the opportunity to remove Lin Hai. That decision just made the second elder feel like they had not considered his position. He shook his head and replied, I agree. What a shame. Lin Haoran was cursing in a low voice. Lin Feng had been able to cripple the cultivation of his son, Lin Heng. Lin Feng was at least at the 8th Qi layer. Lin Yen would lose without doubts. He wanted to prevent them from doing it that way, but Lin Badao and Lin Jin had replied too quickly. At this moment he was feeling as bad as the second elder. Lin Yen, get on the battle stage. Go and fight Lin Feng, said the second elder cold and detached while glancing at Lin Hai. Lin Hai was going to have to surrender his position as the clan head. Lin Yen got back on the battle stage. Sneering at Lin Feng, he said, the piece of trash will also lose face. On top of that, you are getting your father involved in the situation. However, I, Lin Yen, will play a role in who will become the new head of clan. Not bad. If you use your sword the same way that you use your words, I would recommend stepping back down. Die, said Lin Yen while unsheathing his sword and throwing himself towards Lin Feng. Shadow sword, get lost, said Lin Feng calmly without raising his voice. He jumped to the side. The chi of Lin Yan's sword immediately vanished. Right after, a fist appeared in the gap left by Lin Yan's sword and shot directly towards his chest, sending him flying through the air and off of the stage. His long sword landed on the stage. Lin Yen was lying on the ground beneath and looked utterly confused by what had happened. He had been defeated. How had he been defeated? Your sword, your speed, your accuracy, your reaction speed. You have absolutely no skill in battle. Your fighting style is full of flaws. You are a humiliation and a disgrace for both the sword you carry and the Lin clan name. You are a piece of trash. Lin Feng kicked Lin Yan's sword and sent it flying towards Lin Yen. Not only was Lin Yen extremely confused, but the whole crowd was also utterly speechless at what had happened. It was the same as 3 months before when Lin Feng had defeated Lin Yun. Lin Feng had only needed one hit. He had looked so relaxed and it had seemed like an extremely easy victory for him. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was self-confident and even a bit arrogant at that moment. The piece of trash had completely changed to the extent that he was able to defeat Lin Yen, who was at the 7th Qi layer, in one hit. How is that possible? How could something like this happen? Asked the second elder, whose body was trembling with fear. He could feel an ice-cold glare consuming him from head to toe. The head of the clan, Lin Hai, was slowly walking towards him with eyes filled with killing intent. What do you want? Asked the second elder, whose voice was trembling as he watched Lin Hai approach. The crowd had been astonished by Lin Feng's performance. At that moment, the crowd had just noticed that Lin Hai was already on the battle stage and was approaching the second elder. "What do I want? You haven't forgotten our deal of a moment ago, right?" Lin Hai said, smiling coldly. "Brother, please listen," the second elder. "No. Lin Yi is a member of our clan after all. He has always worked hard and performed a valuable service for the clan. Please forgive him this time," Lin Ba Dao said loudly as he quickly tried to block Lin Hai's path. "Forgive him? Lin Ba Dao, don't you think you're ridiculous? A moment ago, you had all taken advantage of my son and you were completely indifferent. Did you ever ask yourself how much I, Lin Hai, as head of the clan, have done for the benefit of the Lin clan? Are you saying that you intend to go back on your promise in front of everyone and leave that kind of impression on the young members of the clan?" Lin Hai's was extremely strict with his rebuke, which made Lin Ba Dao embarrassed to have said anything in the first place. The entire chain of events could speak for itself. He wanted to go back on his words but had no argument as to justify his actions. If he went back on his words now, then he would surely lose face. "Now, move out of my way. I would like to announce that Lin Yi, second elder, is no longer in charge of his functions. In addition, I'm going to teach him a lesson," said Lin Hai while moving past Lin Ba Dao. "If you think things will go that smoothly, then you underestimate me," said Lin Yi while quickly turning to flee. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Hai flicked both of his sleeves lightly, which caused the atmosphere to violently vibrate and become icy cold. This was followed by a groan from Lin Yi. He was trying to escape, but his body had become completely stiff and he could no longer move an inch. His bones were cold and brittle to the touch. His whole body was covered in a layer of ice and his skin felt like it was burning from the cold. Boom! The ice covering his body shattered, causing a terrifying impact. Lin Ye's entire body was still freezing over and the ice was penetrating deep into his body. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, but the warm sensation only lasted a moment before that blood would freeze solid. He collapsed onto the ground, unable to keep himself standing. His body looked like it had shrunk as he curled into a ball and rolled on the ground. He was shaking all over and all he could do was try and keep himself as warm as possible. Only his malicious-looking eyes were still staring at Lin Hai. With each movement, layers of his skin which had frozen solid were breaking apart, causing unbearable pain. Lin Yi wasn't a weak cultivator. He couldn't be defeated that easily by most of the clan members, but he didn't dare fight against Lin Hai. Lin Hai was like an unmovable mountain. He was unable to tell how strong Lin Hai was exactly, but fighting him was courting death. Many people watched the scene like statues, unmoving with mouths wide open in shock. They hadn't expected that Lin Hai would be so powerful and even use his powers in cruel ways. It was clear that Lin Yi had enraged the head of the clan and was being punished for it. It was also a clear warning, by showing just how easily he could deal with an elder of the clan. He was warning those who plotted against him that they would be risking their lives. After all, the second elder was Lin Ba Dao's assistant. Now, let's continue with the annual meeting. I assign the sixth elder to take over from where Lin Yi failed. If you cannot follow clan rules or want to refuse, then tell me now, said Lin Hai while rolling up his sleeve, which made him look incredibly imposing. Lin Feng was looking at his father full of admiration. He was smiling from ear to ear. His father was so strong, and in this world only the strong deserved respect. Lin Hai didn't usually give such displays of his strength. This was not because he was not strong enough, but rather he did not enjoy needless displays of strength. Nobody dared to call into question what Lin Hai had done to an elder of the clan. Even though Lin Ba Dao and Lin Zhan were furious, they just had to contain their anger and stay silent. The battles continued. Lin Feng was the strongest of the fourth group. Only Lin Yu was at the 8th chi layer, all the others were at the 7th chi layer. 6 battles later, nobody had been able to take a single blow from the piece of trash, Lin Feng. There was only Lin Yu and Lin Feng left to fight within the 4th group. As far as the other groups were concerned, in the first group, Lin Qian hadn't fought a single battle. All her opponents had given up before even attempting to fight. In the second and the third group, Lin Hong as well as Lin Wu were undefeated. They had won all their battles as expected. There was another disciple who stood out, and his name was Lin Hen. Nobody had expected him to be that strong, as there was not much known about his strength previously. He had won all of his battles, but unfortunately he had to fight Lin Wu next. Many clan members thought it would be a good experience to humble him. Finally, the rankings were already in place, and soon the third round would begin. The last battles of the third and fourth group were taking place. However, the top 8 clan members had already been decided. Third group, Lin Wu versus Lin Hen. Fourth group, Lin Feng versus Lin Yu, announced the sixth elder. Everybody looked very interested again. These 4 cultivators were all undefeated in their previous matches. They wanted to see how long Lin Hen would last against Lin Wu. The majority of the crowd was focused on watching to see if Lin Feng would be able to defeat Lin Yu, who had already reached the 8th chi layer. The crowd erupted in cheers for the upcoming fights. Lin Hen was fighting with Lin Wu, who was one of the best junior cultivators of the Lin clan. This would surely be a great battle to watch. They had been shocked by Lin Feng, but they didn't expect much from him, as he was previously only 6th chi layer. He could have only reached the 7th chi layer at most, or maybe had just broken through to the 8th chi layer. How was he supposed to win against Lin Yu, who was already at the peak of the 8th chi layer? Many members of the clan still had trouble removing the previous association of Lin Feng being useless and a piece of trash. So many assumed he would surrender his next fight. The 4 practitioners stepped onto the arena. Lin Hen was pretty straightforward. He cupped his hands before his chest as a sign of respect and said, "We have already qualified for the third round. We do not need to fight unnecessary battles with other clan members. Even though we already qualify for the next round, I, Lin Wu, always welcome a fight. I want to show everyone who the strongest of our group is," said Lin Wu while shaking his head in refusal. "I surrender," said Lin Hen while smiling and completely ignoring Lin Wu's wishes to fight. "Lin Wu wins," said the 6th elder with a wry smile. It was his son that had just given up. "Coward," Lin Wu said, insulting Lin Hen, then turned around and left. On stage there was only Lin Feng and Lin Yu left. "Hee, finally. Lin Yu will fight that piece of trash. I hope that Lin Yu can teach him a good lesson," said Lin Ba Dao in an ice-cold tone. He had thought that Lin Feng would get crippled during the second round, but he hadn't expected that Lin Feng had actually become so strong in such a short period. He was no longer weak like many had thought. He hadn't lost a single battle so far in the 4th group and had not even used more than a single strike. "Don't worry. Lin Yu is a true member of the Lin clan. He will definitely show that piece of trash what it means to be strong," said the 3rd elder confidently. He was very confident about his son's abilities and skills. It would be difficult for Lin Yu to finish amongst the top 3 at the end of the annual meeting, but he was hopeful that his son would finish amongst the top 5 within the younger generation. "Let's watch and enjoy the show," said Lin Ba Dao while nodding. Lin Yu's confident expression had vanished, but he still tried to keep his head calm. He couldn't forget that moment when Lin Feng had slapped him. He hated Lin Feng bitterly for that, but at the same time, he was also terrified of the monster that stood before him. That piece of trash that was also the clan's young master had changed into a mysterious beast. Gu Song wasn't weak but had been injured and thrown out of the window by Lin Feng. Lin Yan could use his sword with great skill, but when he battled with Lin Feng, his sword had looked like a toy in the hands of a child. Lin Yu didn't even have a small amount of self-confidence in beating Lin Feng. He could feel the pressure created by the entire audience staring at him. Lin Yu could not help but gulp with the amazing pressure he was under. He really was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Everybody was waiting for him to teach Lin Feng a lesson, including his own father, but did he even have the power to do such a thing? "Since we're already qualified for the next round, do we really need to fight?" asked Lin Yu in a very soft voice. Lin Feng had a fake smile on his face and kept glaring at Lin Yu, yet remained silent. "Bastard," thought Lin Yu. He then took a deep breath and said, "I give up." "Ha!" The 3rd elder as well as the crowd were all stupefied when they heard Lin Yu. Did he just give up? At the moment when everyone couldn't wait to see Lin Feng be taught a lesson, Lin Yu surprisingly acted the same way as Lin Hen and chose not to battle. "What's going on?" Lin Ba Dao asked, looking extremely puzzled. "Maybe Lin Yu wants to humiliate him during the finals," guessed the third elder without being convinced of his own words. The second round finished. The top clan members were Lin Qian, Lin Hong, Lin Feng, Lin Yu, Lin Wu, Lin Hen, Lin Ying, as well as Lin Li. The third round was also the finals. It consisted of one-on-one battles. Lin Ying and Lin Li were staring at Lin Feng with longing eyes. They were praying to fight against Lin Feng. They had no grudge with Lin Feng. They had only wanted to guarantee a spot in the top 4. First battle, Lin Qian versus Lin Ying, said the sixth elder. Lin Ying's face turned white in a second. That was the unluckiest situation he could be in. He was assigned to fight the strongest of all the young clan members. Lin Qian, even though I probably will not be able to touch you even once, I still wish to fight. I hope that you can show me how great the distance between us is. She had no other choice but to fight against Lin Qian. That was going to be her last battle. Everybody was aware that she was definitely going to lose, but she would not surrender her pride. I will, replied Lin Qian, cold and detached to the extent that she even looked somewhat arrogant. Let's begin, shouted Lin Ying, advancing towards Lin Qian. She didn't even release her spirit. She was going to lose in any case, but this was a matter of the Lin clan's pride. She only wanted to see how strong Lin Qian was so she could aim to one day be as strong as her. Ice, shouted Lin Qian. Lin Ying's hand hadn't even touched Lin Qian yet, but her hand was already feeling extremely heavy, as if it weighed 1,000 jin, and the speed had dropped drastically. In an instant, Lin Qian's tiny hand was already on Lin Ying, whose body was already covered with a layer of frost. You lose. Lin Qian shook her hand and Lin Ying immediately collapsed onto the ground. Lin Ying was shaking on the ground from the cold. She looked similar to the second elder a moment ago, but much less pitiful. How strong! So that what a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer is capable of. What a power! Good thing that I don't have to fight against Lin Qian, said the others, who felt lucky they didn't have to fight against Lin Qian. First battle, Lin Qian wins. Second battle, Lin Hong versus Lin Yu, announced the sixth elder. I give up, said Lin Yu, making a wry smile. He was obviously not going to fight against Lin Hong. He hadn't thought he would successively give up twice. He was eliminated. Second battle, Lin Hong wins. Third battle, Lin Feng versus Lin Li. Phew, awesome. Lin Li had a big smile on his face. Lin Li was at the peak of the 8th Qi layer. He thought all the others would be quite hard to defeat, but Lin Feng should be an easy win. It seems like today is my lucky day, said Lin Li while getting onto the battle stage and facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng was completely expressionless. When he saw Lin Li's resplendent smile, he thought, lucky day, eh? Lin Li was maybe going to think differently a short instant later. Lin Feng did seem to be very lucky to most of the clan members watching the annual meeting. During the first round, Lin Qian had helped him to move into the next round. During the second round, the strongest of the group, Lin Yu, had given up and shown him mercy. It had been so easy for him that he did not even have the chance to show his full strength, and many believed he had recently broke into the 8th Qi layer. And even during the third round, he was still extremely lucky. His first fight was against the weakest of all the remaining participants, Lin Li. He would still not have the chance to show his strength. Maybe the sixth elder had arranged things that way, thought Lin Feng. You can attack first, okay? Let's have a good fight, said Lin Li, as if he had already won the fight and was selecting his next opponent. All right, said Lin Feng while nodding. Moonlight feather agility, 9 heavy waves, shouted Lin Feng. As Lin Feng arrived right next to Lin Li was still smiling. The shock waves within the air caused a huge pressure to consume the atmosphere. Terrifying wave upon terrifying wave was vibrating through the air around Lin Feng's fist. Lin Li's smile was still on his face, but at the same time he looked terrified. He had planned to withstand the attack and then win by showing overwhelming strength, but now he was terrified of his opponent. Wasn't it too late to take his words back? Boom! You lose. Lin Li's body flew away. His smile was almost rigid on his face, and that looked really embarrassing. One punch was all it had taken to eliminate him. He no longer believed he was lucky. It seems like nobody has put Lin Feng in their eyes. How strong is he? Thought Lin Li. Only Lin Feng knew how powerful his attacks could become. It seemed like his 9 heavy waves were in perfect fusion with the entire universe surrounding them. They even seemed to borrow the power of the atmosphere as it was consumed by the vibrations. His waves gave the impression of being in the middle of a vast and boundless ocean which nobody could escape. There was no choice but to be swallowed by the powerful waves. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Feng hadn't received a single injury in any of his fights. Lin Feng's effortlessly dodged all incoming attacks and dealt with his opponent with a single blow. There was not even a speck of dust on his robes. He was untouchable. Piece of trash. Is this what we call a true genius? Lin Li didn't have the least bit of hate or resentment in his eyes. He was staring at Lin Feng with respect and even a hint of remaining fear. He knew that Lin Feng had shown him mercy and was terrified by the outcome if he had not received mercy. Lin Feng wins, declared the 6th elder. The crowd deeply sighed. It had to be a trick. Lin Li was at the 8th chi layer. This must have been something which was previously arranged. He is truly cunning. What chi layer is Lin Feng even at? The entire crowd suddenly had the impression that the piece of trash they were looking at had completely transformed and become something mysterious. He had either become extremely sly and cunning or held the strength of 8th chi layer. No matter which it was, he had gained the curiosity and respect of many clan members. He took him by surprise with a sneak attack. That piece of trash is the same piece of trash as before. He's just a coward, said Lin Wu in an extremely disdainful tone when he heard all the comments of the crowd. That's right. It must be that way. Lin Feng could only win with a sneak attack because Lin Li was unprepared. Otherwise, how could he have thrown Lin Li from the stage that easily? Said some clan members in support of Lin Wu. They thought that they had understood what had happened from Lin Wu's words, and some people had even started insulting Lin Feng. But Lin Feng ignored the comments as this was nothing he had not heard previously. However, now he would make them all pay. All those who had humiliated him would be punished. A piece of trash? Took him by surprise? Everyone will be disappointed. 4th battle. Lin Wu versus Lin Hen. While looking at them on the battle stage, Lin Feng's eyes showed curiosity. During the last round, Lin Wu and Lin Hen were in the same group, but during the last fight of their group, Lin Hen had refused to fight and surrendered. But this round, Lin Hen and Lin Wu were opponents again. Could it be that the 6th elder had done this on purpose? We have already made it this far. We do not need to fight unnecessary battles with other clan members. Do we even need to fight? Said Lin Wu jokingly while looking at Lin Hen. Lin Hen was just a coward scared to fight. Nothing more. There is no need, replied Lin Hen while shaking his head and smiling. Such a coward. He is making the Lin clan lose face. Many people started to insult him. Lin Hen had already qualified before when he gave up, so that was excusable, but giving up now was really unforgivable. That was a disgrace to the Lin clan. Coward. If you're not fighting, then get lost. Get down off the battle stage, said Lin Wu, who was really angry to hear him give up again. Lin Hen was looking at Lin Wu and suddenly had a strange expression on his face. He didn't get down off the battle stage. Instead, he moved forwards to Lin Wu. I will just count down from 3 to 1. If you don't get off my stage before the time is up, then do not blame me for being merciless, said Lin Hen. Killing intent could be seen on his face. Suddenly, a powerful chaotic energy surrounded his body and crashed down onto Lin Wu. 3, counted Lin Hen. At that moment, Lin Wu's entire body was trembling. He looked like he was frozen with fear. Sweat was beading from his forehead and his face could show his fatigue. He was staring at Lin Hen with eyes filled with shock. How is that even possible? How did you possibly? Lin Wu was going insane. How can you have the strength of a cultivator who has reached the Ling Chi layer? Lin Wu wasn't the only one who was stupefied. Everyone else in the crowd was stupefied. Ling Chi layer. He has just used the power belonging to cultivators of the Ling Chi layer. That quiet and introverted Lin Hen had been hiding his power this whole time. Everyone was shocked at how this young man had hidden such a great power. Ling Chi layer. Apart from Lin Qian, amongst the juniors, it seemed like there was only Lin Hen who had broken through to the Ling Qi layer, and it seemed like Lin Qian was the most outstanding of all the young disciples. The sixth elder was beaming with satisfaction. He had a huge smile on his face. Lin Hen had been secretly cultivating and hiding his abilities. As long as he didn't show his abilities, it was very difficult for others to tell that he had reached the Ling Qi layer, which showed how careful he had been to hide his power. He is good at hiding his real power, Lin Ba Dao thought while looking at the sixth elder. But suddenly he realized there was still hope. You better adapt to the circumstances, said Lin Ba Dao looking at the sixth elder with a cold smile. Once the annual meeting was over, he would again attempt to become the head of the clan. Lin Ba Dao couldn't understand why the previous head on his deathbed had passed his power to Lin Hai and not to him. Lin Hai was seldom in the clan when he was young. He would often travel and hide from the clan his destination. Lin Ba Dao was a pillar of the clan and had dedicated his life to it. Becoming the head of the clan had always been Lin Ba Dao's dream, and because he continued to fail at his attempts, there was a knot in his heart. 2. Lin Hen's energy was becoming stronger and stronger. It was oppressing Lin Wu so much that he could hardly breathe. He had never felt such a horrible pressure, and he regretted his previous arrogance. Everybody believed that Lin Wu was at the 8th Qi layer, but he had actually broken through to the 9th Qi layer not long before. He had thought that he would amaze everyone at this year's annual meeting, but his dream hadn't come to reality. He had not been given the chance to show anything exceptional to the audience. Lin Hen was threatening him at that moment and telling him to leave while he still could. Otherwise he would have to bear the consequences. Before you insult and humiliate other people, you better think twice. I am not willing to fight against you for the sake of the clan. It is not because I am less powerful than you. I despise you, and if it were not for the blood we share, I would kill you where you stand, said Lin Hen. He seemed like a completely different person. The power of the chaotic energy was still increasing, and Lin Hong was about to make his final count. I give up, said Lin Wu, who felt that he was about to be crushed by the force of the chaotic energy. Then he turned around and left the battle stage without looking back. Lin Hen is so strong, said the crowd as if they were worshipping him. Breaking through to the Ling Qi layer is the dream of every young cultivator. Reaching it before the age of 20 gave even more chances to break through to even higher layers later, such as the Shen Qi layer or even the extremely powerful Sky Qi layer. Very interesting, said Lin Feng, who was laughing. Lin Hen had broken through to the Ling Qi layer. The sixth elder had probably voluntarily arranged the battles like he did to promote his own son's fame. Lin Hen had given up during the second round, so he really wanted to see Lin Hen fight Lin Wu during the third round. He was happy that Lin Wu had been taught a lesson in front of such a large crowd. He even surrendered like a coward, which he was calling Lin Hen previously. Piece of trash. What gives you the right to laugh at me? You're the disgrace of the clan. Lin Wu's expression was hideous when he saw Lin Feng's smile. He couldn't help but shout at him extremely loudly, to the extent that his shout resonated in the entire fighting arena. When people heard that Lin Wu was shouting at Lin Feng, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Especially Lin Ba Dao, who said, Lin Wu had lost against Lin Hen, who had reached the Ling Qi layer, so he hadn't lost face at all. But I wouldn't have thought that a piece of trash would dare laugh at him. He really shameless. He's truly a disgrace. When Lin Jin heard these few words, he directly felt much better and said in a cold tone, that piece of trash is overestimating his capabilities. Lin Hai, who wasn't far from them, had an extremely cold expression and was repressing the urge to kill them on the spot. Lin Feng was stupefied. He clearly hadn't thought that Lin Wu had anything to be angry about. He had just been unlucky to have provoked the wrong person with his arrogance. Why would he then try to bully him? What are you looking at, piece of trash? Instead of hiding behind your daddy, wouldn't you prefer fighting against me? Lin Wu was so furious that there was no space in his heart to contain his wrath, so he used Lin Feng to release all his anger. It's the first time that I see such a ridiculous and laughable person. You just got humiliated because of your own arrogance, so you are attempting to bully me. Pathetic. Lin Feng shook his head and then moved towards Lin Wu. I will just count down from 3 to 1. If you do not leave my sight, then do not blame me for being merciless. Lin Feng had used almost the same words as Lin Hen. The entire area suddenly turned silent. Only Lin Feng's voice could be heard. Everyone watching felt confused by Lin Feng's actions. Lin Hen had already broken through to the Ling Qi layer, so it was normal for him to threaten Lin Wu. But Lin Feng was doing the same now and was telling Lin Wu to get out of his sight. The previous shame and humiliation had already made Lin Wu enraged. He had been humiliated by Lin Hen and hadn't felt anger, but the fact that that piece of trash dared to humiliate him was unbearable. He felt like a knife was stabbing his heart, and his anger could be seen on his bright red face. Do you want to die? Lin Wu was releasing clear killing intent, and his gaze was like a wild beast. At that moment, an extremely strong force surrounded Lin Wu and came crashing down onto him. Even though it wasn't as strong as Lin Hen's chaotic energy, Lin Wu once again felt fear fill his heart. He had once again been surrounded by an oppressive force that was crushing down onto his whole body. 3. Lin Feng started the countdown in a low voice. The power of the force which was crushing Lin Wu's body was growing stronger and stronger over time. Lin Wu was almost suffocating from the energy filling the atmosphere. All his feelings, wrath, shame, resentment suddenly all vanished. The only feeling he had left was fear and self-preservation. He was at the 9th Qi layer, and the piece of trash which was facing him was using energy strong enough to suppress him. Was he also Ling Qi layer? Everybody was confused. They only saw that Lin Wu was suddenly panicked and gasping for breath. Lin Feng was walking slowly and calmly towards Lin Wu, which gave everyone the impression that time had stopped. Even if the crowd could sense the qi contained within the force which was released by Lin Feng, it was in perfect harmony with the elements. Lin Feng looked like a completely different person in the eyes of the Lin clan members. Lin Feng seemed to be in perfect balance with the elements and forces between heaven and earth. 2. Said Lin Feng while taking another step forward. Even if he wasn't shouting, his words felt like a hammer stroking Lin Wu's chest. Lin Wu's heart was pounding. He could only think of ways to flee this current situation. However, he could barely move. The force had become much stronger than the initial pressure. Lin Wu was still feeling extremely oppressed and at the same time was trying to escape backwards. It didn't even look like a battle was happening. It looked ridiculous. His confidence had disappeared even though Lin Feng had only taken 2 steps forward. What's going on? Lin Wu is trying to escape, whispered members who were watching the events. I really think that Lin Feng has unlocked his hidden talent. Can he really be called trash anymore? It's almost as if he has unsheathed a sword and is cutting down the pride of anyone who was trying to obstruct his way. There is one last word left, said Lin Feng while smiling at Lin Wu, but it seemed like Lin Feng was making fun of Lin Wu. Lin Wu was a true coward in every sense of the word. When faced with the pressure stronger than his own, he never even attempted to fight. Lin Wu had a spear in his hand which fell down onto the ground. He looked very weak and fragile. Lin Hen hadn't needed to humiliate him that much. He knew himself that his strength wasn't sufficient to fight back against the Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng's force, though, had completely destroyed his self-confidence and humiliated him much worse than Lin Hen. He had the feeling that he was never truly strong, and the strength he had was just a fantasy created by his arrogance when bullying the weak. That kind of humiliation was truly scary and would take root deep inside the subconscious, making any advancements in the path of cultivation much more difficult. I give up, said Lin Wu while biting his lips. He seemed to gain a small insight into the world. He used to regard himself as infallible. He believed he was extremely powerful, and because of that he was extremely arrogant. He couldn't bear thinking about how he used to be. Give up, said Lin Feng while smiling. I said to get out of my sight. Since I can still see you, I will give you one last chance to get out of my sight by crawling on your belly like the worm you are. He was humiliating him over and over again. Could the anger that he felt be satisfied with only words? If Lin Wu had been able to defeat Lin Feng would have been humiliated and endlessly bullied. Lin Wu would have never let him off so easily. But when Lin Wu found out that he couldn't defeat Lin Feng, then he would just give up. Were these words really enough? What about the horrible things he had said before? Could they be forgotten that easily? It was obviously impossible. Lin Feng wasn't a sage. He was just an ordinary young man. An ordinary young man with feelings such as hate, love, courage, and revenge. I give up. Isn't it enough? You really want me to crawl away? Lin Wu was furious and had started yelling again. Is giving up enough to make us even? You call me a piece of trash. The disgrace of the Lin clan. How should I punish you for your insults? Do you think it's enough? You got humiliated by him and then take it out on me. Do you think it's enough? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Now you realize that you cannot compete with me and only say a few words and you think it's enough. Are you looking to die today? Lin Wu was extremely scared. It seems like time has come. Lin Feng had a smile on his face. I will give you one last chance. If you do not get out of my sight, you will bear the consequences of your actions. While saying this, Lin Feng kept moving forwards. Lin Wu groaned and immediately laid down on the ground. He looked extremely ashamed and weak. Lin Feng had an aura which was filled with killing intent, which left Lin Wu extremely frightened. Regardless of his feelings of shame and resentment, Lin Feng's killing intent scared him back to reality. He has never felt such a murderous intent before. It was truly terrifying. I'll get out of your sight, said Lin Wu while forcing a smile. His smile was filled with regret and shame. He crawled on the ground away from Lin Feng. Piece of trash. Disgrace of the clan. That piece of trash is the same piece of trash as before. While crawling on the ground, Lin Wu remembered all the horrible names and insults he had given Lin Feng. He knew that he was acting like a fool. He was at the 9th Qi layer, he was an outstanding disciple and one of the clan's future stars. Why had he ended up being so petty? Everybody in the crowd was looking at Lin Wu crawling on the ground. They couldn't believe their eyes. They only thought that Lin Feng was insane, suddenly demanding Lin Wu to crawl on the ground and get out of his sight. They wouldn't have thought that he had meant it or that Lin Wu would actually do it. Lin Wu, said Lin Jin. He was shaking. How did such an event come to pass? His son should have the same prideful expression on his face that he always had. He should be the pride of the clan, a true genius who is just a little weaker than Lin Qian. But in such a short time, Lin Wu had been humiliated twice, to the extent that the second time, he was crawling on the ground like a worm. Bastard! Lin Jin was furious. He wanted to kill Lin Feng on the spot. Ugh! Lin Hai lazily sighed when he saw that Lin Jun was furious. It seemed like the entire space was growing colder, ready to punish Lin Jun for any actions he made. Calm down. Lin Ba Dao had noticed that Lin Jun was furious and apathetically added, Don't worry, that piece of trash will not be arrogant for much longer. Lin Jin was still as furious as before. He stared at Lin Hai and then sat down. He knew that he could not do as he pleased as long as Lin Hai was there. Lin Feng wins, said the 6th elder while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't like the great majority of the junior members of the Lin clan. He hadn't inherited a fire or ice spirit. Instead, he had inherited a small snake spirit. But that small snake spirit wasn't like a normal beast spirit. Nobody knew what use it had. It didn't seem to be that strong or powerful. Because they could not sense its power and did not know the uses of such a spirit, it was deemed a trash spirit. That is why Lin Feng was called a piece of trash by everyone. He was regarded as a disgrace. Lin Feng also practiced at an extremely slow pace on the path of cultivation, which made him even more infamous within the clan. Everybody despised him. But that piece of trash had defeated Lin Yen and had made Lin Wu, who considered himself above ordinary members of the clan, crawl on the ground like a worm. Was he still the piece of trash he used to be? Was his spirit really useless? When the father is a dragon, the son can never be a snake, thought the 6th elder. He then said, Have a rest for half an hour, and then we'll continue with the upcoming battles. Elder, we 4 are not tired. We don't need to rest. Let's continue now, please, said Lin Qian in a nonchalant way. Even if she was extremely arrogant towards the other members of the Lin clan, she was slightly more polite recently. Elders of the Lin clan didn't mind her being arrogant, but Chu Zhanpeng did not like her arrogance. She was being taught to not be arrogant to those who were stronger than her. My sister is right. Let's continue now. added Lin Hong. Both brother and sister had reached the semifinals. This day was a wonderful one for Lin Ba Dao and his standing within the clan. This would make his attempt to become clan head go very smoothly. The sixth elder looked at Lin Feng. What is your opinion? Regarding his son, Lin Hen, he already knew his opinion, which only left Lin Feng. No problem, we can continue, said Lin Feng while nodding. Until that moment, he hadn't really used his power anyway. If you're all right with it, then let's continue right now, declared the sixth elder. The semifinals will be as such. Lin Feng versus Lin Hong and Lin Qian versus Lin Hen. Lin Feng and Lin Hong, you can start first. The sixth elder unexpectedly made Lin Hen fight against Lin Qian. He must really expect a lot from him. Lin Hen is at the same level as Lin Qian. They have both broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Lin Hong is also extremely strong but couldn't compete with them. As far as Lin Feng is concerned, it's also impossible for him to defeat Lin Hen. Only Lin Qian could compete with him. The sixth elder probably thinks like that, and that's why he arranged the battles that way. The way the battles are arranged is not important anyway. What is important is strength. Everybody was making all sorts of comments on the matchups. But at that time, Lin Ba Dao stood up and said in a clear, loud voice, "Sixth elder, would you allow me to say a few words?" "All right," said the sixth elder while nodding. These four juniors are at the highest ranks of this year's annual meeting. They represent the new generation of our Lin clan and its future prospects. I think that forfeiting should be declared invalid. Only fighting until one of them can no longer continue. They should fight like true warriors of the Lin clan until the end. That way, they will be forced to fully exploit their potential and perhaps even gain insight towards their path of cultivation, said Lin Ba Dao with assurance while looking at Lin Hai every once in a while as if he was trying to provoke him. How cruel. It seems like he really wants Lin Hong to cripple Lin Feng, said some members of the crowd. They had all understood Lin Ba Dao's thoughts. They could tell that he had nothing but cruel intentions. Clan head, what do you think about my proposal? Lin Ba Dao asked Lin Hai, who had the feeling that Lin Ba Dao was constantly positioning his knife behind Lin Hai's back with the words, "Clan head." He was smiling at Lin Hai. If Lin Hai didn't accept, Lin Feng would lose face. If he did accept and Lin Feng lost, that would ruin the reputation of his family. Lin Ba Dao had seized this opportunity to destroy his competition. Lin Hai looked embarrassed. Lin Feng had already shown more strength than expected. He felt gratified, but Lin Ba Dao's proposal was insane. Even if Lin Feng managed to defeat Lin Hong, what would happen during the final? Lin Ba Dao wanted to see Lin Feng die by the hands of one of his children. What's going on? The head of my clan cannot show some courage and resolution. Allow our juniors to show what they are capable of in a real battle, Lin Ba Dao said when he saw that Lin Hai was hesitant and not replying. Father, hurry up and accept, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver a little bit. Lin Feng's family had never done wrong to Lin Ba Dao's family and had never considered them as enemies. They even considered them as close relatives, but Lin Ba Dao's family was constantly trying to manipulate Lin Hai and would constantly make attempts on Lin Feng's life. Since they wanted to do things in such a way, Lin Feng's would have to return the favor. Lin Hai looked at Lin Ba Dao's expression. He looked extremely confident. Lin Hai just said one word. All right. Lin Hai definitely deserves to be the head of the clan. He's brave. Since the clan head has agreed, let's get started. Sixth elder, allow Lin Qian and Lin Hen to fight first, please. Lin Ba Dao looked high-spirited and vigorous. He was feeling very satisfied. Since Lin Hai had accepted, everyone just had to wait and see. Okay, said the sixth elder while nodding. You should give up. You cannot defeat me, said Lin Qian while getting on the fighting stage. She was dusting off her red robes, which remained untouched. She looked insufferably arrogant. Even if I cannot defeat you, we still have to fight to determine the results, Lin Hen said, preparing to start fighting. He released his fire spirit and the atmosphere became unbelievably hot. Heat roared from the stage and the whole crowd could feel warmth on their faces. Your spirit has also awakened. Not bad. What a pity though that it's only a fire spirit. It isn't worth much. You still won't have a chance when fighting against me, said Lin Qian in a cold and detached tone. On the path of cultivation, one of the major steps was to reach the Ling Qi layer and then to have one's spirit awaken. Some people's spirit became much stronger when it awoke, and whereas some spirits did not vary much from others and were just average strength. After being awakened, Lin Qian's universal ice and fire spirit had become infinitely stronger. Her control over the elements of ice and fire had reached new heights. Her universal ice and fire spirit appeared behind her back. The clear ice was covered in flames. The raging flames were covering the ice, and the fire seemed to be emitting frost at the same time. The atmosphere was sometimes extremely hot, sometimes extremely cold. It was an extremely strange feeling for the crowd who continued to feel the altering temperatures. I had heard that Lin Qian's universal ice and fire spirit was about to awaken. It wasn't only a rumor. It really is an awakened spirit. She really is the genius of the Lin clan. Lin Feng, that piece of trash, is not even worthy of her attention. Exactly. No wonder so many of the elders support her. Besides, the universal ice and fire spirit is a high-class spirit. She can practice fire as well as ice techniques, which can also greatly improve her agility techniques by combining knowledge of fire and ice-based techniques and using them simultaneously. She will definitely become a powerful practitioner. When Lin Ba Dao heard these clan members whisper about his daughter, he couldn't help but have a huge smile on his face. All the elders next to him were also smiling. Everlasting snow, Lin Qian had said in an apathetic tone. The ground turned into ice. A white fog was rising in all directions and formed clouds which emanated an icy aura. Ice has a restraining effect on fire. Therefore Lin Qian had used an ice skill to counter Lin Hen. Scorching magma, shouted Lin Hen. He opened his hand and there was a blazing hot fireball in his palm. Ice spike, said Lin Qian, contented and not scared at all. Ice collapsed into Lin Hen's hand, and in an instant, his hand was enclosed within a layer of ice. Ignite, said Lin Hen while coughing because of the ice within the air which hurt his lungs. The ice turned into vapor which froze the air, making it hard to breathe. Lin Hen's hand was extreme painful. He couldn't tell exactly where the pain was, but he had the feeling his head was going to explode. Boom! A sudden explosion and Lin Hen was sent flying backwards. The center of his palm was burned black. The flesh and blood of his hand was in terrible shape. Lin Hen, said the sixth elder with worry. I'm all right, said Lin Hen while biting his lip. He was shivering and his jaw could not stop moving. One could hear the sound of his clacking teeth. He was enduring a strong and violent pain. The pain in his hand was agonizing as the ice was trying to freeze the wound, causing even greater pain. We will have a rematch in the future, said Lin Hen while staring at Lin Qian. He then turned around and left. It made his father sigh. Even though Lin Hen wasn't really naturally talented, he was extremely determined and stubborn. He wanted to become a man of overwhelming power. Even if he did not have talent, he would work harder than anyone else to become strong. You will never be able to defeat me. Give up on trying, said Lin Qian, arrogant as always. She was going to be so strong in the future that nobody in the Lin clan would be able to compete with her. If no one could touch her now, how would they in the future when she grew stronger with her spirit? Universal fire and ice spirit. She is able to use two elements of antagonistic power in the blink of an eye. Her potential will continue to increase. Lin Hai was frowning. The stronger Lin Qian was, the more dangerous it became for Lin Feng. It's your turn, said Lin Qian while smiling coldly at Lin Feng, and then came down off the battle stage. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the clear and boundless sky and the sun. Lin Feng was walking slowly towards the battle stage and then stepped onto it. Lin Hong was already waiting for him there. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, said Lin Hong while looking at Lin Feng. I know, said Lin Feng while nodding. You never had a single hope for victory. You are going to fight me now, but even if you had fought against Lin Qian, it would have been the same. There was never any chance for you to come out of the unscathed. Lin Feng just laughed. Lin Hong had so much self-confidence that surrounded him like an aura. Lin Feng, in his eyes, had no value. "What are you laughing at?" asked Lin Hong. "Do you think that because you won against Lin Wu, you can compete with me? If you believe we are the same, then you are still too immature and overestimate your abilities. Just go ahead and say that you are unmatched beneath the heavens. Say that I will never see such an amazing talent such as yourself in the next 10,000 years," said Lin Feng in a teasing tone. Lin Feng hadn't even fought against Lin Wu and had managed to make him crawl on the ground like a worm. Lin Hong, who hadn't broken through to the Ling Qi layer yet and thought he could be that self-confident. Obviously, Lin Hong was furious at those words. "All right, I understand. I will just have to kill you," Lin Hong said with an evil look. Behind him appeared an ice and snow spirit, and a freezing cold qi surrounded his body. Ling Qi layer. Lin Hong had also broken through to the Ling Qi layer. He was also hiding it. Shouted members of the audience. No wonder that their father plays a dominant role in the Lin clan. His son and daughter are both geniuses which are only seen every 1,000 years. They have both broken through to the Ling Qi layer. This is incredible for our clan's future prospects. I think the clan definitely needs to change its head of clan now. Many people were getting very agitated thinking that Lin Ba Dao should become the head of the clan. They thought it would mean the rise of the clan into new heights of fame and glory. They thought the clan would become the strongest in Yangzhou City under the control of Lin Ba Dao. For this year's annual meeting, I will end up on the battle stage with my sister. You are just a pitiful appetizer before the real fight. You will be crippled with a single strike. Your father will step down as clan head. He will need the spare time to care for his crippled son," said Lin Hong, revealing his true vile nature. An ice-cold qi had invaded the entire atmosphere. The Shuaying mountain village only accepted cultivators who possessed an ice and snow spirit. Ice and snow skills, agility techniques, abilities were all extremely powerful. Lin Hong was studying all of these skills at the Shuaying mountain village. His body was diffusing an extremely cold air, and it was clear that he wasn't the least bit weak. He was as strong or maybe even stronger than Lin Qian. Very quickly, Lin Feng's body was covered with a white layer of frost and snow. They hadn't even properly started the battle, but Lin Feng was already affected by his opponent. Roaring thunder. Lin Feng took the initiative to strike the first blow. Thunderous roars filled the atmosphere, which stupefied everyone. When they saw the sword, which was emitted radiant rays of light, they could tell that Lin Feng was also hiding exceptional power. Nonetheless, everyone still only had eyes for Lin Qian, Lin Hen and Lin Hong because they had all broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng's sword thrust towards Lin Hong. Lin Hong wasn't taking it seriously. He just sluggishly raised his palm and an ice-cold qi emerged. Lin Feng's long sword was covered with frost and snow as it was deflected. Roaring thunder. Lin Feng's movements were quick and agile. His sword, while shaking from the vibrations of the attack, also shook off the frost and snow that was covering it and once again thrust towards Lin Hong. Humph! Lin Hong was smiling coldly. Lin Hong's palm shot towards Lin Feng's sword. An extremely strong ice qi arose which made the point of Lin Feng's sword vibrate. A strong energy was starting to fill the atmosphere. The Ling Qi layer. Cultivators who have reached it are strong. Strong qi, agile, physical strength. They're really much stronger than cultivators of the qi layer. Lin Feng sensed an extremely strong power going through his sword. He felt gloomy in his heart, but his face never changed from his relaxed smile. 9 heavy waves. Lin Feng pulled his sword back and instantly strong shock waves ran down his arm and shot out from his hand, aimed directly at Lin Hong's chest. Ha! Lin Hong frowned. He would have never thought that Lin Feng was able to use 2 different skills using both his hands at the same time. That was an extremely difficult thing to achieve, but the way Lin Feng did it was completely flawless. Piss off! Shouted Lin Hong. Even though he had broken through to the Ling Qi layer, he wasn't dominating the battle at all, against all of his expectations. Ice and snow started whirling together in the air as if they were dancing. The waves suddenly came to a halt and could not move forward. Lin Feng did not stop and repeatedly thrust his sword towards Lin Hong. Lin Feng's sword was whistling through the air and thunderous roars were still increasing within the atmosphere. Lin Feng was standing on his feet as firmly as a mountain without taking a step backwards. His sword looked like a ferocious dragon which called forth a violent thunderstorm. "Wow!" said Lin Hai in a low voice. "This is Lin Feng's true power." Movement, skills, techniques were all far above expectations. Quick, agile, skillful. Lin Hong was forced to move back with an ugly expression on his face. Even though he had only made a step back, he was a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer and he was wildly arrogant and presumptuous. He even said that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Yet each sword attack seemed quicker than the last and Lin Feng had forced him to step back. Obviously, his face was not as bright as when he believed he could defeat Lin Feng in a single strike. He was being humiliated by someone who has not reached Ling Qi layer. He could no longer contain his fury at the humiliation he had suffered. "I am going to kill you," Lin Hong shouted. Frozen shadows. The atmosphere became deathly silent, and as the temperature started to drop drastically, the ground was starting to freeze solid. An unusual snow started to fall from the sky, shadow snowflakes. They completely surrounded the arena, and some even started to whirl around Lin Hong, creating what looked like a shield of snow. The temperature continued to drop lower and lower until everything within sight had started to freeze over. "If you want to kill me, you first need to have the skills to do it," said Lin Feng as snow continued to fall heavily onto him. His eyebrows were frosty, which made them look white, but his eyes were like black holes which consumed all life from the atmosphere around him. He stood in place unmoving and as calm as ever. He took a step forward and the whole stage began to shake. Not only the stage but the earth beneath began to tremble violently. The energy contained within Lin Feng's qi had not weakened within this world of snow, but it had also become much stronger than ever before. Increasing the energy within his qi led to increased strength. Lin Feng was determined to finish Lin Hong off quickly by using all of his power. He started to absorb the force contained within the ice and snow, then concentrated all of the force into his fist and the tip of his sword. He was not only using the force from the snow and ice within the area but was also borrowing force from heaven and earth. The force which he had absorbed to this point was on a terrifying level. Lin Feng concentrated force into his left fist while his right arm would thrust out and create earth-shattering thunderous roars in the direction of Lin Hong. The power of his roaring thunder was growing more and more terrifying with each thrust of his sword. His attacks had started to look like real lightning bolts bursting through the air. It seemed like the entire snow-filled atmosphere was getting cut into pieces by the power of thunder and lightning. Lin Hong's pupils shrunk in shock. Lin Feng's sword was even more powerful now than just a moment before. The snow atmosphere created was intended to weaken his attack power, not increase it. Not only were his attacks growing stronger, but they also emanated a strong force. It seemed like the force of all the elements were becoming sword force which consumed the snow, adding to its power. Lin Hong raised both his hands up in the air. Lin Hong wasn't underestimating Lin Feng's power any longer. He started using a strong qi of ice and snow, which began to fill the air before disappearing into Lin Feng's sword. Lin Hong could not believe his eyes. His power was being absorbed and converted into the opponent's attack power. Anything that stands in the way of a sword master will be annihilated. "There is no power which can dominate the sword," said Lin Feng. He made another step and his sword started radiating light. The power contained within the tip of this sword looked more powerful than anything within heaven and earth. Lin Feng began walking towards Lin Hong. With each step, a thunderous roar filled the air as his sword thrust against the snow between him and Lin Hong. Lin Hong stepped back and then stepped back again. He was unconsciously retreating as his body could sense the danger. Lin Hong looked like he had just seen a ghost. His face was incredibly pale. At that moment, the entire crowd was absolutely amazed at what they could see. Lin Feng was continuing to advance while Lin Hong retreated. How is this even possible? How could Lin Feng be so strong? Lin Hong has broken through to the Ling Qi layer, yet he continues to retreat from Lin Feng's sword. The crowd did not know how to explain the fact that Lin Feng was so unbelievably strong. The difference between the Qi layer and the Ling Qi layer wasn't small. It was a huge gap which required a cultivator to be extremely talented to overcome the difference in power, and to do it at such a young age required a true genius. How could Lin Feng, the trash of the Lin clan, have become a genius in such a short time? Lin Badao was even more astonished. His face had become extremely twisted and ugly. His killing intent towards Lin Feng had grown even stronger. Lin Hai looked amazed. He had a big smile on his face and a proud look in his eyes. No wonder Lin Feng had so much confidence. He was so strong when using a sword. It seemed like Lin Feng had hidden his true strength his entire life. It seems like little Feng has never released his spirit. If his spirit awakens, what kind of spectacle would it be? Thought Lin Hai. His thoughts were racing. He felt endlessly gratified. It seemed like he was witnessing the abrupt rise of his son. It seemed like his son wasn't a piece of trash actually, but rather a legend in the making. Lin Hai glanced at Lin Badao in a teasing way. Arj! Lin Hong was going insane. He was shouting like a madman while trying to create another snow-based barrier. "Why are you shouting?" asked Lin Feng while smiling coldly. The chi of the sword was rolling in the atmosphere, creating strong gusts of wind which conquered anything that came into their path. Lin Hong had no chance to win any longer. Every attack he used would only strengthen the force contained within Lin Feng's sword. Whoosh! Lin Feng's sword made a whistling sound. The chi of Lin Hong's snow shield was destroyed by Lin Feng's sword again. This time, however, Lin Hong wasn't able to withstand the full attack. His clothes were ripping into pieces and blood was dripping down his body. The sword had not struck him, but the chi from the attack had caused him to end up in such a sorry state. Lin Hong could feel a chill running down his spine as his body grew cold. It was the first time that his own chi had made him feel cold, so cold that it was chilling him to the bone. Even more shocking, the chi which injured him was his own. Not only was he injured, but his life was now at stake. Lin Feng's sword had no mercy contained within. If there was a single opportunity, Lin Feng would kill him. That's right, at that moment, Lin Hong became aware of how dangerous the situation had become for him. Until now, he had thought that he would be able to attack Lin Feng without retaliation, able to take Lin Feng's life, but he had never thought that the situation would be the exact opposite. Lin Hong hated himself for not practicing his agility techniques. He could not see a way for him to retreat from this situation. All of Lin Feng's attacks were flawless. He was in complete fusion his sword chi. Boom! A strong wind destroyed the snow-filled atmosphere. Lin Feng had started to move and the atmosphere itself was twisting and exploding. It looked like the apocalypse and the only thing left standing within was a single sword. "This looks dangerous." Lin Badao looked glum and shouted, "You animal! You are clearly stronger. Don't you dare!" "Shut up. Lin Badao. Have you forgotten that you are the one who suggested this situation? Now that Lin Hong is not able to defeat Lin Feng, you want to intervene?" said Lin Hai, preventing Lin Badao from getting involved. He moved and seemed to disappear. He was instantly in front of Lin Badao. He no longer had any mercy left for Lin Badao. He had given up hope. Even if Lin Hai still had friendly feelings for Lin Badao from the past, Lin Badao bore a bitter hatred for him and his son. Considering Lin Badao wanted to take Lin Feng's life, Lin Hai could only be just as ruthless. Hhhh. Lin Hong gave a horrible shriek, making Lin Badao's face change drastically. "Out of my way!" he shouted as he tried to move past Lin Hai. "Don't imagine you can act as you wish with such little power." Lin Hai released his spirit. It seemed like the universe had frozen and time had stopped. Lin Badao had frozen over where he stood. "I am not in the mood anymore. Since you and your direct family constantly tries to take my life, you should just die here." Lin Feng was gazing at Lin Hong, who was covering his wounds, trying to prevent the blood from spilling onto the stage. Lin Feng looked completely heartless at this moment. He watched Lin Hong with a cold smile on his face. Lin Feng looked like he was deciding whether to chop him in half horizontally or vertically. "Don't you dare!" shouted a fragile voice. It was Lin Qian. Her ice and fire spirit burst out of her body. Lin Feng had the sensation he was burning and freezing at the same time. Lin Qian was quickly approaching him. "Get lost!" Lin Feng turned around. He thrust out his sword and unleashed all of the contained force and an endless amount of chi. Boom! The ice and fire filling the atmosphere dispersed in an instant. Die! Shouted a cold voice from behind him. Before Lin Feng could turn around, a sword had already pierced his throat. An extremely strong power was unleashed within the atmosphere and Lin Feng was sent flying backwards. Blood began to spray endlessly from his throat as he flew through the air. You have no integrity and no morals. Lin Hai shouted in a long and mournful cry. While Lin Hai was preventing Lin Ba Dao from getting involved, Lin Jun rushed to the stage and used the opportunity to cut Lin Feng's jugular. Ice Age. Lin Hai had gone into a rage. The entire atmosphere froze. Lin Jun had a gloomy face as he sensed an incomparably strong ice chi strike him in the face. Everyone in the crowd had been frozen into place. "Help me!" shouted Lin Jun. It was already too late. Lin Hai's palm was already in front of him and then smashed down into his chest. His pupils were wide open while staring at Lin Hai. "You, actually, dared to kill me?" Blood was uninterruptedly spilling out of Lin Jun's mouth. Lin Hai didn't just attack Lin Jun's chest, but had sent his ice chi into his body, which had destroyed most of his organs. Lin Hai had already sealed Lin Jun's fate. "Lin Jun, you attacked my son by surprise. I will never forgive you." Lin Hai's tone was extremely cold. Lin Hai's hand was shaking with anger. Lin Jun's eyes were wide open and staring at Lin Hai with hatred and resentment as he slowly died. Everyone looked as rigid as statues. Had the Lin Jun been killed so easily? At that moment, the entire crowd looked at Lin Hai. Their eyes were filled with fear. Only an extraordinary strength of this level could bring terror to the hearts of everyone present. Was there really such a monster within the Lin clan? At that moment, Lin Ba Dao didn't dare move a finger. Lin Hai turned around and looked at Lin Qian and said in a cold and detached tone, "A genius of the Haoyu sect? A genius of the Snow Shadow Mountain village? Both of you are shameless trash." Lin Qian bit her lips. She could see Lin Hai's murderous intentions. She didn't dare say a word. He started walking, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Everyone feared that a single sound could cause the deaths of everyone present. He was moving towards Lin Qian because Lin Hong had lost the battle, but Lin Zhen as well as Lin Qian had attacked Lin Feng by surprise. When they thought that Lin Hong would be able to defeat Lin Feng, they wanted to push the battles as far as possible without the possibility of surrender, hoping that Lin Feng would die. When they found out that nothing was happening the way they had expected, they wanted to get involved and attacked Lin Feng by surprise and cut his throat. How could Lin Hai not be furious? "What do you intend to do?" Lin Qian asked, staring at Lin Hai. "Exterminate you all," said Lin Hai with a clear voice. At that moment, nothing could calm his anger. "Would you dare to kill me?" Lin Qian asked, whose face looked completely frozen. "Why wouldn't I?" replied Lin Hai, grinning with the same killing intent filling his eyes. "Lin Hai, do you know what you are doing?" shouted Lin Ba Dao and some other elders who were in panic. "Lin Hai, you bastard! Who do you think it is that you are threatening? Don't talk nonsense to me. Today, I will kill anyone who gets in my way," Lin Hai said while his eyes looked over the crowd. His gaze pierced like daggers. Lin Hai looked at the elders' miserable expressions, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a distant voice was heard. "Is that so?" Somewhere in the territory of the Lin clan, a vast and powerful force with an incredible chi burst out. Immediately after, the crowd noticed a human silhouette about a kilometer away. The figure flew at an incredible speed, moving over the crowd and landing on the fighting stage. It was an old man. His eyebrows were as black as ink. He looked extremely mysterious. His frame was sturdy and he was as tall as Lin Hai. He looked extremely similar to Lin Ba Dao. "Honorable Elder," whispered Lin Hai and then immediately smiled, but it looked like a sorrowful smile. It was his uncle, Lin Rue. Lin Rue is usually always practicing cultivation within the Lin clan territory. Each time there was a problem, whether it was important or not, the head of the clan and the elders dealt with them. Lin Rue would almost never break his training and come to meet with the clan. "Honorable Elder." Everybody was stupefied at the display of power he had just shown. flying through the sky like he was walking in a quiet and peaceful courtyard. It required incredibly strong agility techniques and a high level of cultivation. Lin Feng was lying on the floor powerless as blood still poured from his throat. He quickly swallowed a few profound healing pills. His wound had begun to heal, but he had lost so much blood that he could only lay there while the pill healed him. While looking up at Lin Rui from the ground, he remembered that he had seen him only twice. The Honorable Elder almost never came out. Honorable Elder, Lin Hai, the clan of the head, attaches no importance to the Lin clan. He groundlessly killed the 7th Elder. Right now, he also wants to kill an unprecedented genius of the Lin clan, Lin Xian. He even threatened all of the elders and clan members present. Honorable Elder, please punish Lin Hai for all of his crimes, said the elders, as if Lin Hai was at the origin of all the problems within the clan. Lin Hai could only laugh at his situation. Lin Hai, what are you laughing at? Asked Lin Rui in an apathetic tone. I'm laughing because they are really shameless. Initially, wasn't the Honorable Elder supposed to support the clan from the background and not get involved with the clan, unless the clan was in danger? Said Lin Hai sarcastically. How impudent and presumptuous. How dare you talk to me like this? Lin Rui said in an ice-cold tone, and anger filled his eyes. Uncle, I am the head of the Lin clan. Even if you have the status of an Honorable Elder, it doesn't give you the right to concern yourself with how I handle the affairs of the clan. As clan head, my decision is the final decision on these matters, said Lin Hai stubbornly. He was standing with his back straight and head held high while looking Lin Rui in the eyes. What nerves you have! The Honorable Elder is not just any elder. He is also an elder of your own bloodline. You have the audacity to make no distinction between juniors and seniors. That itself counts as a crime against the clan. Lin Ba Dao said in an attempt to incite unrest. A crime? I only said that I am the head of the clan and my decision on clan affairs are final. That's a fact. Lin Hai knew what the inevitable outcome of that situation was going to be. He turned around and went towards Lin Feng. A palm filled with ice suddenly shot towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai kept walking towards Lin Feng, ignoring the incoming attack. The palm of ice landed firmly on Lin Hai's defenseless back. It was an extremely powerful attack. Lin Hai's entire body was immediately covered with frost, and a chill filled his body. He was completely white from head to foot and suddenly flew towards Lin Feng looking like a kite with a broken string. Ha! Shouted Lin Hai surprised. He was kneeling down on the ground. He had flown over to Lin Feng and been caught mid-air. He was shocked that his son was not dead and seemed unharmed when he caught him. Nonetheless, his facial expression hadn't changed since the beginning. Uncle, you attacked me from behind when I was defenseless. From now on, there is no bond that exists between me and this clan, and from this day forward I am cutting my blood ties with you, said Lin Hai with blood spilling out of his mouth. He had been attacked by surprise by Lin Rui. He could feel the cold piercing through to his bones and was slightly shivering from the cold. If Lin Feng hadn't caught him as he flew through the air, he would have landed much farther away. PFFF, we are indeed blood related. You are my family, so I will not kill you. Just get lost, Lin Rui said coldly. He hadn't expected that Lin Hai wouldn't block the attack, so he had attacked without hesitation. He had mixed feelings about what had just happened. Lin Qian was starting to be well known in the clan as a genius. She had a bright future before her, and she would raise the clan to new levels of fame and status. If the clan rose in fame and status, then Lin Rui could also gain benefits. The skills and abilities of that piece of trash, Lin Feng, greatly improved, but a useless spirit remains a useless spirit. Lin Feng will never be able to reach the same level as someone like Lin Qian, thought Lin Rui. Little Feng, we're leaving, whispered Lin Hai to Lin Feng in a soft and fragile voice. Lin Feng nodded. He was still unable to speak. In his heart he could feel nothing but hatred and regret. He looked like a ghost. He had lost so much blood that it was shocking that he was still alive. Lin Feng was able to stand, but he needed Lin Hai's support to walk. Lin Feng didn't even look back at the clan because their faces were already engraved deep into his heart. All the members of the Lin clan looked at him and his father leave. Many members of the clan were confused in their hearts about what had just happened. Lin Feng was known as a piece of trash by everyone. Yet he had such a powerful force fused with his attacks, such a terrifying qi, such skillful swordplay. He had defeated a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer, and he even made Lin Wu crawl on the ground like a worm. Could a piece of trash accomplish such things? Lin Hai had killed the Lin Zhen in one strike and had threatened everyone present, saying that he would kill them if they tried to get in his way. If the Honorable Elder hadn't appeared, who could have stopped him? Unfortunately, Lin Badao had his talented daughter Lin Qian. Otherwise, Lin Hai would have stayed the head of the Lin clan. Regarding Lin Feng and Lin Hai, the opinion of the Lin clan's members had changed. They deserved respect and could be proud of their actions. What a pity! If we had only worked together, then we could rejuvenate the clan and would have no more worries, thought the sixth elder while looking at the two silhouettes on the horizon. He then sighed in regret as he wasn't strong enough to change anything that had happened. He could only remain silent and accept the situation as it was. Lin Hai was meditating in his room. A white and foggy qi was surrounding his body and started to penetrate into him. It was healing all of his wounds and removing the ice qi which had penetrated into his body. Not long after, he opened his eyes and a dazzling light was surrounding his body. "Father, how are you feeling?" asked Lin Feng, who was next to him. "The injuries are almost completely healed. Little Feng, these pills are amazing. Where did you get them?" asked Lin Hai while grabbing the medicine bottle containing the profound healing pills. Immediately after taking a pill, his injuries suddenly looked much better. He had rapidly recovered from his wounds. "It seems that if I have the opportunity, I'll have to thank Protector Kong." Lin Feng had a big smile on his face. He wouldn't have thought that these pills would have such a powerful effect on his father. On that day when Han Man was injured, Lin Feng had already thought that these pills were mysterious, almost mystical. The Honorable Elder's attack on Lin Hai would have turned Han Man into meat paste. Lin Hai's injury was much more serious than that of Han Man. Only because Lin Hai was much stronger than Han Man had he survived such an attack. However, as before, the profound healing pill was able to make Lin Hai recover in no time. This showed how powerful these pills were. "Father, one of the protectors within the Yun Hai sect gave them to me," replied Lin Feng. "Oh," Lin Hai nodded. "Little Feng, you should go back to the Yun Hai sect. In a short time, you will probably surpass Lin Qian by leaps and bounds." Surpass Lin Qian? Lin Feng smiled in his heart. He had not even put Lin Qian's level in his eyes. The path of cultivation was vast. How could he pursue such an insignificant thing as trying to surpass Lin Qian? "Father, what about you? Where will you go?" Lin Feng held back his words on his current goal being much greater. He would rather find out if his father had planned to stay with him. "I'm getting ready to go to the Imperial City." The Imperial City? Lin Feng was stupefied. The Imperial City is without doubts the biggest, busiest, the most powerful and prosperous city in the Shuiyu country. In the Imperial City, a small clan like the Lin clan could easily disappear without a trace. The Imperial clan was unsurpassed and extremely powerful. Actually, it was also possible to regard the Imperial clan as a sect, as the strongest sect of the entire Shuiyu country. Don't worry, little Feng. Even though the Imperial City is full of extraordinary cultivators, I am not going there to cause trouble or kill people. I'm just going there because I feel like visiting. There will not be any problems if I go there. Practice more, and once you are stronger, come to the Imperial City to see me," said Lin Hai, who saw that Lin Feng was frowning and worry could be seen on his face. Lin Feng immediately looked more relaxed, which made Lin Hai smile. "All right, let's leave," Lin Hai said while standing up. He just picked up a few paintings and scrolls, then they left together. They eventually arrived outside the city and came to a halt. They looked at the vast and boundless horizon stretching across the sky, which seemed endless. Lin Hai spat towards the city, turned around and said to Lin Feng while smiling, "Little Feng, we are not taking the same road. You leave first. Okay?" "Father, I want to stay here until you are leaving." "You can leave first," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. Lin Hai looked at him a bit surprised, then smiled and said, All right, little Feng. People are dangerous and many have evil intentions. Be careful on your journey. When he finished talking, Lin Hai jumped on a horse and quickly disappeared into the distance. His silhouette gradually disappeared. Lin Hai had seen Lin Feng display his power during the annual meeting and was therefore feeling more relaxed. He had the feeling that Lin Feng did not need his advice anymore, but he could not stop himself from worrying as his father. Lin Feng watched while his father's silhouette disappeared into the horizon. He raised his head, gazed into the sky, and then immediately rode Qian Li Shui back into Yangzhou City. How is it possible to leave things as they are? If I had defeated Lin Qian during the annual meeting, then they would never have treated my father in such a way. I will show the Lin clan. The rain was heavily flowing down. The sky was filled with rain clouds and the scent of rain filled the air. Pedestrians on the streets were running from place to place to try and find shelter from the storm. A young man with a stern look on his face was slowly riding a horse down the street, unbothered by the rain. He was wearing a black waterproof cape and was slowly heading towards the Whistle Wind restaurant. "Take good care of my horse," said the young man to one of the restaurant staff as he handed over the reins of his horse. He then calmly walked into the Whistle Wind restaurant. Because of the rain, the Whistle Wind restaurant was bustling with people and the sounds of laughter could be heard all around. The ground floor of the restaurant was so full that it was hard to move within the crowd. The restaurant was filled with all sorts of people who had come to watch and participate in the annual meetings. The sounds of drunken conversations could be heard all around. The atmosphere was dense with the discussion of rumors and events. Have you heard what happened? Yesterday, Lin Hai and his son, that piece of trash called Lin Feng, were expelled from the Lin clan. The Lin clan had finally decided to remove the trash from their doorstep. Haha! I think the news is already widely spread in the entire city of Yangzhou. No need for you to tell me. Lin Ba Dao is extremely strong. News has already spread about how he defeated Lin Hai and chased him from the clan. However, not only is he very strong, but his son and daughter are greatly talented. They have both already broken through to the Ling Qi layer. They can be proud of themselves to reach such a level at a young age. They are much stronger than that piece of trash will ever be. They say Lin Ba Dao defeated Lin Hai and kicked him from the clan after he ruthlessly attempted to interrupt the fight between Lin Feng and Lin Hong. Lin Feng would have been killed by Lin Hong if the fight continued. How shameless can a clan head be, to attack those of the younger generation without warning? There were surprisingly a large amount of people commenting what had happened within the Lin clan. Lin Feng had arrived on the first floor and was about to sit down when he heard the comments from the people discussing. He stood up and started heading back down to the ground floor of the restaurant. These lies which are spread about the Lin clan. Obviously, we left because we couldn't stand it anymore. Are Lin Ba Dao and his family really such geniuses? Lin Feng thought sarcastically. Lin Ba Dao's audacity seemed to have no end. He had even said that he personally defeated Lin Hai. Lin Feng was keeping calm in the face of the unexpected rumors. "Dear guest, how may I help you?" asked a server while greeting Lin Feng. "I would like a bottle of wine and some pickles," Lin Feng said. In a flash, what he ordered was already on the table. The restaurant was very used to the busy atmosphere at this time of year. "I heard that the Whistle Wind restaurant is the place to come to hear the latest news. I wonder if someone could tell me about the annual meeting for Yangzhou City," thought Lin Feng while pouring some wine into his glass. He raised his glass and toasted that his father was finally free from the Lin clan. He savored every drop. The alcohol gave him a warm sensation in his stomach. The wine tonight was quite strong. It was completely different from the alcohol Lin Feng had drunk before. He was used to receiving the finer wines on the top floor of the restaurant. At that moment, 3 people walked into the Whistle Wind restaurant. There were 2 females and 1 male. Everybody in the restaurant had their eyes on the 3 people who had entered. The young man didn't need to speak. He just continued to fan himself with his feathered fan. They had just emerged from an extremely elegant carriage and all had a feather fan in hand. They all looked extremely confident and self-assured. The 2 girls were both wearing green robes, one light green while the other had a tinge of blue within. Not only did they have a commanding presence, but they were also extremely beautiful. The face looked delicate and their bodies were also extremely alluring. The crowd was paying attention to one of the girls in particular. Even though it was raining, that girl didn't have a single drop of water on her body. She was wearing a set of green robes with a hint of blue. She looked as serene and as calm as the ocean. It looked like the color of her robes complemented each of her physical features. Every part of her body was fascinating to the eye. Her eyes were clear as water. She was extremely attractive. Seduction seemed to be something engraved in her soul. The beautiful girl wearing light green robes standing next to her had lost all her splendor by standing next to such a beautiful girl. "Nalan Hai, you go upstairs first. I'm staying here for a moment," said the other young girl. Her voice was pleasant to the ear. "All right," replied Nalan Hai, still holding her feather fan. Immediately after, she went to the first floor. Then, the young girl wearing the light green robes glanced at the room looking for a good place to sit. "Miss, it looks like there are no seats." The young girl wearing light green robes looked around the room but didn't find a place to sit. The restaurant was crowded more than usual. "Miss, wait for a moment please." The young girl wearing light green robes had noticed there was a young man sitting alone at his table. She started to move towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head, looked at the young girl wearing light green robes and asked, "Is there something I can help with?" "Indeed," said the young girl while throwing one silver coin on Lin Feng's table and then said, "I'm giving you this silver coin in exchange for your table." Lin Feng was stupefied and then slightly smiled. He also took out a silver coin and put it on the table as well. "What is that supposed to mean?" asked the young girl while frowning. Lin Feng raised his head and gazed directly into the young girl's eyes and said, "I think you look unpleasant. Therefore, I am giving you this silver coin to go and find another table far out of my sight." "You dare," said the young girl while looking confused and angry. Right after, she said in a cold and detached tone, "How dare you? Do you even know who I am?" Lin Feng remained silent and shook his head. He continued to pour wine in his glass and drank it. "I don't give a damn who you are. Now run along," said Lin Feng unexpectedly in a very cold tone. When the young girl heard Lin Feng with his impolite speech and cold tone, she could not help but be angry. She suddenly released a strong qi from her body. Lin Feng had a stunned expression on his face. The young girl was younger than him and she had already broken through to the 8th qi layer. No wonder that she had such an arrogant attitude. "What? Are you scared now?" asked the young girl who had noticed Lin Feng's expression. She had a smile of victory on her face, like a child who had just won an argument. Lin Feng was stupefied again at her reaction but remained silent. "Lu Er, please don't cause trouble," said a soft and gentle voice. It was the beautiful and fascinating girl wearing the green robes with a hint of blue. She was gazing at the young girl in light green robes with disapproving eyes. "Lu Er is always like this. Please don't blame her," said the beautiful girl to Lin Feng while smiling. Her words were like a pleasant spring breeze. Right after, she moved towards Lin Feng's table and sat down with him. She looked very at ease. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't heard any of them apologize for their actions, almost as if they did not have to explain themselves to him. Besides, the girl in the green and blue hadn't even asked Lin Feng if he agreed before she sat down. "Do I look like one of your servants? In this world there are masters and there are servants. Today, I am the master of this table and I did not give a servant like you permission to sit," said Lin Feng in a sarcastic tone. The beautiful girl was speechless. Then she groaned in displeasure. Everywhere where she went, everybody obeyed and respected her. If she sat at the same table as someone else, that person should feel extremely honored. Most men had no chance to even meet her eyes, let alone be seated at the same table as her. On that day, she hadn't thought she would come across someone like Lin Feng who would ridicule her. "Miss, we should teach this ignorant person a lesson," said the young girl wearing light green robes. She had become even more angry at Lin Feng's words. "Forget it, Lu Er," said the beautiful girl while shaking her head. Then, she stood up and said, "Since he doesn't welcome us, let's just find another table. It's just that some people lack tact. Next time, We should pay more attention and avoid these people. While saying that, the beautiful girl had turned around and left. Miss Nalan, that guy is unable to recognize you and how great you are. Your family is one of great power. Don't lower yourself to his level. I have a lot of respect for you. If you wish, you can sit here, said people in the crowd while inviting the girl to sit with them. The beautiful young girl didn't refuse this time. She nodded and accepted, which made the person inviting her overjoyed at his luck. That guy is so lucky. Why didn't I invite her first? Groaned people in the crowd watching the scene. They infinitely regretted they hadn't made the first move. What kind of guy is that? He really must not have eyes. Miss Nalan wants to sit with him, which is something that happens once in a lifetime. And he refuses. That was maybe the luckiest event of his life. He is a complete idiot. Lin Feng could hear all sorts of comments all around him. Lin Feng shook his head. Servility, arrogance, power, and all the things related. People clung to rich and power people. Lin Feng only believed in mutual respect. If someone respected Lin Feng, then he'd respect them. The girl in green and blue robes and the girl in the light green robes hadn't respected Lin Feng from the beginning to the end. Should he have acted in a servile way even though they hadn't showed him any respect? He would never lower himself to living on his knees. Lin Feng had heard from the surrounding conversations the status that the girl wearing green and blue robes held. She was the only daughter of the head of the city, the beautiful and talented Na Lan Feng. Contrary to what one might expect, Na Lan Feng and Lin Qian actually are pretty similar. They consider everything and everyone as worms beneath them. They ignore everyone and just care about themselves. They are both very selfish individuals. Lin Feng thought while shaking his head. Concerning Na Lan Feng, there were many rumors about her in which she sounded to be wonderful and perfect, but in reality she was the opposite. Miss Na Lan Feng, now that you arrived, why not come upstairs for a chat? We might even invite you to join us, said a cold voice coming from the higher levels of the restaurant. The entire crowd was stunned. Who was audacious enough to talk to her like that? Who dared to be so rude? Haha, I made the young miss of the Lin clan wait for a long time. Well then, Na Lan will come and join you, said Na Lan Feng while laughing. She immediately went upstairs. Young miss of the Lin clan? That was Lin Qian of the Lin clan. No wonder she dared talk to Na Lan Feng that way. I heard that Lin Qian has completely transformed. There is no comparison possible between past and present. She has an amazing talent and she has an excellent reputation within the Hao Yu sect. That's right, it must be Lin Qian. I would have never thought that the city of Yangzhou could have two amazingly beautiful young girls with such talent. The voice heard a moment ago was indeed Lin Qian's voice. She had the same arrogant voice as before. Lin Feng had immediately recognized it. Lin Feng learnt many things while listening to what people were saying in the restaurant. He also heard news of what was happening in the city. On that day, one of the most amazing junior cultivators in the restaurant was Na Lan Feng, but that wasn't all. Lin Qian had also come as well as other younger disciples of the Gu clan, of the One clan. They were all sitting upstairs, completely unaware that Lin Feng was sat beneath them. Lin Feng stood up and moved towards a dining table surrounded by the group talking. Their expression immediately changed when they saw him approach. After all, Lin Feng hadn't behaved in a friendly manner towards the girls who tried to join him. He had offended Na Lan Feng, who was idolized by everyone. Is there a problem? Asked one of the guests in an unfriendly tone way while staring daggers at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out 2 silver coins and threw them on the table. He smiled and said, "May I take a seat with you?" "You can. Of course you can." The expression of the people on the table immediately changed. They had quickly become friendly and cheerful to have Lin Feng join them. In the Nine Clouds continent, the currencies consisted of precious stones alongside gold, silver, and bronze coins. Extremely rich families had precious stones, but they still needed silver and gold coins for daily expenses. Considering that a cultivator had lots of expenses, nobody would refuse silver or gold coins that were easily available. They quickly made room and prepared a chair for Lin Feng to sit and asked him, "Brother, what do you need help with?" It may sound a bit weird. Na Lan Feng and some other outstanding cultivators have gathered together. What are they doing exactly? Asked Lin Feng. Brother, this is something everybody knows. The senior cultivators of the city are preparing for the annual meeting in Yangzhou City. Nalan Feng invited a few people to come so that she could pass on some information to the most outstanding young clan members and explain what her clan wishes to gain from the tournament. Of course, Nalan Feng has other things in mind. That person stopped talking in order to keep Lin Feng in suspense. As everybody knows, every year, the clan in control of Yangzhou City organizes a tournament to which a myriad of young cultivators participate and engage in battles. This year is no exception. Nalan Feng is a representative figure in the clan of the city master. She invited all these outstanding disciples to explain them a few things, but also to get information on her enemies. Lin Feng laughed at the information. The Yangzhou City tournament was obviously no secret. He had come back to Yangzhou City precisely because the tournament was about to take place. This is why he hadn't returned to the Yunhai sect and decided to stay longer in Yangzhou City. I heard that the meeting was going to be different from the past ones. I heard that they were going to invite outstanding disciples from clans which are not established in Yangzhou City. I don't know if it's true or if it is just a rumor. Lin Feng continued to ask. That's right. There is indeed such a thing. Cholan is very famous in Yangzhou City. The master of the city wanted her to gather all these people for that reason. All of the outstanding disciples who want to join the Yangzhou City tournament will need to meet with Cholan. I understand. Thank you so much for all of the information. It has helped me greatly, said Lin Feng politely. He had already learnt everything he wanted to know. Lin Feng hurried to finish his alcohol and his pickles. The atmosphere of the restaurant had become too noisy for him and was giving him a headache. Nalan Feng, is that the boy over there, who surprisingly dared to talk to you in a disrespectful way? We should go and cripple him, said a voice in an evil tone which suddenly made everyone in the restaurant go silent. Right after that, everybody saw people standing on the stairs leading to the first floor. Two silhouettes were slowly moving down. It was the girl wearing light green robes who had just accompanied Nalan Feng, as well as Nalan Hai, who had just went upstairs. That young boy is out of luck. The crowd couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. They all felt sorry for the fate which was about to befall Lin Feng. That guy acted too recklessly. He caused unwanted trouble. I hope he can fix his mistakes. You must be careful who you offend, as the world is vast, and there are many hidden dragons that you cannot offend. Everybody in the restaurant was whispering while looking at Lin Feng. These were going to be his last moments for having offended Nalan Feng. Asking for forgiveness wouldn't give him any mercy. However, Lin Feng hadn't noticed everybody's reaction. He had a headache and was too tired to think. He had drunk alcohol and couldn't see other people's faces clearly. He was actually quite drunk. Arg, he should die for his insults. Nalan Hai was grinning and his expression looked ice-cold. He was slowly walking towards Lin Feng. You have too much self-confidence, daring to act so indifferently, said Nalan Hai, who had arrived next to Lin Feng while looking down at him. You offended Nalan Feng, the princess. Prepare to bear the consequences. Why are you wasting time with words? Just cripple his cultivation immediately, said the young girl in light green robes impatiently. Hee, all right, replied Nalan Hai, moving his fan. That fan made him look smart and elegant, but it was also as sharp as a blade. Lin Feng finally sobered up slightly on seeing this. He evilly glanced at Nalan Hai. His cold expression made Nalan Hai shiver. It was Lin Feng, indeed it was him. The force abruptly vanished. Nalan Hai hadn't expected that the one who had offended Nalan Feng would be the person at the focus of all the rumors. Lin Feng. Nalan Hai obviously knew all these rumors were not true. Not so long before, he had witnessed Lin Feng's strength with his own eyes in the Whistle Wind restaurant. Not only was he strong, but he was also ruthless and showed no mercy to those who offended him, not caring about their background. Maybe strong and ruthless were not the right words. It was more like he was actually a monster in human form. He wasn't strong or ruthless. It was just his nature to overpower and kill weaker animals. Nalan Hai had also heard that Lin Feng's father had been expelled from the Lin clan. However, he hadn't heard that it was because Lin Ba Dao was extremely strong, but because it had required the honorable elder to stop him from exterminating the clan. He had also heard that Lin Feng made a shocking display of power, and it had required an elder and 2 disciples of the Ling Qi layer to stop him. "Get lost," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone which sent shivers down Nalan Hai's spine. Lin Feng was exactly as he had imagined. He was terrifying. Lin Feng's words cut him like a knife, and the thought of angering Lin Feng had made Nalan Hai take a step back. "Nalan Hai, are you not attacking yet?" said the young girl wearing light green robes, seeing that Nalan Hai hadn't crippled Lin Feng's cultivation yet and had instead stepped back. She couldn't help but be furious at the events. Not only did it seem that Nalan Hai hadn't heard what she was saying, but he had also turned around and said, "Let's leave quickly." While saying these words, he immediately started to leave. "Is it Nalan Feng who asked you to come?" asked Lin Feng in a cold and detached tone which made Nalan Hai slow down in his retreat. He didn't reply. He continued to walk and pulled the young girl wearing light green robes as a sign that he wanted her to leave as well. Lin Feng smiled inside. It was very clear to Lin Feng at that moment what had happened. Those people who thought so highly of themselves, once finding out his identity, they didn't dare attack. Even if they still looked dominant, were they still talking with the same arrogant tone as before? Lin Feng hurried to drain his cup in one gulp and stood up. He then put on his black rain cape and a straw hat, then immediately left. The entire crowd had only looked at his figure as he confidently walked out unharmed. The crowd in the Whistle Wind restaurant looked at that strange young man. They had so many questions they wanted to ask him. "Who is that young man who made the arrogant Nalan Hai retreat and look scared?" asked people in the crowd. They had thought Lin Feng would die. They hadn't expected that his opponent would cower upon the sight of him. Nalan Hai's expression when looking at Lin Feng had obviously been one of complete terror. His actions showed that he did not dare provoke that young boy. "Nalan Hai, what was that?" asked the girl in light green robes while furiously shaking Nalan Hai's hand off of her. "That was Lin Feng," replied Nalan Hai. "The piece of trash of the Lin clan?" "Lu Er, what piece of trash of the Lin clan? Do you believe all these lies? Do you really believe he was expelled from the Lin clan for being weak? According to what we know from our clan reports, Lin Feng made Lin Wu crawl down on the ground like a worm. He had almost killed Lin Hong, who has broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Lin Qian interrupted the fight, and with both their powers they could not stop Lin Feng's attack. If it wasn't for an elder who interrupted the fight, Lin Hong would have already taken his last breath. "What? Are you saying that he was able to defeat Lin Hong, who has broken through to the Ling Qi layer? How is that even possible?" "You must be mistaken," said the young girl. "Everything I'm telling you is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, wait a moment, we can ask the young Mississippi," said Nalan Hai with a wry smile on his face. Before seeing Lin Feng at the Whistle Wind restaurant the last time, he would have also thought that those were all fake rumors about Lin Feng, that he was only a piece of trash, the disgrace and shame of the Lin clan. He would have thought the rumors were spread by the other clans to cause the Lin clan to lose face. However, he had eventually found out that those rumors were voluntarily spread by some Lin clan members who had witnessed the events. It was clear that Lin Ba Dao had spread counter-rumors to achieve his own goals. Lin Hai had also been wrong about his son. He did not know that Lin Feng wasn't the same weak-willed and cowardly person that he was before. Lin Feng walked out of the Whistle Wind restaurant and jumped onto Chen Li Shui. He didn't travel very far from the restaurant. He went to an inn which was near the Whistle Wind restaurant. He went to an inn because he couldn't go back to the Lin clan and had nowhere else he could stay. There was no other place to stay in Yangzhou City other than an inn. He immediately selected one of the best rooms, spacious and quiet, so that nobody would disturb him. He sat down and immediately started to meditate. He could feel a hunger within his body after suffering that near-fatal wound. It was as if his body was yearning for more power and the strength to rule over all. He only needed more power, and then no one could treat him the way they had treated him and his father. With their own strength, Lin Feng and Lin Hai would make their own reputation and crush those who had belittled them in the past. One day, Lin Feng would make the Lin clan members regret the treatment they had given him and his father at the annual meeting. Lin Feng would make the Lin clan regret from the bottom of their hearts. He would make them wish they could change their actions. With his own strength he would have his revenge, and that day, was not that far in the future.